Debbie, would you like to?
Supposed to be here this afternoon. I'll send him an email. Are you doing that?
Is that well? We're waiting to see if we can contact her.
I don't feel like wants this again.
All right, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, welcome to our Calaveras County Board of Supervisors May 10th, 2016 regular meeting. Could you please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Just have the.
Where's the mute?
All this technology. Before we move on to any public comments, we had two closed session items this morning. We had a conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4, and there was no action taken. The second was conference with legal counsel, anticipated legal litigation, significant exposure to litigation, claim number 2016-03- Farmer, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, County Counsel, no action taken. Correct. And so number 3, we just haven't done yet. And so, any board announcements? Any announcements?
If I may, Chair, I just wanted to make mention of the artwork that is now displayed in the board chambers. The project was created by our Spirit Committee, thank you, Megan. Spirit Committee, it was a group initially self-formed by a number of employees that wanted to do things that would help improve morale, lighten spirits, what have you. And they came up with this project, which was an effort to highlight the talents of local artists, with the current focus being on an employee artist. The artwork will be displayed for 30 to 60 days, and you can find a brief biography about our artist, Jane Carter, in the lobby bulletin board. But these are all her original artworks, and she is an employee with the county.
Okay. And thank you for that. There's some really good art. And local. So now we have recognition and acknowledgements. And Supervisor Kearney, what is it, first one? Sorry? Yeah, just do Supervisor Kearney's first, okay? He's going to do the
copies. Okay, item number 5 from the Administrative Office, adopt a proclamation designating May as Poppy Month in Calaveras County.
Good morning, everybody. First, I want to thank the supervisors for allowing me from our American Legion Auxiliary Unit 102 in Valley Springs to appear before you to make a request that you read a proclamation making May 2016 the Poppy Month, coinciding with the Memorial Day services being held later on this month. When the American Legion Auxiliary adopted the poppy in October 1921, it pledged 100% of the profits from the poppy distribution to the welfare for servicemen and women and the families, and is still in effect today. Last year, when I appeared before you, I never realized that this year, 2016, we would need even more funding to take care of our servicemen and servicewomen who are unable to take care of themselves, and for some of them, their children. We hope that by this proclamation, word will go out to our community, asking the public, please give generously. Those brave warriors were there when our country needed them. Now they need us. Thank you.
We need to pick this up, right? Where'd you get the side? I'm excited to be able to give this proclamation. I have a soft spot in my heart for all the veterans, but I especially know that we all see these red poppies, and to have a better understanding of what they actually mean is very important. I am asking the Board of Supervisors to proclaim the month of May as Poppy Month, whereas the poppy story began during World War I when a Canadian doctor, Lieutenant Colonel John McRae, wrote a poem he named In Flanders Fields. He noticed that where it once was a bloody battlefield, it now was covered with red poppies. His poem was dedicated to the fallen soldiers and their sacrifices, and whereas each year American Legion Auxiliary volunteers all over the country distribute millions of the red crepe paper poppies in exchange for contributions to help disabled and hospitalized veterans, and whereas the American Legion Auxiliary in Valley Springs will be passing out poppy paper flowers in the community during May to commemorate the use of the poppy that became the official flower in 1923 as a symbol and memory of the soldiers who fought in the battlefields during World War I, and whereas the poppies are made by disabled veterans for rehabilitation and a way to supplement their incomes and make them more self-sufficient, and whereas the American Legion Auxiliary's mission is to provide support to veterans, all proceeds from donations are used exclusively to aid disabled veterans, their families, and children. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors, Calaveras County, hereby declares May 2016 to be Poppy Month.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
I so move.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Conti. Public comment? Any public comment on this?
Call for a vote.
Can I have a vote, please?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, it's 5-0.
Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, State of California, this 10th day of May, 2016.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you so
very
much,
much.
Steve. Very nice, Steve. Oh, thank you. Last year I forgot them. So this year I made sure we got them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're going to support it?
Well, if you want a copy, I might as well give you one while I'm here.
Thank you. Oh, a kiss instead of money?
Hey, listen,
He's a special friend.
Yeah, that's true.
You're special.
All right.
Okay, item number 4 from the Administrative Office, adopt a proclamation recognizing the Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee, May 19th through the 22nd, 2016.
I'd like to ask for the board's indulgence just for a moment so we can take care of some business. I'm Lori Giannini, and I'm the CEO of the Calaveras County Fairgrounds. And over 30 years ago, our board of directors started recognizing individuals who made significant contributions to both the association as a whole and to the Calaveras County Fair. And this year, and they call it the honor roll, and this year they enrolled Supervisor Ponte as one of those. For her, I didn't know I was going to do this. Excuse me. I know. Significant contributions to the fair. Here, just take the plaque. As a councilman, as a supervisor, as a friend, and most recently in our response to Frogtown's response to the Butte fire. Her selfless, quiet determination and just being there hour after hour and saying from the first moment, Lori, I'm your friend, show me a phone. And she did amazing work for days on days with really just unselfish, amazing work. So congratulations, Debbie.
Thank you.
I know, and you know what? Part of a bigger
volunteer, right?
Supervisor Edson, I think we need to pick the mic up. I know that's a new
procedure?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so today I have the pleasure of giving out this proclamation recognizing the Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee, May 19th through the 22nd, 2016. Whereas the Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee, May 19th through the 22nd, 2016, whose history dates back to the 1880s when wagon wheels roamed our roads and Mark Twain first penned the celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. And whereas the Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee is county-wide event with an annual attendance exceeding 37,000. And whereas the Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee encourages agriculture production and education, local arts, encourages youth, and highlights the best in Calaveras County. And whereas the theme of this year's event is boots, chaps, and cowboy hats, acknowledging the contributions of pioneer ranching families within the county. And whereas this year's celebration marks the 30th anniversary of the world record broken by Rosie the Riveter in 1986. And therefore be resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaims the Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee to be the signature event in Calaveras County. And before I ask for the board's vote on this, I would like to thank Lori because she has revived our county fair. And so, I think that you may not know this, but I think that a lot of people recognize it. And this is a really huge event in our county, and I don't think it could be possible without you. So thank you.
Well, that's very sweet, but it really is, I get a lot of credit sometimes for what my community does, and it is really a team effort, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. That is true. We can't do nothing ourselves, but somebody needs to lead, right? And that's what you do. So can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
So a motion by Supervisor Kearney.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor? Aye. And passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the Calaveras, County of Calaveras, State of California, this 10th day of May 2016. Here you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be back at noon to jump frogs.
I know you will. Public comments, please.
Deborah Mullen from Public Works.
Just hit the top button. There you go. Thank you.
Calaveras
Sorry.
Transit is going to be providing shuttle service to the fair. This year it's going to be free on Saturday from it's going to be going back and forth pretty much every 20-30 minutes from the Angels Camp Transfer Center, that's the stop in front of Safe Mart, back and forth to the fair, and also from La Quintana Plaza, Valley Springs, San Andreas, and then also this year new Arnold be at Big Trees Market and in front of the Arnold Library. And then the shuttle will be free also going back and forth from Angels Thursday and Friday as well. So we encourage you to leave your cars in a lot or at home if you can, and take transit to the fair, and we'll see you there.
So, it's a generous contribution, and the more people we can get at this fair, the more successful it can be. And I know you've continued to build that success for at least how many years have you been doing this?
Well, in some capacity since about 1990, but I was only 5.
So there you go.
I've been the CEO since 2011 in the fall. So
There you go. So, and I remember it died off quite a while, and then Lori came along and has been reviving it ever since. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll see you at noon.
Yes,
Thank you.
will. public comment, please. And so, yeah, I know. Got it. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it's determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to regular agenda. Public comment, please.
Good morning, Marty Crane. I just love it when our community, when we highlight those that help our community come together and we share the spotlight. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, the team. Thank you, all the community effort that goes into making all these things happen. And sometimes I think we forget about one specific aspect of where our community must come together. We're coming up on a primary election, followed by the November election. And so many times we forget that this is a job interview. We have posted the job, we have identified the applicants, and now it is our job as every single American living in this county and beyond to get to know those candidates, interview them, ask probing questions. Don't stop with the soundbite. Ask more questions, because the soundbite doesn't tell you what they know, how they feel about things. It's imperative that you know. And if you've decided early on who your person is, that's okay. But unless you have done your due diligence and sought out each and every candidate and had that conversation with them with the intent of gaining the information that you absolutely must have to make an informed vote, then you are shorting yourself and the county and your efforts here. Now, this is our county, this is our business, and we are electing, or we are hiring people to run the day-to-day operations of our business. We need to make sure that they have leadership expertise, that they have some leadership skills, that they have an inclusive mindset, and a passion for the job, and know what the job is before they apply. That being said, I want to make sure that every single person knows that there are 3 districts that are being challenged, but 2 districts are up for election, District 1 and District 4. And there are not 1, not 2, but 3 candidates or 3 applicants for these jobs, these 2 jobs, running for consideration. So please know that there are 3, and until you have interviewed all 3 or sought out information from a variety of places, we have failed to do our job as the employer who is going to pay a nice salary with full benefits. We have failed to do our job as the employer in the interview process. So please know that I know that the mail-in ballots, absentee ballots have already gone out. That doesn't mean that you have to fill them out today. You can walk them into the polls on the election day. That just gives you time to do your investigative research. So, go team, thanks for pulling the communities together, and this is one more aspect where we can step up and have an impact. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
My name is George Fry. I'd like to talk about the election too. I went to a debate last week here at the town hall. I was disappointed in the debate itself. There weren't any really probing questions. We have 2 supervisors that have served before. It's interesting to me that each one of those supervisors couldn't get 2 other people on board during their 4 years to get the general plan done. To me, that's a sad commentary. There was a couple of things that went on afterwards. I wasn't wearing the pin of one of the candidates, of the two previous candidates, and one person was upset with me because I didn't wear that pin. And so she stomped off with her little group of people who were supporting one of the candidates. And so I walked over to her and I told her, I said, you know, this is a free country and people can vote for whoever they want to. And I happen to believe in this person, and I've known her a long, long time. And I'm going to vote for this person. I'm disappointed in the person that was on the board 8 years ago. That person decided to take into his own self a group of people, a small group, but it was 8 or 10, in private, and developed their own Valley Springs plan, general plan. Why would anybody leave the other 4,000 people out of the plan? And this same person, when it came time for the board agenda item to give the Public Works Director a $17,000 raise, that person and 2 other persons agreed to do that. And that Public Works Director extorted that money from him. And those 3 people are not on the board any longer. All 3 of them did not get reelected, and one of them is running again. So I hope that democracy works again, and that people who don't follow the rules, if they're going to give $17,000, why don't they give it to all of the employees? And by the way, the Public Works Director left shortly after that. And I bet that when he went to his new assignment, he said, this is my wage now, and I would like to have a 5 or 10% increase. There's 3 people who voted for the $17,000 increase. If they have any conscience at all, they got to have mud on their face. In this district, which I will be voting for the first time in my life, because I've lived in other districts, I am proud to say that I'm going to be voting for Sharon Romano. And I'm going to be voting for her, even though she doesn't own a business in town. But this lady is very knowledgeable. She was an executive secretary to Hewlett-Packard.
30 seconds.
Now, I think that's the person that, even though she didn't run a local business here, she has done a tremendous amount of work helping people, being on the Commission on Aging, being on the Arts Council, doing websites for people, many of them at no charge. So I hope that you will be with me. We have 2 people that have already shown what they could do.
Thank you, George.
My name is Peter Race from Jenny-Lynn. Can you hear me fine? Thank you. As long as it's campaign time, good. And as long as we're going down to memory lanes, there's some candidates out there, folks. that maybe it's a good time to remind them all the achievements when they were on the board. I'm looking forward to some candidates to tell us what are their issues when we give a staff a raise. And my God, all the employees showed up who was responsible, came in and showed how they feel about that administrator. Most of you weren't here that day. But all the employees for Public Works were sitting back there and disclosed exactly, well, it wasn't the greatest character making the decision to give Public Works a raise. I'm looking forward to maybe those ex-supervisors going to be coming up. Maybe explain to us what a great job they did. But FEMA, the biggest, well, how you could put it diplomatically, screw-over of this county ever received from Mimer. And I only been coming here for about 10, 15 years to these board meetings. How many people got shafted by the 3 supervisors who had a little deal made over at Mr. Lundgren's office? Breaking Brown Act? But we can always get the details. I'm sure staff will have all the details of the Brown Act that they violated. And I'm sure the staff will have all the paperwork that took this county down the road with FEMA. And I hope that you folks don't make the same mistake that was been there. So I'm looking forward to a campaign and a message to anybody who takes anybody's else signs. What comes around goes around, folks. What's good for the good is good for the gender. Because we should not take anybody's else signs. I don't care if I agree with the candidate or not. That's not very polite or kosher. So I'm looking forward to the campaign. None of my candidates running, but on the other hand, folks, you all accepted or bestowed upon you, you are all my CSA1 directors. So I have no hesitation to stick my nose into your campaign on behalf of CSA1. And I don't have to be diplomatic, folks. But I don't want it at the expense of the general public. So unfortunately, I got a personality fault. I don't hold grudges, but I will get even. CSA1, you've been on this board for so long, I haven't seen once a report of what CSA1's doing, folks. You assume that job. Your staff's making good money off CSA1. Maybe they want to save money on a paper that should be disclosed. What CSA1 is doing, where the money goes, who authorized what. CSA1 accomplished great things. They can clean a creek for $18,000. And I'm sure with all the social leeches that are around in this county, FEMA, Fish and Game, you name it, ABC, how did you able to clean a creek for $18,000 and a couple of months later? Does anybody know how much it costs to clean that creek in District 1? Maybe it needs some reminder, folks. Dig up some of that old things that have been buried quietly. I'm sure your staff will be able to provide the paperwork for all the approval you need to clean creeks. How much did it cost to clean that creek in District 1? We're looking forward to some good times, folks. Thank you.
Good morning. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Couldn't help the opportunity to comment on the election and also to comment on the purpose of government. That's not talked about very much anymore, but it'd be good to bear in mind what we look to government for. We don't look to government to take care of us. We need to take care of ourselves. in a free society. Throughout human history, mankind has been mostly enslaved. And it's only in the last few hundred years, and then a couple flashes in history around beginning of Greece and the beginning of Rome, where individuals were considered to have natural rights that could be respected. And systems of government and courts were established to recognize and protect that. We got such a blessing in our country that I doubt many people really realize how much a blessing it is. And that's our form of government, the U.S. Constitutional Republic. It's a limited government. It's not there to control the people, rule the people, or enslave the people. It's simply there to protect the natural rights that people have, which raises the question, what are these rights? You have a right to free medicine, maybe free education, maybe free schooling, maybe free clothing, maybe free housing, maybe free food. Uh-oh, we're getting off track there a little bit. Our natural rights are to life, liberty, and property. Incidentally, pursuit of happiness is in that category, but at that time, property could not be used without maybe even not having a country to begin with. Because at that time, the slave trade was very controversial. And Jefferson had the foresight not to use property in the Declaration of Independence, but to use pursuit of happiness instead. But if you look at all the writings of the three basic rights, even in the Constitution, life, liberty, and property. Life, liberty, and property. It's in the Fifth Amendment. It's in the 14th Amendment. And its theme is throughout the Constitution. So, if this is truly a good idea, which apparently it is a good idea and has been a good idea because the results have been great. We've had people coming to the United States from all over the world escaping governments that do not recognize individual rights. So, now we're going in a time of a government expansion which has been slow and hard to reverse. We need to start to reverse the government expansion. We need to provide an atmosphere where people can live and work and create in security and safety. So the purpose of government is to protect those three rights, not to oppress them. We have so many laws now that it's almost like a can of worms. What do you do with a can of worms? There might be something here to give an example of that. This is a can, and these are worms. They're not real. And we are creating this can of worms one worm at a time. We need to stop and ask ourselves the question, does government have to do this? Does government really have to do this? If we just ask that question, I think you'll find that a lot of the things that have been passed, not only in local government, but in state government and federal government's worse, state government is next worse, and then the local government is probably the best of government in recognizing individual rights. It could be because you're closer to the people.
30 seconds. And
because you're closer to the people, it's easy to replace supervisors. Really hard to replace at the higher levels of government. So, as we go into the election, forget about personalities. Think in terms of, does this candidate recognize the Constitution, understand the basic rights of people? If the answer is no, don't vote for him. If the answer is yes, well, that'd be a good person to vote for. Thank you.
Any other public comments? We got some frogs out there at lunch for the worms. No. These are fishing worms. All right. So we're ready. So we can move on to our Regular agenda.
Okay, item number 6 is adopt a resolution appointing Rick DiBasilio to the position of sheriff.
Good morning, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. And this is the resolution memorializing the appointment of Rick DiBasilio to the position of sheriff.
Where is it?
And so do you want me to read through the whole thing, or do we want to just go ahead and vote on the appointment?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So our summary here in I apologize. In 2014, Sheriff Gary Kuntz was elected to a second term of office. After serving over 10 months of his second term, he unfortunately and unexpectedly passed away in October 2015, creating a vacancy in the office of sheriff. In accordance with Government Code 25304, the Board of Supervisors shall fill by appointment all vacancies that occur in any office filled by the appointment of the board and elective county officers, except judge of the Superior Court and supervisors. The appointee shall hold office for the unexpired term or until the first Monday after January 1st, succeeding the next general election. According to the California Supreme Court and numerous Attorney General opinions, the next general election described in 25304 means the next gubernatorial election. On May 2nd, 2016, the Board of Supervisors conducted public interviews for purposes of selecting an appointee. After deliberations, the Board approved appointing Rick DiBasilio to the position of sheriff. Approval of the attached resolution memorializes this action. This appointment is effective Tuesday, May 2nd, 2016, and Sheriff DiBasilio will serve as sheriff until the position is filled at the 2018 gubernatorial election.
Okay. And so do we have a hard copy of this that we're going to be able to give Sheriff DiBasilio?
In the past, we have not done resolutions. I assume, Supervisor Hudson, you're talking about one like we do with the proclamations. In the past, for appointment of positions, we have not done that. However, upon approval of this resolution that's attached in the board packet, we can make one up on special paper for Sheriff DiBasilio. And then it can be presented at his formal swearing in on Thursday.
Good. All right, so could I have public comments, please?
I'm Peter Reyes Genuine. I realize it was a hard decision to make. I don't envy you folks. You got my sympathy. You made the decision. I would be nice if whoever is the sheriff right now would introduce himself to the public a little bit more openly over here. I would love to hear from him, what he stands for, what he's willing to do, and so on. So I don't know if it's a proper time to ask him to come up and say something, but if he's not available or capable of doing it today, I would like to schedule him in a very near future. I'd like to see what he stands for and what you folks picked out as the second highest police or law enforcement agency. I'm sure there's going to be some debate between a DA and him, but I would like to get to know him a little bit, see what he has to say. Thank you.
Why don't we do that?
I think you may get your wish.
Come on up here, Sheriff DiBasilio. Sheriff DiBasilio.
Hi, Peter. I'm Sheriff DiBasilio.
Oh, nice to meet you. You look like you're still there before, huh?
So you got your wish there, Mr. Reyes.
See, Peter, if you pay a little more attention during the board meetings, you know that I was the sheriff because I was here that day as you were when they voted me in.
I should come more often.
You should come more often, or at least when you show up, pay attention.
As often as I can, so let me tell you.
How many times have I sat over there and you never knew?
That's right.
Well, I'm glad you know.
He should come on the days the doors are locked.
There you go. So I'm Rick DiBasilio. I'm your new sheriff. Mr. Segali was talking about the Constitution. That's what I'm here for, is to uphold the Constitution for the people of the state of California, or for the county of Calaveras. We have some things that we're going to be dealing with this afternoon. If you want to see me speak and I can introduce myself to you again this afternoon, you're more than welcome to come back. And I'm sure you'll be here.
Thank you. I hope you keep saying it once from now.
And I will. I've been in this county since 1978. I've been around a while. I don't plan on going anywhere. This is my home, as it is a lot of folks in this room and in the public. So my intent is to move this county in a forward direction, make the Sheriff's Department better than what it is. Not that it's bad, but just to make it better, to continue to move forward, and to continue to help the citizens of this county. That's what it's all about. Citizens are number one. You guys are the priority. Gary Kuntz had the best motto in the world, community first, and I still stand by that motto. So we'll move forward. And it was good to meet you, Peter.
Sheriff, could you stay up here, Sheriff?
Oh, yeah. I'm not used to that yet.
Any other public comments?
Al Segat, Taxpayer Association, you're so welcome, and we appreciate your support of the Constitution. And also, you're invited to be on our Taxpayer TV program on Public Access TV, and be able to meet more people.
We'll look forward to that.
Well, excuse me. Well, Rick, you know that I have supported you, and that I'm really happy that you're the sheriff. I'm really happy that 4 of the board members voted for you, and that they supported you, and that they supported what they said they would do, and that was they would go down the rank and file, and if somebody in the sheriff's office stepped up in the rank and file, that they would support them, would support that person. I am very happy that you're on board. You have one heck of a reputation with kids who are now in upper grades, and some of them have graduated, and they still know you as Officer Rick. And you have left a lifetime impression on them in the way you have modeled them with parents who are not doing the modeling. And so I thank you very much, and I congratulate you for being our sheriff. And I know that Gary, who was mentoring you, has got to be happy. Thank you.
Kaz Tomaszewski, Executive Director of the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. Sheriff DeBasilio was quoted recently in the paper as preferring a ban for cannabis, so it might be weird that I'm up here talking right now, but I do not blame any law enforcement person for wanting that. I know that law enforcement sees the very worst of cannabis, that they have very good reasons for being reticent and wary of it. The only thing that we want to see from our law enforcement is taking the time to figure out who the good guys are and the bad guys are, and giving people the benefit of the doubt and being respectful in conversation. In my experience, Sheriff DeBasilio has always done that. Even long before he was appointed sheriff, in our conversations, he mentioned during the interview process that he approaches everyone, talks to them as if they're a brother or sister, no matter who they are. And I can tell you from a group that a lot of law enforcement people have reasons to be frustrated with that is true. And so from a group that is part of a very intense political process right now in a county that is currently discussing what to do with us, I am very happy and confident that you are the new sheriff because of the respect that you've shown us in conversations. And I just want to make sure that you know that, and everyone in this room does as well. Thank you.
Good morning.
Vicki Ranke, Calaveras County Republicans. We want to congratulate you on your appointment to sheriff. We're excited that we have a constitutional sheriff in our county, and we want you to know that we're behind you 100%. So, thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, and a motion, please.
So moved.
Second. So I have a motion by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Wright, to adopt this resolution, to recognize Sheriff Lucilio and appoint. He's ready to appoint. I have. I sent the paperwork. Yeah, you did. Good. You got sworn in. Good. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
Although Cliff might not have voted for me that day, he still supports me, and I appreciate his support. I really do.
Mr. Chair, could I take a moment for a comment?
Sure.
I'd like to publicly recognize my personal thanks to Captain Jim Macedo. For leading our county and sheriff's department through some very trying times. The sacrifices made by him in that department and all of our public agencies were beyond the call of duty. And I want to thank him.
I'd just like to make a quick note that because of the work that Captain Macedo has done in the department for all the years that I've been there and the support that he's given me, he will be the one swearing me in on Thursday.
Good deal. All right, so we'll move on to our next regular agenda item.
Item number 7, the Environmental Management Agency. Adopt a resolution authorizing the submittal of the draft of Local Agency Management Plan, LAMP, to the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board for local oversight on the on-site wastewater treatment systems program within Calaveras County.
Well, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Wait for there's the projector to turn on here. Jason Baitzer, Calaveras County Environmental Management Agency Administrator. Next to me is Matt Poole, Registered Environmental Health Specialist and our lone on-site inspector for the on-site wastewater department. We're here before you this morning to discuss AB 885, I'll get into that, and our local on-site wastewater program and the proposal for submittal to the Regional Water Quality Control Board of our local agency management plan, which it will be in part of our current ordinance and regulations for Calaveras County. Calaveras County On-Site Wastewater Department is one of 5 departments under Environmental Management Agency. Approximately 3/4 of the homes in Calaveras County are served with on-site wastewater systems. So this is just a basic diagram depicting on-site wastewater system for those that may not know, but I think most of us do. But our human waste and wastewater flows into a septic tank and into the leach field for treatment to protect not only surface water but groundwater, ensure proper treatment. Currently, as I stated, is on-site wastewater department came to Environmental Management Agency back in 2009, and we had 3 inspectors for the department. With the recession and retirement, we're down to 1 inspector and 1 permit tech. We backfill in that program with staff from Environmental Health Department. But just to give you an update, we're seeing a trend over the last 2 years of an increase of number of permit fees within the on-site wastewater department. In part, we're seeing more development, and also we've seen an increase in the last month or 2 also with the recovery of the Butte fire. But Matt and staff do an excellent job of maintaining a good service to the people and to the contractors that are installing the systems. Currently, the systems are installed under Calaveras County Ordinance, Title 13. They were put together back in 1980. I was 8 at that time. And the rules and regulations were adopted by the board in 92. So the county has a long history of permitting the systems, but with recognizing that the county recognized in order to make sure that we did not have wastewater effluent contaminating our surface waters and or groundwaters, was proactive in developing a plan. Background, a little bit of water quality regulation in the state of California. We have the State Water Board as the parent organization, and underneath the State Water Board there's 9 regional boards. Within those regional boards there's basin plans. Those basin plans are based on the geography in that region, looking at geology, topography, watershed, and those specific plans are specific to each region. And then those regional boards also require waste discharge permits or requirements, and for certain types of discharges of wastewater or stormwater based on usage. And with that will be permit requirements, and then some of those uses are conditional waiver. And I go through this because as we get into the AB 885 and the state policy for on-site wastewater, and the direction that we're recommending to the Board of Supervisors is that under that policy that there will be a conditional waiver for individual private property owners for their on-site septic system. We'll get into that. So AB 885 was signed into law in 2000. And this was added primarily due to the Southern California, and I'll get into that in a second, but the key part of this, it added a section to the California Water Code in that the board, in consultation with Department of Public Health, California Conference of Directors of Environmental Health, state and local agencies, and RCRC shall adopt regulations or standards for the permitting and operation of on-site sewage treatment systems. So it gave some flexibility to the legislation to the regional board. But the original, whether to adopt regulations and standards, the board, State Water Board, went forward, tried to adopt regulations, get into that, but now we're at the point where they adopted a policy and more flexible standards. So again, the bill was focused around, for Southern California, City of Malibu was all on-site wastewater treatment systems. At the time, it was a way of Malibu not becoming Miami West, with having the on-site systems. And there was a lot of nutrient impact to waterways in Southern California. And in the original bill, they had the term coastal zone. Well, what they did is they removed that and made it for statewide. And that initially created a problem because they're trying to create statewide regulations and standards based on issues in Southern California for the impaired water bodies. And we all know that the geology is not the same throughout the state of California. Local agencies, as I mentioned earlier, have been implementing this program long before the state board ever developed regulations and standards. And so through the process, really in 2005, 2011, there was over 2,500 comments submitted to the state board based on the original regulations. And finally in 2011, there was a change to the person that was leading this charge for the state board, and the state realized that they needed more collaboration with RCRC, local agencies, directors of environmental health, to develop a flexible regulation where local agencies have already been implementing these programs. So that was a good thing, but referred to kind of Al's scenario before with the can of worms. This is something where the state started with a can of worms, not knowing what direction they're quite going in. But so what happened is in 2011, with input from local agencies, RCRC, the board adopted a policy in June of 2012, and this policy became effective in May 2013. And that sets the kind of the standards of what we'll be explaining to you today. State board objectives after that in 2011 was to obviously satisfy the statutory requirements of AB 885, protect the beneficial uses of the water for both public health and environmental protection, create a framework for local agencies. They understood that, we've been permitting these systems for a long time. Most local agencies have. The issues that AB 885 initially were centered around were for the coastal areas, but the state of California also recognized they needed to have statewide standards. At the time, California was, believe it or not, only one of 2 states in the United States that did not have statewide standards for on-site wastewater treatment systems. Manage wastewater systems, on-site wastewater systems going forward, and dealing with existing systems where problems are proven. So in those areas where there's impaired water bodies designated by the regional board, also not requiring retroactive requirements for those systems that are already installed for private property owners. They finally understood that we're not going to create the perfect policy right away, but let's create a framework that allows local agencies to move forward, and then there's 5-year time frames where this policy can be adjusted for the local jurisdiction and for the state. And again, address those impaired water bodies where septic systems are known contributors to the nutrient load in those water bodies. So that left us that the state created 5 tiers, and the first one is Tier 0, and this is for existing on-site wastewater systems. So this is where they're functioning properly. They've been permitted by the local agency, and therefore there's no waste discharge permit required for these systems. So these are already existing systems, less than 10,000 gallons per day or less, in which that doesn't even, that 10,000 gallons is a high mark. On-site private property ones don't even come close to that amount. Tier 1 is new or replaced systems, and this is for if a local agency does not move forward with a Tier 2. So if a local agency does not have their own rules and regulations, does not enter into a local agency management plan with the regional board, the requirements must fall back to the Tier 1 standards, and these standards are set forth by the state of California. They're more prescriptive and then local standards. Tier 2 is what we're recommending today before the board to submit a draft to local agency management plan, LAMP, to the regional board. And this allows us to use our existing ordinance, rules and regulations that look at our geology within Calaveras County and preserve our current policy and practices, but yet still be protective of water resources. And I say that because Calaveras County does not have any designated impaired water bodies at this point in time. Tuolumne County does with the Woods Creek area, and that housing development around there has been known to be a contributor to that water body, and they would fall under the Tier 3. So staff and the original development of the rules and regulations, I know Brian Moss, the former director, I think the rules and regs were updated 6 years ago, have stayed up to date with technology and practices in working with industry to have good systems that treat our waste that's generated on private properties. Tier 3, this is for those areas that have impaired water bodies designated by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So Calaveras County does not fall into this category. And Tier 4 is the last of the tiers, and this is for failing on-site wastewater treatment systems. This just means that if there's a failing system, once either it would have to go into a Tier 2 if you have a LAMP with the regional board, or into a Tier 1 into the state's requirements. Because we currently, a failing system would need a waste discharge permit, but our staff is very proactive in ensuring that public health is protected and that those systems are repaired as quickly as possible, and also interim measures are put in place so we don't have effluent impacting public health and or the environment. If an on-site wastewater system does not conform to any of the tiers, the owner, private property owner, may be required to submit a report of waste discharge to the regional board for permit requirements. We're not recommending that today, but that is how it falls into the regional board regulatory structure. So is the local agency management plan right for Calaveras County? Just wanted to break it down to kind of show the differences between Tier 1, and it's in summary what I've already said, but Tier 1, more prescriptive requirements. We have reduced local control. There's monitoring, reporting requirements, as there is in Tier 2, and no standard approval process in Tier 1. Tier 2, we get to retain our current rules and regulations and ordinance. There will be some additional monitoring, annual monitoring, and 5-year monitoring reports that are going to be due to the regional board. And we also have to go through the approval process, and we're going to talk about here in a little bit. But our application and processing time for local contractors, private property owners, stays the same as if we submit the LAMP under Tier 2. So Matt and primarily has been working feverishly, besides the run around and perform inspections, on developing the LAMP for the county. The provisions, we're trying to make it to be as consistent with our existing rules and regulations. Regional board will consider programs that differ from their prescriptive requirements based on justification from what we submit to the regional board. The LAMP includes provisions for water quality protection, and this is we're able to use. In the beginning of 88.5, they were talking about there was fear that it was going to require individual domestic well testing for private property owners. That is no longer the case. We're able to do an environmental health department. We're also the agency that permits small public water systems. And with that, we permit about 46 public water systems, which have about 75 sample points throughout the county. We're able to use this data because they test for bacteria and nitrates annually or quarterly, depending on type of the system, and use this data to meet other state requirements. And we're also asking that, since we already submit this data to a different state agency under the State Water Board, that they share their information, so we're not re-reporting that information to the same agency for a different purpose. So we're trying to consolidate our reports and what we're already doing within other departments in the Environmental Management Agency. Annual report, as I mentioned before, is required under Tier 2. We'll have to report to the regional board on 5 years on changes needed to the LAMP based on, whether it's technology updates, geology, whatever it may be, state requirements. And then after the submittal process, which I'll get into, is once the regional board reviews our draft LAMP, they may come back to us for potential amendments. So timeline for Tier 2 development, we submit the LAMP to the regional board. Regional board has 90 days to review local agency management plans. It may be longer. I was talking to a representative yesterday. But all said, when it's all said and done, we will have time to comment back or refute the comments from the regional board to the state water board. We can appeal those if we desire, but the whole process and implementation has to be completed by May 2018. During this time frame, so where we're at is we're recommending the board to adopt the resolution authorizing Environmental Management Agency to submit the draft LAMP to the regional board for review. After we receive comments back, the agency is going to hold workshops with our regulated community and public, with contractors, consultants, to go over those amendments that are proposed by the regional board, and then we will return back to the Board of Supervisors with the recommendations made from the regional board, hosting the workshop, and have a final LAMP to be submitted to the regional board for approval. And hopefully we can get that done by a one-year period, and then that'll give the county a year of implementation for potential changes to the rules and regulations and or ordinance. So that's a brief summary. It's kind of ironic that it's called the LAMP when the original bill was signed 16 years ago. It seemed like there was never going to be light out of the tunnel with this thing. There was a lot of controversy as this was first developed by the State Water Board. But I feel that the Water Board, along working with RCRC and Directors of Environmental Health, have come a long way and have developed a flexible policy that allows us to do what we do best and have that local program. Any questions?
Yeah, I got a couple. You talked about the conditional waiver in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, so once the LAMP is approved, the Tier 2 by regional board, the individual property, it grants a conditional waiver for all existing systems and all new systems going forward for individual on-site wastewater treatment systems.
And then that kind of leads into the question of the Tier 2 LAMP. There's additional monitoring and reporting that's listed as a bullet item here. Does that, how will that play out on the ground with landowners? Will that be new or existing, or is there any added monitoring once the LAMP is approved, or how does that work?
Right now, for the monitoring that we're moving forward is with using our data for the small public water systems. We also have data that on individual domestic wells, and before the well can be final, they have to do a back P nitrate sample. That's one-time data that we may be able to use. But I'm trying to, talking to other counties, have the state use the data that they already have. Any more reporting requirements on us is going to be more staff time and cost. As far as reporting for the individual on-site wastewater systems, standard systems, engineered, it doesn't look at this time. Alternative systems, which are in our rules and regulations, may require some additional monitoring for those types of systems.
But the regular septic?
Regular system, no impact. Yeah.
What other alternative systems?
Alternative systems, Matt, I'll let you explain that you can.
Well, the rules and regs address, according to certain site and soil conditions, require certain types of engineered systems. In some instances, we have to use pre-treatment, which is like a textile filter or a sand filter. So in some of those pre-treatment type units, the state might require some additional or annual monitoring to make sure those systems are working correctly.
At this point in time, we did not put in our draft plan any additional monitoring for the systems. We don't have any data that's at this point in time that says that those systems are impairing groundwater or water bodies. So this is something that will be vetted out through the process with the regional board and then working with our regulated community and then bringing back to the Board of Supervisors for final approval.
And then I got one more for you. 46, is that what you said? Small public water systems.
So what's the definition of a small public water system?
Small public water systems are those systems of 15 or more connections, but less than 200 connections. In there, there's also state small and Kerfel systems or CalCode systems. They don't meet the definition of a small public water system, but they have some additional monitoring requirements. An example would be the cafe up in Mount Ranch that has its own well. They have to do annual testing for BACT and nitrates.
So they don't fall into the small...
They fall into that category. They fall into a CalCode category, but they just don't meet the state small definition of 15 to 200 connections. And then anything greater than 200 connections, like CCWD, was regulated by the California Department of Public Health. Since then, they moved that, about a year ago, that division under the State Water Board, and that's where the regional boards are also under the State Water Board, and I'm asking them to share the information that they already have from our drinking water program, since they have that program now, and ironically, it's under the Department of Finance under the State Water Board. So,
thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any questions? Sure, I have a question. Mr. Bozer, just as a point of clarification, in District 3, we are mostly septic up in the Lake Springs area in our developments. How does that affect, and I know we're talking about individual groundwater treatment systems, septic tank systems, how does that affect land? How does that affect those people, if it affects them at all? Especially when they want to maybe sell their property?
As far as program? Yeah. If the system is functioning properly, there's no additional requirements at this location. So there's no additional requirements. If they're going to install the system, there's certain areas up in Big Trees Village that's already required to be engineered based on a regional board resolution. So at this point in time, for instance, there may be some slopes. One of the criteria is the Tier 1 prescriptive requirements. The state doesn't want to allow septic systems installed on slopes greater than 30%. Our current rules and regulations allow systems to be installed engineered up to 40%. One of the ways that the state gets by with this is having a slope stability report to be submitted with the design of that new system. So mind you, that's not all parcels, but that could impact some of those parcels up the Highway 4 corridor that are on steeper slopes. And we've had repairs where systems failed on steep slopes, and there's no other spot to put them in but on that existing slope. So we're stuck with it. So as we go through this process, as of right now, there's no additional requirements. And it's a matter of kind of submitting this draft to the regional board and using our existing rules and regulations, which are very comprehensive, and having them go back and hopefully see our justifications in there where there will not be a lot of added changes to those rules and regulations. But again, that's why we'll be working with the regulated community and bringing back those recommendations to the board for final approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jason, on this time frame here, so when we submit the LAMP, are you saying you think it's going to take about a year before it comes back to this board for final approval?
I'm hoping, talking to the regional board yesterday, we're not, people have to have them submitted by the end of this week. This snuck up on us, and I'm sorry I'm here right now, but we're here with the fire and everything. And but they're also, Tuolumne County is just submitting theirs this week, along with Amador and everybody else's. So the goal is they have 90 days, said may need more. I'm hoping to be back this fall with a final approval to the board. I don't want to be going into next spring, and that gives us more time than if we have to amend our ordinance and or rules and regulations, and longer for implementation, a grace period, and letting private property owners know if there may be changes, and also the regulated community in performing that outreach.
So what you're submitting right now is currently what we're doing right now.
Exactly.
So when the state board comes back to us, they may want us to modify, adjust, whatever.
There may be some modifications and adjustments, and I hate to speculate in what those are until the slope is one of them that we discussed. So once we get their comments back, and that was the whole thing too with the Tier 2, is that the state did realize, and I talked to Plumas County, and they're in the central region, is that when they just got back some comments from the regional board, and that the regional board understands that every local jurisdiction is different. The geology is different. The topography is different. And if you have, we have extensive rules and regulations that have been adopted by the board, where some counties just have an ordinance and they're operating more on policy, where our rules and regulations are a policy and are formally adopted. So to me, that gives us an advantage as we submit the LAMP to the regional board.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So as you move forward with this process and you start having those public meetings, will you please inform the board?
Yes. Yeah.
So we can show up.
Yeah.
Any other comments from the board? Questions? Any public comments?
Councilor Gallo, Taxpayer Association. Thank you for an excellent presentation. The question that we would have is similar to what Chris asked, is what do you see as the effect on people's ability to build and put in septic systems? Are we moving into tighter regulation, or are we moving into more flexible regulation? I'm not quite sure the direction's happening here.
We're submitting our current rules and regulations as they are. So I wouldn't say more flexible. There is the potential with some of the prescriptive requirements on the state. For instance, one of the requirements is they want to have effective soil depth under the trench of 5 feet for standard systems. We have 3 feet. We have some good justification for that. So this is where the rubber meets the road, and we negotiate and explain why scientifically we feel our rules and regulations meet the standards to protect. And again, it's not a matter of their standards, show that our standards are good enough to protect public health, groundwater and surface waters of the state. So, at this point in time, it's status quo until we get comments back from the regional board on, I think Matt highlighted maybe 8 different areas of going through our rules and regulations versus the state prescriptive regulations where there's some differences. Right. And so it's a matter of how we work through that process.
It would seem like the 5-foot excavation versus the 3-foot excavation would be a substantial increase in cost of the system, because I assume that it's going to require more drain rock and plus the excavating time.
Yeah, it was actually, they want effective soil depth to put a standard system in from 3. They want 5 feet of soil versus 3 feet. That's a difference, not the installation of that trench.
I see.
So those are the design siting requirements that we'll be working with the regional board and explaining to them. They're not familiar with our geology. Well, they may be. I should say they're not. But again, here's where that was the tier 1 standard. So if the county decided not to go submit a LAMP, this is what would be. That's what the requirements would be. So therefore, by submitting the LAMP, that we're able to show them what our rules and regulations are, how we've been protective of groundwater and surface water, and go through that process so we can continue moving in the same fashion that we are.
Do you have, or is there in existence, an organization of local engineers and contractors that are actually doing this work that can have input? Is that happening?
Yeah, the draft, we didn't, but we're going to be moving forward because the draft was our existing rules and regulations. And as in the past, when the rules and regulations were updated, I know Brian has included the contractors and consultants. Matt prepares newsletters that go out to the contractors and consultants of, things that are happening in the on-site wastewater program, because it impacts not only so many private property owners, right, but also so many contractors. So this will be a process that is definitely will be engaging. We have a list of all the contractors and engineers in the county. We'll be having a workshop for the public and going through that process.
Well, it looks like we have a case of good government. Thank you.
Well, part of that too is disclosing to the realtors and the real estate folks the effects it would have on a property. Because I know you guys have been doing that for quite a while.
Yeah.
But in the valley, I mean, it's no problem getting a 5-foot soil depth, you know. And around here, you're going to hit 2 feet and then 10 feet of rock. So, you know, so that's the difference, I think, like you're talking about the geology. So, okay. Peter?
Yes. Peter Ray's, gentlemen. I love the government at work. 2000 it started. Sarcastic question. Did any of these state water board, regional water boards, basin plans, waste discharge requirement, condition waiver, are they in existing, or do they have a full committee, or how many of them are busted by the feds lately for corruption? Okay. I'm going to put you in a spot. Here we're going. One of the things that, and I'm glad that we can bring it down to local levels. Believe it or not, guys, I do trust you all. Okay, maybe I don't see it face to face at a certain time, but I do trust you all. You got till, what, 2018? That must be speed of light for these guys in Sacramento. From 2000 to, God, 2 years? Wow, I didn't think they could function that fast. There's one little minor question I have, okay? Fine, they got to justify their existence. But we don't have a general plan done yet. And we're going to have some building done pretty soon. And you got a whole bunch of different districts that's going to be affected. Are you coordinating, cooperating, or something with the planning department? How that might or might not affect whatever they plan to do, these high-density buildings? That's going to have some effect your wastewater, getting rid of the wastewater. And eventually, if they're the county's going to be taking care of, take responsibility for it. Is the county as whole will be taking liability for it, or that each individual district will hold their responsibility and liability for if there's any, I don't think there will be, but if there's anything not quite kosher, who's going to take the liability on it? Is the whole county or just each particular district? Let's say CCW screws up, not that they would ever be, but if CCW screws up, and they had a pretty big waste disposals, is it going to affect the whole county or just CCWD?
So
who's going to take the responsibility for all this administration?
So first question, with the planning department, our department has coordinated with the current siting requirements for our new developments for on-site wastewater treatment systems, and that our current, what we have now with the planning department is what we're proposing to the regional board. Second, as far as this is strictly for those on-site wastewater treatment systems for individual private property owners. The bigger treatment facilities
Excellent.
Okay. Item number 8, the Administrative Office, approve a proposal from the San Andreas Recreation and Park District to develop an 18-hole disc golf course at Alex Quiones Community Park and approve the First Amendment to San Andreas Recreation and Park District Baseball Park lease to include disc golf as a recreational use.
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. Mary Rose Ruticongo with the Administrative Office. Before you, we have an item, a two-part item. We're asking you to approve the development of an 18-hole disc golf course, and the proposal is as attachment A in your board packet, and also to approve a First Amendment to the San Andreas Rec and Park District Baseball Park lease that we have with the county. The lease was entered into in 2005. The district is asking to develop the course within 4 phases, and it's detailed within that attachment A. Each phase describes both the construction and also improvements that are needed to fulfill the general ADA requirements in Title II. And then also, as I stated, the second part is to approve the amendment that designates disc golf as a recreational use in the lease and also addresses compliance with ADA law.
Okay. Can I have public comments, please? Jim? You want to talk on it?
Yeah, just please approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. So I have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was a tough one.
I mean, it took like 2 years to do a less than a 2-minute presentation, right?
We'll bring you guys all a disc when we're finished.
Oh, it looks great out there. I walked that all the time.
Fun stuff.
And the wildflowers are gorgeous.
Yeah, they are.
Nice addition.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Item number 9, from the District Attorney, authorize the District Attorney to apply for Victim Services XC grant and authorize the Chair to sign the certification of assurance of compliance.
Okay.
I don't see any representative from the District Attorney's Office. I don't know if you want to address the consent agenda and maybe return to this to give them time to come up from their offices to answer the board's questions on this subject.
Let's go with public comments.
Just like, may I or not?
Number 9. Okay.
Okay. It's occurred to me that I know you folks want to save money on paper, but you already have your staff sign it. Both attorneys and the CEO signed it. If they went through it and they approved it, why do we need the waste department heads come in here and explain it? You got the people who already approved it and know all about it, put their names to it. Why don't they just explain it? Wouldn't it save a whole bunch of money for the county? Thank you. Well, that's yours. Let's keep going.
I want to discuss my thing, but I missed it.
It's all done, they're just waiting for public comment.
Go ahead, Barbara.
I apologize. I was watching the meeting, getting some work done at my desk, and I heard 8, and I started walking. I can say it was a lot faster than I thought it would be. I'm assuming that you've gone through this. I don't know. We haven't gone through it. You told me we're at public comment. Okay. This is the XC grant that we would like to apply for. It is a Cal OES grant. I learned of this grant through an email I received from Supervisor Oliveira. It is a pretty exciting opportunity for my office, working with the group, the quite large group that makes up the mandatory VSSC, the Victim Services Steering Committee. My office was the logical place to build on our victim services that we currently have. We decided that the underserved population we have in Calaveras County right now is is not necessarily what you would normally think of as an underserved population, but we do have a very identifiable need with our victims' next of kin. Those are the next of kin in our homicide cases. We refer to them as VNOCs. With our drastic increase in homicides, we have a drastic increase in our number of VNOCs. With our recent triple homicide, when we meet with the VNOCs in that case, we have to use the sheriff's office, their large community room. There is no place to gather such a large group of people. These people are all people in need. They've lost a loved one in shocking, violent circumstances, and they deserve respect. They deserve to be treated well. They deserve our attention, and that takes time and takes resources. The status of my office right now is limited in that regard, and we would like to do better. We would like to do better for the VNOCs, and the grant is an opportunity to do that. The other population we identified is children in high exposure and risk cases. And what I mean by that are children who have been victims themselves of crime, or maybe perhaps their caregiver was, and the exposure in the case is a life crime. It's a 25 to life or 40 to life for the perpetrator. This can have devastating impacts on the child's life, because of the upheaval in the family. It's typically a family situation. Those cases take a lot of time, a lot of effort, and the victims, of course, deserve it. We're dealing with issues that are going to be ongoing in their lives. My office does our best to establish an ongoing relationship with the victims, because it doesn't just, start and stop when they have to come to court, and we can help them through that process, but the impact on their lives is such that, once again, we'd like to do better. The other type of children we're talking about are teenagers who've had the guts to come forward, and what happens is social media kicks in, and there's victim shaming that goes around. We'd like to be there for those victims. We had a case where we were very concerned that something devastating was going to happen in our young victim's life, and we dropped everything to rally around and to reach out to other family members to make sure that this victim was going to be okay. We don't want to have one of those situations where a victim has come forward, she gets victim shamed, and she ends up committing suicide. We do not want that to happen here. So, we kind of pinpointed a few of the child victims that take that extra effort, and we think it's worth it. Now, I don't know if Supervisor Oliveira realized that there was a required county match when he sent me the information about the grant, and we know how the grants go. It looked like a large pot of money was available. This is a 2-year grant, and the grant does break down what amounts are allocated for each county. Our county is eligible for only the $171,000 and some change. So it would be a very good service. I understand if you as a board can't necessarily commit to the $42,000 county match. It's $42,000 over 2 years. I don't know if that makes it any better. I don't have any room in my budget. So we would like to expand if you're willing to support it. But obviously it's up to you. It comes down to dollars. I recognize that. We did seek to use the funding possibly just for the facility, because if some of you have been to my office and there is no privacy, there is no appropriate place to have victims there. When we do meet with victims, even if it's a small group, we typically do that off-site somewhere else because of the lack of privacy and the lack of confidentiality we can afford them. So bringing in new personnel to deal with this very sensitive populations, the VNOCs and the children in high-risk cases, does require another facility. And it is just one of those things. So we did try to see if using the money for some hardscaping and to get a facility for the couple of years, because we thought that would be a very good thing for victims, but the answer was no. So this is the best we could do. So if you have any questions specifically about what we would intend to do with the funding, should you agree to let us apply?
Okay.
Any questions?
A couple of quick questions. Are any services provided to the victim witness program that would provide and fill these needs existing right now in the program?
We do the best we can, but what you have to realize is we have one victim witness coordinator. We did receive funding for an advocate for this year. We are in the process of hiring someone, but we file 1,400 cases a year. And the coordinator that we have typically focuses on the domestic violence cases. We have another staff member who tries to intervene in the property crimes cases, but we just have too many cases. And these particular cases are so time intensive. And then they go on. That's the other part of it. They go on. And the best service would be to have somebody dedicated specifically to those caseloads so they can develop those ongoing personal relationships. So we do service victims. We do help them through the process with the Victim Compensation Board applications. We do provide information on court dates, and we do provide court accompaniment as we can. But it's very limited with the staffing that we have. And, we've just had this huge influx of cases. The other small part of the grant that I'm actually very excited about is the ability to have a victim advocate respond to crime scenes with us. We're only talking a few times a year, but my idea would be that if I'm sending out one of my deputies and an investigator or myself to a homicide scene, which, the sheriff's office, once it's cleared and safe, they call us out for our assistance. I'd like to be able to bring an advocate with me. And that person could act as a liaison during the investigation and a single point of contact, and hopefully carry that through the prosecution stage. We did that in one of our high-profile cases, and it worked very well. It worked very, very well to have that person there in the beginning stages with the victims and the victims' next of kin.
And you did state the $42,000 match provided by the county would be over a 2-year period?
Yes.
And the grant's for 2 years,
It's a 2-year period, yeah. Which is why I thought, hardscaping might make more sense. It's difficult to bring on somebody just for 2 years and then, not know whether or not the grant is going to be continued. But they said no. And the reality is our current need is in these areas, these particular areas.
And you think you'll be able to fill that position fairly quickly or easily, or what's your take on that?
I hope so. HR does the very best they can, and especially something like this that would be time sensitive. I know it's a resource thing, but this last year they've been so helpful in understanding when it is something that's time sensitive.
Just wondering how competitive. I mean, I'm not
Oh, okay.
Is there a lot of?
It is. I would expect a lot of interest. I don't think there'll be a lack of candidates.
Okay.
Yes, if that was your question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So Barbara, if I understood you right, you have 2 people now that work in this area, the victim assistance.
We have our long-term coordinator, who was announced her retirement as of June 30th, and we are about to fill, hopefully this week, an entry-level advocate. And this is definitely more of the higher level skill set.
Okay.
Yeah, and that'll be it. And then we'll have to work on refilling the coordinator position.
Okay. And then in here I see a vehicle for $21,950 as a county match. Is that our contribution that is being requested?
Yes.
So it's really the purchase of a vehicle?
Yeah, because my vision is to have the advocate be able to respond to crime scenes with us, and also go to victims and go to the VNOPs when needed. Sometimes there's a lot of paperwork. There's meetings. There's things that victims need to do because law enforcement is asking them to do it. Hey, we need a picture of the child when they were 8. Can you look through your photos? Can we look through some yearbooks? And that's a lot to ask a victim to do. My vision would be that if this person can establish a relationship with these 2 populations, that they can be assistants, and they might be able to go to the house. They might be able to go meet them in a remote area instead of having to come all the way down to the DA's office.
Do you have a vehicle now?
We do not. I have 2 emergency vehicles unmarked. I only allow my DAIs to drive them. It's not because I don't trust my employees, but sometimes the lights and sirens may be tempting. Anyway, I have my DAI vehicles, and we do have a small sedan, but it has a B problem, and it's not reliable.
Okay.
It's just not reliable. We don't take it outside the government center or very, very far outside of San Andreas. It's just not very reliable at all, and it has a B problem we can't seem to resolve.
So our county match to this program is basically purchasing the vehicle, as I understand it, and I see building improvements?
Yes.
So what's that about?
The building is because, as I explained earlier, we do not have a place in our office to meet with victims. We usually have to take them off-site, somewhere else in the government center, which is fine. We're willing to do that, of course, as a service to the victims. By bringing in yet more victim services staff, it's going to require another location. I've talked with the chief probation officer, and the little juvenile hall building that is out back in this parking lot is used very seldom. We discussed it, and he felt that if I had a greater need and it was fulfilled a greater need and it served a greater purpose in the county, he'd be willing to let us use that building. It's not ADA compliant. It would need some work. We would be unable to have any victim of the disabilities come in. And we actually had that situation a couple months ago. We had someone who was coming, 2 people coming in wheelchairs, and we couldn't have them in our office. It's not physically possible. And so, we use the sheriff's office, which is fine, and I think the sheriff's office is definitely willing to do that for us if the room is available.
I'm just trying to narrow it down on building improvements.
Okay.
If this is improving the building that you're in, like adding an office for this person, but you're looking at some outside space in order to meet victims, and this is what this $10,000 match would be.
And that's an estimate based on the estimate a few years ago, which I believe from person to person came down from Zacharias. So I have no specific knowledge on what it's going to take. That was just the old estimate. Okay. So it's not perfect, but if we could upgrade that building, it is a place where we could meet victims. And it would be a private place, it'd be on campus, but not too far, and hopefully help us treat them in a respectful way that they deserve.
Okay, thank you.
And District Attorney Yoke and I have had some discussions around that, and there are still some, if that building will work and there's not sufficient funds within the parameters of the county match of the grant, there are some available funds that can only be used for capital projects, and that is the COP, certificates of participation.
And on the vehicle, after 2 years, would we have to give that back, or?
My understanding by talking with Kelly Ferguro from the Crisis Center, who works with the CalOES grants a lot, is that it just turns over to county property. But I have not checked into it. I have not asked CalOES that specific question. The other thing is when this grant came out, the deadline was very, very short. It was very short. So if there is a better purpose that the board could see for the $42,000 match, I'm open to that. These were just some ideas that were put forward, except, the facility is a big one for us. It's a big one for us, so. Any other questions?
I do. More comments than anything. So, I'm in favor of this because, for one, when you have a victim like you're talking about, especially children, it just doesn't stop after the first visit. Yeah. It continues on. If you have some of your investigators currently that are trying to engage, or they have to do their work, I think it's a really good idea to be able to have somebody give that extra care, and it could actually save money in the long run because you're using your other resources for something else instead of not using them for something else, number one. And number two, you might establish a little better relationship with your victim to begin with to be able to get more out of them that needs to be captured, so to speak. So, car, right? The vehicle, I would think that would come to the county anyhow because it's purchased. And as far as the capital improvements, we should be starting on that anyhow. So I'm in favor of this very much.
I have a quick question, Mr. Chair. It's $42,000. That's general fund plan or monies, and it'd be $21,000 for 2 years.
That's correct.
Thanks.
And it would be upon awarding of the grant. Once we know that we get the grant for sure, that we would have to return to the board to get approval for the limited term position for 2 years and for the purchase of the capital asset.
That's correct. This is just to apply for the grant, but obviously you have to sign off on it, and we don't want to go through the process if you weren't in support of the match, but we might not get it. So, but if we do, we would come back and present it for acceptance.
District Attorney York, this will be a full-time employee position for 2 years?
It would, and we do have an overtime budget because, as I explained, we would be expecting this person to go out to crime scenes. If I'm going and my investigator is going, we'd be bringing the advocate with us, and we'd be expecting this person to be available for victims when they need it.
The board should realize that in a situation where we do have a homicide or a death involving criminal activity that's charging, these cases will be in court for probably well over 2 years. So I don't think there's going to be a lack of work for this position.
Unfortunately not.
But just to be understood that the position would be, since it is a grant-funded position, it would be limited term, limited for the length of the time of the grant.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So you got 2 years basically to document the value of that and, see what, I mean, it could be to where it's a benefit that county may want to invest in that in the future, so. Right?
It's actually 2 employees, is that right? 2 victim witness employees?
No, it's just one.
Okay. It says 80 hours times 1821. Maybe I'm reading that wrong or just not understanding it. 9A.
Is that for the full 2 years? Was it?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's doubling up the, just a quote for 2 years.
The one position for 2 years,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, I got you. Thank you.
Okay. Any public comments?
Peter Ray's Gentleman. I like this idea and I fully support it. But what I would hope that down the road, not just the DA, but future any and all agencies. Great idea. Public supports it. They should come out when it comes budget time. Show the numbers of accomplishment. I mean, what was accomplished. That's why I got such a respect for the probation department. That tall guy comes in, he has the guts to come out and say, hey, this is what I accomplished. And it's been lacking for many, many years, and I don't recall ever. You all come out, hey, this is what we're going to do. But it would be nice to see what was accomplished. We're not running a Miss America contest, what they want to do in the future. Let's see what was accomplished, and I think we will get support 2 years from now when it's going to come up again. It would be nice to get a count, and if the DA had a problem showing the numbers, I believe the controller auditor is involved in this also. So either the DA can or auditor controller could come in and said, this was accomplished and it was worthwhile and this is the money it went for. So account for the accomplishments so they can get the proper credit and recognition for the good work they're doing. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments? All right, bring it back to the board.
So, Joe, I have a question, because it's coming out of the general fund, and I see these as more capital-type improvements. Is that correct, or?
The improvements to our building would be a capital improvement, so that could come out of the CIP fund. As I mentioned, the certificates of participation. The vehicle would be a general fund cost.
Any other board discussion? Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Calaveras.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a certificate of insurance, I think, that has to be signed. I don't know if we have enough forms for, I don't know if it's 2 wet signatures or just 1. We can figure that out and bring it back this afternoon for signature. All right. Thank you. We'll do that, and then, of course, we'll let you know if we get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item for the consent agenda for later discussion. And so, Karen?
Do you want me to read them all? Okay, excuse me, number 10, from the Planning Department. Authorize the Planning Department to issue a full refund of $6,843 for 2016-019 snow tentative partial map for withdrawal of project. Number 11.
Sure.
Karen?
Karen, sorry. Don't worry about reading all.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, since she started.
Well, I mean, she can read all.
There's 4, 5.
Let's not make it a routine then.
Yes. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. Item 11, Public Works, authorize the request to replenish the impressed cash fund at Red Hill Transfer Station and authorize the attached request for relief of liability. Item 12, Administrative Office, adopt a resolution continuing a local state of emergency on tree mortality. Item 13, Administrative Office, adopt a resolution continuing the local state of emergency. And item 14, Administrative Office, adopt a resolution continuing the local health state of emergency by Environmental Health Director and County Health Officer.
Okay. Any members of the public wish to pull an item in the consent agenda?
14, please.
14. Okay, anybody else in the public? All right, board?
Number 11, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have a motion on remainder?
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Kearney.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Olivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so number 11, Supervisor Olivera.
I understand this to be replenish the impressed cash fund at Red Hill and the attached request for relief of liability. Would that be from our contractor, or what is the release of liability for? Do we know?
It's just a language that there's nobody to collect that loss from because it was a missing, so we can write it off the books.
So we're missing a cash bank.
Yeah.
Do we know the amount we're missing?
It says it was a recent theft of $1,316, which is in here, $100 of which was impressed cash. So the auditor's office issues $100 in impressed cash, and the relief of liability is to basically write off that loss of $100 that was originally issued to them as impressed cash, and then issue them another $100.
So as I understand it, our contractor operates Red Hill. Is that true?
That is my understanding. That
and do they collect the money for dump fees?
They operate the transfer station, the green waste as well. I wish Public Works were here. They know more about who.
Can we call them?
Hopefully they're listening.
I appreciate it.
I can.
I'd like to know where the loss is. And if it's our contractor.
I know a little bit about it. It's actual keeping the money in a box that's been collected for the day at their facility, and we've had break-ins that steal. And that's where the loss is. Maybe Jeff is here now.
I haven't heard the questions.
He's printed over here, so go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Kratz. How are you?
I'm doing okay, running around. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Department. I'm assuming you pulled the consent item dealing with our security issues at the Red Hill closed landfill with the 2 transfer station sites. There's been a history of security issues up there. We've had fences cut by adjacent growers. We've had water essentially pilfered. out of our water systems. We've had some previous break-ins at the gatehouse of the annex, the Greenways facility. And this one was a double break-in. It was a break-in at the transfer station, which was a steel building. Oh, no, actually, this one is at the annex as well, wasn't it? Annex. Anyway, so this particular robbery was in 2 locations. They broke through a lock gate, cut a lock off of a Connex box where we store a pump that we use to move leachate from pond to pond. And they also broke into the facility box at the annex site, took a microwave, and took impressed cash. We have now changed all procedures. We do no longer keep cash overnight when there is not staff there. Cash is now going to the Gamby offices every night after work. And we're in the process of changing all of our locks. And on our Connex box, which is a box where we use to store our equipment that we need to maintain the closed landfill, we're doing some protection so they can't get a bolt cutter onto that lock. This is the paperwork that's necessary for us to replace that cash that was stolen. So that's basically the story of what was going on out there.
I was unaware we had a break-in there. Was that reported to the Sheriff's Department to conduct an investigation?
Yes, it was. And we do have a report on it, but we're not allowed to include the report in your board package. So, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe.
Any other questions?
It's been a problem, Mike, the board. If you read it, there's been several of them. So I think what Director Krovitz is really trying to relate is that it finally took maybe it took this to create a real change where they no longer leave cash on premises. So, it's not the first time. If you'll read it, there's been several throughout, but it's the first time somebody took action to prevent this going forward.
In an ideal world, we would not be taking cash at our transfer stations.
I'd like to see that day.
I'd like to see that day as well.
We're working towards it.
Okay.
So, but in the real world, I mean, I could have told you that businesses around here, that they don't keep cash in their business at the end of the day. You know, I learned that one real quick. Being broke into 11 times at my restaurant in the past, and the first thing they do is take the cash register, even though it's empty. And so then you learn to open the cash register so that they can walk up and see that it's open and there's nothing in it. So it's not a really good idea, if anybody's listening, don't leave cash in your business. It's just the way it is. And so and if you have a cash register, just leave it open. Otherwise, you'll find it out in the field next to your business, pry it open. So luckily, we've had pretty good success lately with the sheriff's office have been doing door shakers and door checks and things like that, and it's cut it down a lot. So anyhow, so just I guess you guys won't be leaving any cash in there anymore, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
Not at any of the transfer stations.
Good.
And we have a secure facility for cash at Rock Creek, but that doesn't stop them from attempting to break into the buildings.
Yes. You know, it's just an inherent problem anywhere, I think. So, all right. Any other questions for Mr. Krovitz? Any other public comments?
This was happening before property came on, the previous. There's got to be a solution. Don't even.
You're right, and I think he's got the solution. You can't steal it if it's not there.
Could I have a motion by the board, please?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. All right, item number 14, the resolution continuing the local health state of emergency by environmental health director and county health officer.
I just have a question on this item. How did those toxic material get up there to start with?
I couldn't hear you.
How did all these toxic materials that create a health problem was there to start with, and for how many years? I mean, I believe, yes, you're going to burn some stuff, going to be smoke and stuff. Now, the smoke is gone. But what we're going to do, and why was it there to start with all these toxic materials? We have building inspectors and whatever inspectors you want. But it's been for many, many years, everybody ignored it. Now, is there still right now, you have toxic materials on this, for the health servicer, health director, health officer? What health dangers do we have after all these months and these sites? Do we still have those health material, hazardous to health material on those sites? Is it still there? Is there a time element when it's going to be removed?
I'm not the health officer, Mr. Race, but I have, and they're not here right now, unfortunately, but I have dealt a lot with the solid waste issues lately and have heard them make presentations. Why was the toxic waste on site? Old building issues, things of that nature that when it burned down, it created it. When they're cleaning these sites, and I forgot the exact number, but there have been thousands of truckloads of toxic waste trucked out of the county to Forward Landfill in Manteca. I mean, last I heard it was over 3,000 truckloads. One company's doing over 300 a day at one time. Now, they've cleaned, I won't put words in the health officer's mouth. You could ask him to get the exact figures, but once they've cleaned these sites, they are certified as being clean. That way the property owner can go forward with their own plans, whether it's to sell it or rebuild. So hopefully there is no toxic waste on the site once they've cleaned it up, and it's in Forward Landfill now in Manteca. Rock Creek does not take burned material.
Okay, so my question is, how many land sites got cleaned and how many more do you got to go?
He would have to give you the exact update,
Okay.
but as far as I know, the last we were told it was 475 homes that had been done. Am I right?
There are
No.
over 95% of the homes on the sites have been cleaned.
Buildings in addition to
Right.
Well, there's a lot of things. So if you burn, let's say for instance, treated wood, okay? Treated wood, once it burns, it turns into an arsenic material. You got your household chemicals. They all turn into something that's, okay? So, I mean, nothing's been ignored all these years. It's just when the fire came, it turned them into something that was a certain way. Now, they take a soil sample, and a neutral soil sample from the site, near the site, and then they clean the site to try to get as close as you can within 3%, I believe it is, of that soil sample. Because what you want to do is you want to bring it back to where it was before the fire.
Mr. Chairman, I don't interrupt you. I'm not questioning the validity and the need for it, okay? But I'm questioning that after all these months, this poison, this hazardous material, is how soon it's going to be taken care of. Is that for eternal job security?
There's only like maybe 6 sites left,
Okay.
and a lot of them are trying, just because they're trying to contact people. So really, it's 99% complete.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
And he's exactly right. As was presented during the last solid waste task force meeting, the sites that haven't been cleaned are because they're just now getting permission to do it, or they couldn't find the person that owned the property, et cetera. So otherwise,
It would have been done. Okay. Then you can eliminate the emergency situation.
They found one property owner, some lady in Oklahoma.
That's a long walk.
Yeah, it was a long walk back too.
Thank you.
And just as a follow-up, even though the vast majority of the sites, with only a few remaining, have been cleaned, This will stay on as an item for continuing emergency because it's required so that we can continue to receive the federal and state aid that we have applied for.
Yeah, and if you go to our website out there, you can see as a press release May 9th, 2016, approximately 850 properties have been cleaned up of the 856. So yeah, Cliff was right. There's 6 left out there. So kudos to everybody doing a great job getting that cleaned up. Yeah, especially
good progress. Thank you. Okay. Any other public comments? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to begin our, so your point of order can wait until public comments.
On the issue, or is there a separate public comment section?
Public comments is a good time to bring up almost anything that has to do with a related subject, which we're about to do. We're going to go through the presentation, and then everybody will have a chance at public comments.
Okay, even though it has to do with perhaps the ability of a board member to be participating in the
you
conversation.
Bring it up in public comments.
Chair.
Okay.
Anything that you bring up during public comment, we will look at and consider, and if there is an issue, all of that would be handled before the board would take any action. So the fact that the board is listening to the presentation, any concern that you have would be brought up during public comment, and we can address it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we can start with presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Julie Moss-Lewis from the County Council's office. With me is Peter Maurer, the Planning Director. And Peter and I, along with Ms. Stedfeld, have been trying to revise the urgency ordinance in a way that hopefully meets the intent of the Board of Supervisors. And so I'm going through a summary, and by no means is the summary everything that's in the ordinance. So I would just caution you that this is just a summary. It was done very quickly at the last minute, just as the revised ordinance had to be put together very quickly at the last minute. So if there's any discrepancy or error in the slideshow that's different from the ordinance, I apologize in advance, but it would be the ordinance that would control. We did note in review over the weekend that there are some clerical errors and some minor questions with the ordinance that we will clear up at the end, and so that way we don't have to waste time with public comment in case any of you notice them yourselves. Okay. So for people who are, I don't know if there's anybody here who's new to the circumstance around the urgency ordinance, just a brief summary of the actions that have led to this date. On January 1st of this year, the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act took place, or it was enacted, and that state law had a March 1st deadline for counties to either regulate or ban medical cannabis in their jurisdictions. And for those of us who did not have any regulations on the book, or just an inferred regulation, an inferred ban, it was clear that we had to actually put something in writing, or the state would basically be the default law in our county. So because of that 3-month deadline, many counties around us throughout the state of California chose to pass their own urgency ordinances banning cultivation and other marijuana activities, sometimes just because there wasn't enough time for them to research and develop a permanent ordinance. So the state of things right now is there are a lot of counties that chose to ban after the beginning of the year, even if that's not going to be their position later on. So after some of these bans had already been instituted, on February 3rd, the legislature removed that March 1st deadline. We had not taken any action in this county by that time, by February 3rd, so we went forward on February 16th. And at that study session in the town hall, the Board of Supervisors went through all of our proposed ordinance and provided policy direction for what they wanted to see in a permanent ordinance. And they directed County Council to come back with that ordinance in place. After February 16th, with that direction provided, several things happened that we did not anticipate. One was that in researching land use laws and seeing what was happening in some other counties, we discovered that a programmatic EIR, environmental impact report, would be required to make the permanent ordinance defensible. And that could take up to a year, approximately a year, hopefully not that long, but it's a long period of time. The other thing that happened after finding out about that delay is there was, I call it a gold rush, there was a rush of people coming into the county who wanted to involve themselves in medical cannabis cultivation or other businesses because they were pushed out due to neighboring counties' bans, and because Calaveras has a favorable climate for growing medical cannabis. And also because the Board of Supervisors had directed County Council to draft an ordinance regulating rather than banning medical cannabis, which was definitely, we were in the minority at that time for that. So because of this, there was a lot of concern from members of the public, from other staff, from board members as well, about the impact of this influx of new growers, aside from the ones that we already had. And there had been a land rush that was rather unusual, and that's something that was kind of artificial based on these accumulation of events. So our office came forward after consulting with the planning department to propose an urgency ordinance that would address some of these complaints and concerns and maybe freeze the status quo until we could go through the process of environmental review and complete an urgency ordinance. So we came in on April 12th with a proposed or draft urgency ordinance, and the Board of Supervisors declined to adopt that urgency ordinance as written. On the 28th of April, the board directed us to come back with a revised version of an urgency ordinance, and with the assistance of Supervisors Ponte and Edson to work with staff to address many of the concerns that the public was raising. So on May 10th, after lots of discussion, we came up with what we think or thought might be a third compromise version to propose at today's meeting. We're very well aware that not everybody is going to be happy with any of the things proposed in this ordinance. But I think one of the things that was talked about as we were discussing what should be in it is that we think we may have hit middle ground when all sides feel like they've been a little bit cheated. And so anyway, I'm hopeful that this or something very similar to this will be acceptable to the Board of Supervisors. And if there's changes, obviously, we would hope that any changes could be quickly adopted on the same day or put in on the same day so we don't have to come back yet again. The permanent ordinance will, of course, be brought forward after we complete environmental review, and our view of this is that the permanent ordinance will have much more time to see what's working, what isn't working, and the permanent ordinance would hopefully be the time when we would really fine-tune the ordinance to have in place something that is as close as possible to meeting the needs of most people in the county. So anyway, there are 4 primary goals of this ordinance, as Mr. Mauer very astutely categorized. One is to have a local registration and local level monitoring of all medical cannabis cultivators without having to wait for a permanent ordinance that might not come forward for 9 months or 12 months. And also to not have to wait for the state to finally get its licensing scheme up and running. And my understanding is that they will be lucky if they can get that up and running by January 1st, 2018. So the second goal is to have a means of funding local monitoring and local enforcement through regulatory fees and administrative fines. So instead of just regulating and not having any way of paying for it, imposing a registration fee and fines that would hopefully, though we don't think at this point, at least at the urgency stage, they're probably not going to be fully adequate to at least recapture our costs of monitoring and enforcement. Third goal is to impose some strict standards to limit nuisance and to protect the environment as much as we can, pending adoption of a permanent ordinance where all of that will be studied more thoroughly. And finally, the fourth goal is to freeze cultivation as of today until a permanent ordinance is adopted with no additional grows being approved. The purpose of that being, or no additional commercial grows being approved, and the purpose of that would be, is because we know we have to do environmental study, and because we know there's been an influx that is overwhelming to the county at this point, the idea would be to put things to a halt until we can study it and see how regulations that we impose or fines or fees are working for us. So this is a very, very basic timeline for registration. I know the print is a little bit small, so I will read through it. The proposed timeline is that as of today, there will be no new commercial grows or expansion of any commercial grows or any grows. And the beginning of the registration application period would begin today. We have developed an application form that is tied to this proposed ordinance that can be modified as necessary if there's any changes made today. June 30th would be the end of the registration period for applying to submit a complete application for a commercial grow within the county. And again, no new commercial grows or expansion after May 10th. And then September 7th of this year, there are a few tasks for commercial growers that I think there's 4 that we did not believe could reasonably be met by June 30th. So those 4 additional documents, which we'll go into a little bit later, They would have to have submitted a complete application, but they could have produced those last 4 documents no later than September 7th, 2016. That does not excuse them from filling out and completing the application by June 30th. And then for personal and caregiver grows, while we would prefer everybody who's here to register by June 30th, if there was a new grow coming in or for whatever reason somebody didn't learn about this law, we would be okay, at least as written, if they would register within 72 hours of commencing cultivation. So personal and caregiver growers would also need to receive a registration from the county. Okay, so very basic general registration requirements. This is not the details, just to show the kinds of things we'd be looking for at the time of applying initially, and then what would be looking for a completion of the application, because there will be a gap between picking up the form and making sure that the initial prerequisites are met, and then there'll be a period of time that between when you apply and June 30th that the planning department and the sheriff will need to verify the information that you've submitted. So that would go until June 30th, and then again, as I said before, all tasks for commercial growers, those last 4 tasks would have to be completed by September 7th. So for a personal grower, at the time of initially applying and picking up the form, there would need to be a $100 fee. There would have to be a check to make sure that the zoning is adequate for a personal grow. They would have to be understanding, agreeing to the fact that there would only be a maximum of 100 square feet of total canopy area per patient. 100 square feet is the MRSA requirement. The county defines total canopy area a little bit more strictly than the state might, which is the perimeter of the maximum amount of canopy for the season, and that is going to just be a perimeter check all the way around, not counting the spaces between plants, because we need, and we had this in our prior version of the ordinance, the sheriff or the code compliance, they're not going to have the time to measure every single plant. They need to be able to do something easy like just measure around the grow area. There would be no matter how many patients are living in a single house or at a single parcel, there would be a maximum of 200 square feet of canopy per parcel. So that would be growing for 2 individual patients who register, or for a single caregiver with 2 patients. And that would be the maximum allowed on any parcel under this ordinance, unless they were commercial. For a personal grow, the patient has to live on the site that they're growing on. There needs to be, they have to consent to reasonable inspection by the county. They will have to, if they're not the owner of their own parcel, they would need to have the permission of the landowner and contact info for the landowner. We would need a pretty complete set of contact information, including if it's a business that's registering or a business that owns the land. We would not only need the registrant's name and address and phone, we would also need the name of the business and the business contact information of either the landowner or the patient. The registrant would need, and the landowner, if different, would need to sign an indemnification form agreeing to defend the county if there is any lawsuit that arises out of the county granting the permission or denying the permission. And a resident cultivator must have prepared the parcel for maximum cultivation. This is something we're requesting. We would ask for a personal or caregiver grow that the cultivation has been prepared by May 10th of 2016. Any personal or caregiver grower who has more canopy than they would be allowed under the registration would have 24 hours to remove that excess canopy. For commercial, it's a much more involved process, and there's much stricter deadlines. At the time of the application, there would be a $5,000 fee. And again, just to remind everybody, this is an urgency ordinance. We have not completed a fee study. There is a possibility that this fee would be larger at the time of a permanent ordinance. And it's also important to understand that the registration under the urgency ordinance would not run with the land. It is not an entitlement. It is a temporary approval that would disappear the moment a new parcel was used or the moment the parcel changed hands, and it would not carry over into the permanent ordinance. For a commercial grower, again, we would have to be checking the zoning and the light source that you're using. There would be a half-acre maximum canopy per parcel, and you'd also have to meet other requirements such as the minimum parcel size for any commercial grow would be 2 acres, and there would be a 75-foot setback from any property line. Only 15% of a parcel could be used for commercial cultivation. So those are the parameters that we are recommending for the purposes of the urgency ordinance. A commercial grower would have to have prepared the parcel for maximum commercial cultivation by today. So after today, if this passes, there can be no more expansion of a commercial cultivation site in this county until at least after a permanent ordinance is adopted and whatever application is required under that and permits have been instituted. Similar to personal and caregiver, the owner of the parcel would need to approve. There would need to be contact information provided from the landowner. The landowner and the registrant would both have to agree to be liable to indemnify the county if there's any lawsuit based on our granting or denying of this permission. And there would have to be a consent by both a caregiver grower and a commercial grower to a background check of the registrant and to inspection. For a commercial grower, by June 30th, 2016, under this ordinance, a complete application would have to have been submitted to the planning department, the exception being the 4 criteria that we'll go through a little bit later of 1795165N5. Those are the additional approvals and documents that we think might take longer than June 30th to provide. After June 30th, there will not be any accepting of new commercial applications and no expansion after today of any existing any existing cultivation sites or of the cultivation site that was registered. By September 7th, again, all tasks would have to be completed. So what happens if you don't register by June 30th under this ordinance? If you are a personal or caregiver grower, you must register within 72 hours of beginning your cultivation. And if you are not granted a registration, you would have to remove the cultivation. For a commercial grower, there is no second chance. If you didn't register by June 30th and complete all the registration requirements under 165N5 by September 7th, you would have to file a notice of intent with the planning department and get on a waiting list. If that is your situation, you would not be allowed to cultivate for at least 1 year after a permanent ordinance is adopted, and you would potentially have to wait longer depending on what the terms are of the permanent ordinance. So that's a quick overview. So looking a little bit more at the detailed requirements for each type of cultivation. For personal cultivation, the outdoor and mixed light zones where personal cultivation would be allowed would be R, HS, RA, RR, GF, A1, and AP. And Mr. Maurer can, if necessary, explain exactly what those are since I haven't memorized my zone. The indoor zones are U, HS, RA, RR, R1, GF, A1, and AP. And Mr. Maurer, do you want to explain briefly what those zones are?
Well, just one correction, the outdoor zone, there is no R zone. That was just a typographical error that we missed. But basically, the ranging from, R1, our smallest residential zone, which allows single-family homes for indoor only, up through the larger rural agricultural and forest and ag zones. HS is a sort of holdover zone called highway service. It does allow residential, and the unclassified also is a holdover zone that is primarily residential rural zone. Yes, Supervisor Wright?
Maybe the R is supposed to be U?
No, it was just a typo.
I think it's
There's no unclassified up there, but unless I'm reading it wrong, there is in the ordinance.
I suspect that what happened is that I saw the R listed under personal use caregiver and accidentally typed that letter in from the chart.
I think there should be a U up there.
I believe Supervisor Wright is correct.
You're correct. You're correct. So that should be U.
And it is that way on in the actual ordinance with the U. Sorry about that. Okay, so we've already talked about the maximum 100 square feet, maximum 200 square feet per parcel. We've already talked about contact information. You will have to show for personal cultivation a lease or deed showing that you lawfully possess the property that you're growing on, the site that you're going to register. The landowner permission would have to be notarized. And we talked about indemnification. The application form for everybody will require signature under penalty of perjury, that everything that is entered into the form and attached to the form is accurate and not misleading. Personal cultivators will need to have a legal water source. If they have any outstanding code violations, they need to be fixed. There needs to be a government photo ID, such as a driver's license, a state-issued identification card, or a passport that's verifiable. For anybody doing personal or caregiver cultivation, there will need to be copies of the medical marijuana recommendation for each patient, and a plot plan involving showing the structures, the fencing, the screening, security, boundaries, cultivation area, etc. All cultivators are going to have to abide by proper storage, use, and disposal of hazardous materials, pesticide, rodenticide, and fertilizer. The Environmental Health Department would have more information about how to comply with those. We do want the street addresses of every cultivation site, including personal, to be visible so that an enforcement official in the nighttime can find out where your site is at. So there's some California regulations about posting of street addresses so that they're visible from the roadway, and we would be requiring that as well. And then the way that we anticipate doing this under the ordinance is that once the initial application is signed and checked for the zoning and the type, whether the type and light source are going to be okay, et cetera, and the landowner permission, once those initial things have been verified, the planning department would issue an application pending notice. And as this ordinance is written right now, anybody with an existing cultivation site would be allowed to continue until they actually receive a registration certificate. But again, that registration certificate should be ready to go by June 30th for many, and no later than September 7th for the commercial. And so after the application pending sign is when that expires and you have a registration form in hand, that registration form would be replacing the application pending sign, and you would be posting either the application pending or registration sign by the ingress to the cultivation area in a way that law enforcement can see it day or night with a flashlight. It has to be weatherized, has to be reflective, there's size requirements, and it has to be 4 to 6 feet off the ground. So for personal cultivation, the way this is written right now, we are requiring a lawful permanent dwelling, or if you're a Butte Fire victim, a temporary dwelling with a temporary use permit pursuant to Chapter 1793 of the code. As written, the ordinance would prohibit any camping in tents, yurts, portable structures, or cars, other than the very brief time that is already allowed under county code. We'll go through the housing requirements in more detail later on. For a caregiver, cultivator, the requirements are basically the same as for personal cultivation. Background check, though, for the caregiver, that's one difference. And they can cultivate at the caregiver's home or the patient's home, but wherever the cannabis is being cultivated is the site that needs to be registered. Again, a maximum of 200 square feet per parcel. If you're a caregiver and you only have one patient and you don't yourself have a medical marijuana recommendation, you can only grow 100 square feet. Okay. Commercial cultivation, for this we try to merge our ordinance with MRSA to match up as much as possible with what we anticipate to be the state license types and requirements. So for outdoor or mixed light commercial cultivation, which for the people who will be applying for license 1, 1B, 2, 2B, or 3, or 3B, in our county, it would be stricter than MRSA in that it would be a maximum right now of only a half an acre, that's 22,000 square feet. And again, that would depend on the license type that you are applying for. If you're applying for a 1 or 1B license, then it's up to 5,000 square feet. You will have to write down the type of license you're anticipating applying for. Outdoor mixed light commercial cultivation and tell me if I've got this wrong, R, RA, RR, GF, A1, and AP? It's U, not R. Okay, I have a problem with that. But again, on the on the actual ordinance, it was my eyes were getting bleary and I saw a lot of R's. But it is correct in the ordinance itself. For indoor, which would be a state license 2A an indoor for 1A up to 5,000 square feet. Here's the U. I think that's supposed to be a U. HS, RA, RR, R1, GF, A1, and AP. So I don't know if Mr. Maurer wants to elaborate on the zoning for indoor at all.
Well, again, it's pretty much the same as what we had before. The RR, rural residential, RA, res ag, GF, general forest, and A1 and AP are agricultural zones. So again, it's intended to be the rural and the larger acreage, rural acreage. We do allow an indoor, or the ordinance is proposing to allow an indoor grow only on R1. And I know that may be somewhat controversial. Some folks are concerned about that, so that's one issue that probably needs to be discussed.
Okay, and then as written for a larger indoor grow, state license 2A, which is between 5,001 and 10,000 square feet, those we have restricted to the industrial zones M1, M2, and M4, and at the board's direction on February 16th, we are not allowing any indoor cultivation in excess of 10,000 square feet, so there will be no license 3A grows allowed under this ordinance as it's written.
Julie, can you go back to that slide for a minute? I need clarification here based on what the chart says to what that says. Under indoor cultivation, state license 1A, I have where it's not allowed in HS and not allowed in R1.
That is true.
My chart is saying.
That is true. Sorry about that. So please again refer to, if you have a copy of the proposed ordinance, the chart we left the same as it was before because that was, the chart was specifically provided to us by the Board of Supervisors, so we did not feel comfortable making any changes to it. I just mistranscribed it into the last minute PowerPoint. So
just for reference, the chart is on page 124 of the board packet for those who have access to that. It's on page
19 of the ordinance.
19 of the ordinance.
Thank you, Debbie. So indoor, again, for over 10,000 square feet, license 3A, we don't have it as being allowed. Okay, so for outdoor locational requirements, I did go over them already before, 2-acre minimum parcel size. With respect to the 75-foot setback, which I believe was an increase from the first version. I was out of town when the first version was discussed. One of the things that we added to this after some discussion is an ability for a commercial grower whose current grow doesn't meet the 75-foot setback to apply for a grading permit and to be allowed to do a proportional adjustment, taking 75 feet, for example, away from the boundary of their property and then moving that, whatever portion had to be cut out, to another compliant part of the property. And so right now, we have it in here that they can apply for that as long as they have a grading permit. Again, 15% of the parcel maximum can be used for the cultivation area. We have right now a commercial cultivation has to be 1,000 feet from a sensitive use. We have referred to the definition of sensitive use that's existing in the dispensary ordinance. And obviously, we could change that definition if that's what the board wanted to do, but that's what we have at the moment. I believe, and we're going to have to discuss this a little later, I believe it was an omission on our part to not have the 1,000-foot requirement for personal and caregiver grows. I might be mistaken, so when we're done with the presentation, we'll go through the questions and the potential clerical errors in here. Also, the outdoor locational requirements, we do have a requirement that the cannabis plants not be visible, the cultivation area not be visible from either a public or private road frontage. So if you're driving past the cultivation site, you should not be able to see the cultivation area with your regular eyes or vision. Now, magnification, we didn't add to it. Okay, so for indoor, the requirement is a lawful permitted structure with 4 walls and a roof. And we do have a requirement in there that the structure, if it has windows, be completely screened from view so that nobody from a public road or private road or from any sensitive use can see in and see the plants inside. Okay, so some security. We went through some of the security and posting requirements that are built into this ordinance. For outdoor, we have the cultivation area enclosed by a 6-foot fence. I know before, I think at one of the earlier versions of the ordinance, we had 8 feet. But with a lock adequate to protect against entry by children and trespassers. And we talked about the screening from the road frontage. For an indoor cultivation area, secure lock and the window coverings. And for both outdoor and indoor, again, the application pending, a registration document needs to be correctly posted, street address posted, proper storage, use of hazardous materials, etc. And all outstanding code compliance issues have to be fixed before a registration will be granted. This is repeating some of what I said before as far as the detailed requirements. I'll try to see the ones I haven't covered. Okay, so for the commercial cultivators, we're going to be looking for a lot more evidence that your operation was in existence as of today. And I'll be going over this in a couple of different places, but every commercial cultivation area will need, as it's written, to show a date-stamped photographic evidence, such as a satellite picture or something else, showing that the cultivation itself or the area was graded or what have you, that basically demonstrable steps were taken to develop a commercial cultivation site as of May 10th, or alternatively, adequate date-stamped receipts of supplies and equipment that would be the type of supplies and equipment for a commercial cannabis grow that also indicate that the investment was made by May 10th, 2016. And what we'd be looking for here is trying to distinguish between whether you're a personal grower and caregiver grower or whether you've actually taken steps that are obviously for a commercial grow. So that would be one of the things we're looking for. There's some additional documentation requirements that I'll go into more detail later. Actually, I could probably go over some of them now. There's a list of additional documentation. We would need at least one of these types of documentation indicating a commercial cultivation, preparation, or an actual grow before today. The full list is described in 179565N3 of the ordinance, and I'm going to try to read my notes. Hopefully I cover all or most of these. We'd be looking for things like taxes having been paid for a commercial grow as of today, a dispensary contract within California for today, or as of today, a business license that we can link in some way or has additional documentation linking the business license to a commercial grow as of today's date, incorporation or Board of Equalization, Secretary of State registration that is linked to a commercial cultivation site as of today's date, a seller's permit with some indicia that it's related to a medical cannabis commercial grow as of today's date, insurance that is taken out on a commercial grow prior to today or as of today, or a notice of intent or an actual notice of application, a notice of applicability from the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board. So these are all the types of documentation that we would be looking for. It would be one of them, and there is a provision that a similarly reliable document, if you have something that we haven't thought of that's similarly reliable and verifiable, the planning director can count that as well. Okay. There will have to be obviously a legal water source. There will have to be compliance with the Water Quality Control Board, even if it's not done by, even if that's not one of the documents that you're showing to prove a grow as of today. Certainly by September you need to be in full compliance with the Water Quality Control Board and be able to provide documentation of that. Let's see if there's anything else. Plot plan with fencing, screening, security, government photo ID. Regarding light and noise, these are things, particularly noise, that was brought up as a significant concern from members of the public. So we have built in here a requirement that all outdoor lighting must be shielded to prevent light from shining into the night sky or from glare onto adjoining properties, road rights of way, or easements. And for anybody using a generator, an insulated shed and a 75-foot setback will be required, and the generator would, as with anything else, would need to comply with the county's noise ordinance. Okay, so we've already talked about commercial cultivation application has to be complete by June 30th, and the four things that, if you haven't done them by June 30th, need to be finished with documentation verified no later than September 7th of this year. These are the receipt of your business license for Chapter 5.04 of the County Code, receipt of your state seller's permit per Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 6100 and forward, and active registration with the California Secretary of State. We should be able to go on the Secretary of State website by September 7th and note that you have an active registration with them. And also, if the only thing you had initially was a notice of intent, we would need proof that your complete Central Valley Water Quality Control Board application for their medical cannabis program has been submitted and accepted as complete by September 7th. Those are the four things that we're giving extra time for under this ordinance. Okay, so let's talk about minimum housing requirements. We did have some clerical errors in terms of where we put things in the ordinance, and again, we'll go through these when we're done. But this is what I believe the intent is for the ordinance for now. Again, a personal or caregiver grow lawful permanent dwelling on the registered site or a parcel adjacent to the registered site that's under the same ownership as the registered site. So if you own your own property and you are a patient growing for yourself and you have a legal permanent dwelling on that property, you can register your site. Or if you own a parcel next door, but that's not where you're doing the grow, that's acceptable as well, as long as you're right next door and you own you own that other property. Butte fire victims can apply for a temporary dwelling if they haven't already, with a temporary use permit under our disaster recovery ordinance under Chapter 1793. For commercial, it's a little bit more complicated. I believe that I have gotten this right, and we'll have to change it if this is not what everybody's understanding was. There was no dwelling required for a commercial grow. However, if there is some sort of overnight habitation on that grow site, it has to follow the following rules. Any camping, yurts, portable structures, etc., it would only be for that very short period of time allowed under the county code, which I think is 14 days at once and up to 30 days in a year. I think it's something like that. But after 14 days, you have to leave, and it would have to be a gap of time before coming back for a second period of 14 days. You can have a recreational vehicle on a commercial site. Recreational vehicle is defined by the county code. So a recreational vehicle that is recognized as such by the county can be used as a temporary residence per the provisions of the county code. When we have a permanent ordinance in place, the idea here is that people who have established commercial grows, who have been living in RVs, this would presumably provide enough time to get moving on a permanent residence, and there's every possibility that a permanent ordinance would require a lawful permanent dwelling. For Butte fire victims with commercial grows, an RV also could be used as a temporary residence. Basically, a commercial grower would be allowed also to benefit under Chapter 1793 for their own dwelling if they're a Butte fire victim. And then what we have right now for agricultural workers, which I believe is a situation that would be unique to a commercial grower. There was concern about the availability of housing for agricultural workers because we are requiring that agricultural workers be housed in compliance with local and state laws for safety, housing, and sanitation. They have to have approved water, approved power, approved septic or sewer. So in order to try to make that happen, we have in this urgency ordinance a provision saying that growers within 1 mile of the perimeter of the Butte fire burn area, as displayed on the map provided by planning, there can be within the burn area itself or 1 mile, a perimeter around the burn area, an RV with a temporary use permit per Chapter 1784. That's a different provision than for the Butte fire victims, and that would only be to house agricultural workers. That's not for the home for the grower, him or herself. So that's what we have right now. I realize that it might be, that 1 mile issue might be controversial. I think when we left discussions, we were talking about the vicinity of the Butte fire burn area. The concern that we had is that vicinity is too vague a word. So if it's not going to be the Butte fire burn area itself, then we just chose 1 mile as trying to find something that we can actually measure. Obviously up for discussion. And so let's move on. Okay, so let's talk about the background check requirements. All caregiver and commercial registrants are going to require fingerprinting and a background check by the sheriff. And the way that we have written the background check requirements is to mirror the requirements of MRSA. We are not required to follow MRSA for our local requirements. We could be stricter, but under MRSA, since that's what the state's going to be doing to decide whether or not they have grounds to deny a license, we basically took the exact language and put it into our code as basically anything under BNP 19323, that's Business and Professions Code 19323 under MRSA. For any of the same reasons, the state could decline a license. We have it written that the sheriff could also, under the same reasons, deny a registration. We added an additional requirement that the planning director can review the history of local sanctions, local noncompliance with ordinances, or revocations of local permits or permissions, and that could also form the basis for denying a registration. Okay. I was going to go through a list. I know there's a lot of, this application form is detailed, so for the people who intend to register under the ordinance, I wanted to give a summary of the types of things that would need to be written into the application or presented or proven up to the planning department in order to successfully complete an application, because there's a lot. And so, again, if it passes as is, people are going to need to hurry to meet the stringent requirements of this application. So what we are looking at is you will need to know the assessor's parcel number of your cultivation site. That's something the county can help assist you with how to figure out what it is, I believe. You will need to have the legal name, physical and mailing addresses, contact phone numbers of not only the registrant, but also the landowner. So if you are renting, your landowner is going to have to provide that information for the purposes of the application. If the registrant and or landowner is a business entity, then the business name, address, and phone number will also have to be added. A registrant, so all of this, it's important to realize if any of the contact information changes, whether it's a registrant's legal name, physical address, or mailing address, or whether it's the landowner or business, physical address, mailing address, legal name, any change to contact information, because it's critical for enforcement and for regulation to be able to find who the registrants and the landowners are. We're going to be strict with that as it's written in the ordinance, and the registrant and or landowner will have only 72 hours to notify the planning department in writing if any of that contact information changes. So if you are a renter, your landowner is going to have to be on board with this level of compliance. The type of registration, you'll need to know whether it's going to be personal, caregiver, or commercial. You will have to identify the number of patients if you're going to be a caregiver. You'll have to discuss if you're going to be indoor, outdoor, or mixed light. You'll have to state that on the application. You will have to know your zoning, and again, the planning department can help you know what zone your property is in if you don't know already. It is also important to know that there will only be one registration allowed per parcel. So if you have a commercial grow that allows you to have, let's just say, 5,000 square feet, but you're also a caregiver, you cannot add a caregiver registration and add 200 square feet to your total canopy size. You would have to simply use your existing commercial grow in order to provide to your caregiver, and it would have to be in compliance with the medical marijuana, the MMPA, and the Compassionate Use Act. So the maximum total canopy area that you intend to grow on your site per 1795-150 FF, which is the definition of total canopy area or total canopy size for the county. And again, it's going to be, it might be different than MRSA. So you will have to state how much you're going to grow So if you're not going to be growing the maximum, or you can't grow the maximum because of setback requirements, you do need to state that on your registration. You cannot have, for example, an indoor registration and an outdoor registration on the same site. It's only one registration per parcel.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. You're on a roll. If you have several different parcels, you do.
Yeah.
So you could have 5,000 on several different parcels as long as it meets all the. There's no limit to how many parcels you can have.
Yes, the registration would be based on parcels, so you could have different registrations on different parcels.
Okay.
But there would have to be.
But have to meet each one would have to meet independent criteria.
Right.
Good. Thank you for clarifying.
Right. And obviously, they have to meet the state license requirement. I mean, I know the state is limiting certain of the larger licenses, so it would have to meet the qualifications of MRSA as well. Okay, you'll need your current driver's license, state-issued ID or passport. You'll need a copy of a deed or lease, and for commercial growers, that would have to show lawful possession by today's date. It has to be fully executed, deed or lease, recorded if it's a deed. If you're not the landowner, you will need a fully executed and notarized landowner consent form, which will be provided by planning. And that form will ask your landlord, the owner of the parcel, to verify under penalty of perjury that they were aware, if you're a commercial grower, of a commercial cultivation site on their parcel by today's date, and that they are continuing to provide permission for that use. A plot plan that we discussed before showing the boundaries, the cultivation area, structures, access, etc. You will need to have summarize your security measures. It doesn't have to be super formal, but describe whatever security measures you are going to be putting in. Are you going to have fences, screens, locks, alarms, cameras, that sort of thing? You'll have to tell us what your legal water source is. We will need your indemnification agreement provided by the planning department, signed by both the registrant and the landowner. We will need the signed consent to on-site inspections, which are going to be reasonable inspections during business hours, I believe excluding holidays and weekends. But there will need to be advance consent by both the registrant and the landowner. Basically, it's a right of entry. A notice and consent form from planning to undergo criminal background check, and that is for caregiver and commercial grows. You'll need to be prepared to get your background check started right away because the process takes some time. And again, you'll be submitting your application under penalty of perjury. Additional information you're going to need if you are a personal or caregiver cultivation is, I think I already said this, the copy of the medical marijuana recommendations for each patient you're growing for, the number of patients, and if you do not have a permanent dwelling on your site, you will need a copy of the TUP, the temporary use permit that you have per Chapter 1793 for fire victims. If you are a commercial applicant, you're going to need, again, to explain what MRSA license you are going to be applying for. You are going to have to disclose whether and how people might be sheltering on your site. If you are not going to have any overnighters at all, you'll check off next to vacant. There'll be a space for whether or not you're going to be having occasional camping for brief periods under the county code. Whether you're going to have a recreational vehicle registered for county code, whether you have a TUP, if you have a temporary shelter within a mile of the burn area. Again, if you're outside of the burn area yourself, that would only be for agricultural workers. You'll need to have a copy of your building permit if you have a temporary shelter for the purposes of building a new structure. So if you're in the process of rebuilding a home or building a permanent home and you have your building permits, that's another way that you're allowed to have a temporary shelter on site. We would want to see your building permit. And again, if you have a legal permanent dwelling on the site, then that's adequate as well. We do want to know whether you intend to have agricultural workers that may stay overnight on the site. If you are a business registrant, and basically if you're commercial, you're going to have to be a business, whether it's a sole proprietorship, partnership, corporation, limited liability company, etc. We are going to need a formal written document. If you are signing on behalf of a business and the applicant is anything other than a sole proprietorship, you are going to have some document that is legal from the business, like a corporate board resolution or a resolution of a partnership, etc. If you have existing bylaws delegating you this power, you're going to need to show that you have the authority to sign approvals on behalf of your business and to bind the business into an indemnification agreement. This is an existing rule that the planning department already has for anybody applying for a permit, a discretionary permit. So we're going to be asking the same of you. We will need a date-stamped photograph no later. We talked about that, the photograph or the receipts showing that you had a site by today. At least one of the documents that at least one of the additional documents that we talked about earlier in 1795, 65, and 3. We will need a copy of your applicability to enroll for coverage under the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board general order that applies to medical cannabis, or your notice of intent if this has not been completed by the application deadline. If you only have a notice of intent on file with the Water Quality Control Board, we will need your notice of applicability, your complete application with a receipt from the Water Board by no later than September 7th. You're going to need to show us your valid Calaveras County business license by September 7th. You will have to show us your seller's permit. You'll have to show us your registration with the Secretary of State and Board of Equalization. You're not going to be allowed to cultivate at all if that initial application isn't completed by June 30th or if the last 4 documents are not submitted complete by September 7th. Okay, we talked about this before. Cultivation, registration, or an application pending. None of these approvals run with the land. They cannot be assigned to someone else. They cannot be transferred to another parcel. Only one registration per parcel. And all commercial, I know initially when we were looking to adopt a permanent ordinance, we had a lot of provisions regulating other commercial uses, such as testing, manufacturing, etc. For now, in this urgency ordinance at the board's direction, we are not allowing any commercial uses that are allowed under MRSA except for commercial cultivation as allowed in this ordinance and except for dispensaries that are permitted under our existing dispensary ordinance. Obviously, any applicant, any registrant is going to have to obey all applicable laws and ordinances concerning their business and their land, whether or not we are just specifically discussing them here and whether or not they're specifically named in the ordinance. Again, the county's regulations are stricter than MRSA, and MRSA allows a county to be stricter, and what that means is that when it comes time to meeting your requirement under MRSA of demonstrating compliance with local regulations, you will need to be complying with the stricter county regulations in order for us to provide a validation stamp that would let you get that state license. Okay. 24 hours, you need to remove your existing cultivation area, your total canopy size that exceeds the bounds of your registration. I know there's been a lot of controversy and discussion about whether or not medical cannabis is an agricultural product beyond the purposes of MRSA licensing. At this point, under this urgency ordinance, for now, the county is not recognizing commercial cannabis or any medical cannabis as an agricultural product for the purposes of local agricultural ordinances. So for now, at the board's direction, we are not including a right to farm provision. We're not allowing cannabis alone to be the basis of a Williamson Act contract. That could change later on as the state develops its agricultural regulations for medical cannabis, but right now I believe the agricultural commissioner was hoping to wait till he got more direction from the state. Okay, so to talk about renewals and the waiting list, as I don't know if we've discussed this, the registration will expire 1 year after its issuance, whether or not we've adopted a permanent ordinance. So if a permanent ordinance has not been adopted before your registration expires, you would need to apply for renewal with the county. And you would have to apply for renewal between 30 and 60 days of its expiration. We need to give the planning department enough time to process the renewal. We also don't want renewals coming in tomorrow for next year. So between 30 and 60 days of expiration, the same fees would apply for a renewal. For a late registration, if you're a commercial grower and you don't file your application by June 30th, or if you're a commercial grower and you don't have those last 4 documents under N5 by submitted and complete by September 7th, or if you're a personal or caretaker cultivator that's not registered by June 30th, I guess I should strike that. On the personal and caretaker, we would be taking new applications after. If you're late, it would just need to be told to us within 72 hours. But for the commercial growers who are late, if you still want to register, you will need to file a notice of intent on a form provided by planning. That would put you on a waiting list for the next open registration period, which we know would be under this ordinance at least 1 year after the adoption of a permanent ordinance. So we tried to have some interplay with MRSA licensing, anticipating the possibility that MRSA licensing would start before we have a permanent ordinance in place. If that happens, under MRSA, you will still need to file a complete application for a state license by January 1st, 2018. That is currently a requirement under MRSA, and it will be a requirement locally as well. And if you're applying for a state license that exceeds your registration, then that would be problematic for a renewal. If you are consistently in compliance or have been consistently in compliance with the urgency ordinance, the planning department will put a special stamp on your registration certificate, validate it, and send it to the state to demonstrate that you are complying for purposes of MRSA, which is a prerequisite to getting licensed. It's important to note that it's stated in our ordinance, so this can be, the state can look this up, a mere registration certificate under this urgency ordinance that does not have that validation stamp to prove that you've been compliant will not be adequate to prove local compliance under MRSA. If a state license, if you're state licensed, if the licenses are issued, but you're not compliant with the local ordinance, planning is required to notify the state of your noncompliance. If you are denied a state license or suspended or revoked by the state, you have to, under state law and under local, you have to immediately stop cultivating until your license is reinstituted. Okay, and then interplaying with the permanent ordinance, we have written this ordinance to require that if you have a registration and we adopt a permanent ordinance, you have to comply with all terms of the permanent ordinance within 90 days of its adoption. And until that time, your registration can continue to operate under the urgency ordinance. The only exception to that 90-day requirement is if you were thinking ahead and you submitted your application or whatever was needed for compliance with the permanent ordinance within 60 days of its adoption rather than 90, and it turns out that the county has not completed processing your permanent ordinance application by the 90-day limit, you can still operate under your registration and the old rules until the processing is completed. Okay, so does anybody need a break before I go on to enforcement? Or should we go? Should I go on?
That'll finish it up.
Finish? Okay. All right. So somebody's going to have to give me cough drops. All right. There's a number of ways, this is very small print, there's a number of ways the county can enforce this ordinance that you should be aware of. The easiest is to simply deny your registration application for noncompliance pending the finalization of the application, or if we discover false or misleading information that was on the application or related to your application. There is a process in the ordinance to invalidate or revoke a registration if it's already been issued. If you're non-compliant with the ordinance, if there is other illegal activity on the premises that is not just related to this urgency ordinance. Thank you. A discovery of false or misleading information on your application, whether we discover it before you get your registration or afterward, or if you are denied a MRSA license or suspended or revoked at the state level. If you were issued a registration and MRSA licensing has started and you are not cooperating or complying with the ordinance, the county can refuse to validate your registration or provide the document you will need to demonstrate local compliance at the state level. The county, again, as I said, is also required to notify the state for it to conduct its own enforcement activities if you have a license but you are non-compliant at the local level. Also, the county can prosecute either civilly through code compliance or through an administrative process. Through code compliance's administrative process or a civil injunction in the court can prosecute nuisance for failure to comply with the ordinance. We have it written that failure to comply with the ordinance is a nuisance per se, which means it's automatically deemed a nuisance, and if you are found to be in violation or creating a nuisance, the fine is $1,000 per day. And that is for any grower that is out of compliance. The county also has the right, it's at the discretion of the district attorney, but the county can criminally prosecute criminal nuisance for failing to abide by the terms of this regulation. And also, as we said, the state can prosecute under MRSA for licensing violations. And just a few words about summary abatement. There's been some misconceptions about how summary abatement works. Under California law, law enforcement or code can take out the plant or take out infrastructure if there is an imminent risk of harm or danger to people or to the environment that is severe enough that it cannot wait for an inspection warrant. In a circumstance like that, whatever is wrong on your registration site, your registered site, can be summarily abated. Outside of that, and then certainly if there are some criminal violations where the health and safety code or the penal code might allow for taking evidence, and that's not our expertise, so we're only going to talk about summary abatement of nuisance right now. And then, obviously, the court can issue an inspection warrant. It can be abated through the inspection warrant and nuisance process as well. So we would like to urge people to comply with the ordinance if it's passed today. And obviously, there's some benefits because it would certainly speed up the licensure process for those who are hoping to get a state license when that is up and running. So that is the end. I will be now switching to my cough drop, and if Mr. Maurer has anything to add.
Julie, I have a question, a clarification. On that other slide, when you talk about enforcement, in the abatement and the costs and all of that, that is going to be the owner of the property's responsibility, correct?
Yes, in addition to any fines that are paid, I believe it's in addition, and Ms. Studfeld will correct me if I'm wrong, as with any nuisance, civil, I think criminal, there would be some sort of restitution, but for civil nuisance, the cost of abating the nuisance would be on the registrant. An owner of the land and a registrant would be, this is a lawyer term, jointly and severally liable to pay the fines and to pay the cost of abatement, which means that even if the landowner and the registrant disagree with each other about who's at fault or if one of them is partially responsible, the county gets full coverage, and then the landowner and or registrant can work out between themselves or through the court system how they can get reimbursed. But the county will get the full amount of the fees or fines.
And I just want to piggyback on that. Ultimately, the landowner is responsible because if something is not paid and it ultimately goes through the process of collecting through liens, it would be a lien on the property. So it would ultimately be the property owner that would be that the county would be pursuing payment from. And I also wanted to clarify on the criminal penalties. We have it written where it would be a criminal nuisance violation for commercial cannabis cultivation. If they were to cultivate without the requisite registration, they could be criminally prosecuted as a misdemeanor. That would not apply to personal or caregiver grows, consistent with the recent Kirby case out of Fresno. So the criminal sanction would just be for commercial cultivation. So I wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you.
So Julie did a yeoman's job on going through all the detail of the ordinance. I just wanted to sort of reiterate the basic premise behind this and what we're trying to accomplish through this, based on the board's prior direction for the desire to regulate growing the commercial uses of cannabis, and the fact that to get a permanent ordinance in place is going to take some time. We felt it was really necessary to have something in place in the interim. What we're trying to accomplish with this is a quick and very thorough registration process to try to weed out the so-called good players from the bad players, no pun intended. Those people that want to be legitimate businessmen in this county, then take the steps necessary, like any other business has to go through. All kinds of permits are required to open up a business. A lot of cultivators have been growing in the county for some time. A lot of new people coming in, and we're trying to find out those that really want to do the business right can follow these steps. They're difficult but doable. Those who do not want to play by the rules, we can clearly identify through the registration process those that are attempting to comply with those who don't, and hopefully that gives our code enforcement, law enforcement officials tools to go after those who are not the good players. Again, there's a lot of things in here that will be challenging for growers. There are some rules and regulations that won't necessarily make all of the neighbors happy. We have worked with representative growers organization as well as neighborhood representatives to try to come up with some reasonable standards that we hope strike a compromise meeting the needs based on your board's prior direction. We do have some specific edits that we need to take care of, but I think that
probably the better thing to do would be to wait for public testimony, go through some of the larger concerns. Then if it looks like it's the board's desire to adopt an ordinance, we can go through those specific edits and clerical errors that we have discovered. So unless there's any questions of you, I'll turn it back over to the board.
I have a quick question on the visibility from the public or private road frontage. Not sure, could you clarify that a little bit more? Is it like if I have a driveway that connects a couple different lots, or is it like that, or is it like, is there a specific definition in code for a private road?
So
the definition here, it didn't really, it said public use shall be mean, well, I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah. The intent here is that, there's going to be places where you can see, you're standing up on a hill and you're looking out over, vast acreage of the county, you're going to be able to see groves. The idea is that as you're driving by a property, whether it's on a public road or a private road, that needs to be screened from up close. There's no way that we can screen something where you've got topographical differences, but as you're driving by the frontage of the property, there should be some type of screening, whether it's solid fencing, landscaping,
whoever needs one.
Okay, so, okay. Moving on. All right, so just for those that you forgot, only 5 at a time in line to speak. I know, that's a big number. Five at a time in line to speak. Because if a fire happens in here and I have to run that way, I might forget about that door. That'd be scary if I had to go that way at about 40 miles an hour.
Were you a linebacker?
All right, as soon as we're settled down, we'll start. So once again, I'd like to remind you that we can't stand against the walls. You've got to find a seat, and only 5 at a line in the line at one time.
Okay, reminder, if you hear somebody talk about what you were going to say, you might want to consider that, the sooner that we can get finished with this, the sooner we can get on with our business. Okay? I know it's important to hear, to give everybody an opportunity to speak. That's your right. But sometimes, it can be said 10 times, and then it gets a little, monotonous. So we'll start. Thank you. Three minutes per person.
Mike Preston, 72-year resident of Halfway Pines, former ICBO licensed real estate underwriter appraiser. There is a very compelling reason to ban cultivation. It might render insurance useless in the event that there is any suspicion whatsoever that the marijuana caused the loss. A lender needs to verify that properties are covered by insurance. The attached is an excerpt from a policy issued by Nationwide Allied Group of Companies. I would be willing to bet all the insurance has a marijuana exclusion, and if Calaveras County is going to approve an ordinance making everyone's insurance ineffective, they would be better get ready to self-insure, all of us, in the event that one of those potheads starts a fire. My question is your neighbor starts a fire with pot that harms yours, is your insurance any good? Marijuana exclusion endorsement. The endorsement modifies insurance provided the following: farm liability coverage form. The farm liability coverage form is amended as follows. Under Section A, coverages H, bodily injury and property damage. Liability exclusions is amended to add the following: marijuana, bodily injury or property damage arising and alleging arising in part or one of inhalation, ingestion, absorption, or use of, growing, manufacture, storage, distribution, disposal of, prescribing or failure to prescribe, sale, handling, delivery, transfer, possession of, or exposure to marijuana or marijuana products. Section B, under Section A, coverage 1, personal advertising and injury liability exclusions, is amended to add the following: marijuana and advertising injury arising and allegedly arising out of the whole in part of inhalation, ingestion, absorption, use of, growing, manufacture, storage, etc. Sale, handle, transfer, exposure to marijuana or marijuana products. C, as used in this endorsement, marijuana products means any product containing the controlled substance marijuana. Several counties in Northern California have tried the approach that we're doing. We're going to manage it. All of them have failed. And now they are turning back to total ban. And in the underworld, medical cannabis is code word for organized crime. Now we have another problem with people over there. Now let's consider pot liability. If the fire was caused by a pot form or someone tossing a fatty in the grass, would your insurance cover have a back door? Even if you didn't, you would probably not care, because by the time your attorneys argued the point, you may be in Boot Hill. And another big hazard is we have undeveloped properties in residential areas that are not required to meet safe fire standards
30 seconds.
And are developed. Remote operations in many counties have tried partial bans, no success. Thank you.
My name is David Bowman, businessman and a resident of Murphy's. I'm on record last month, and I'm reiterating on behalf of many of the residents who've lived here a long time for not only a temporary but a permanent ban on the complete wholesale, large-scale cultivation of cannabis. And in deference to you, Mr. Chairman, the odds of somebody repeating what I'm going to say are zero, because nobody else is this crazy. And with apologies to Ernest Lawrence Thayer in 1888, who wrote the original, this is called Calaveras at the Plate. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Calaveras folk that day. The scores stood 0-2 with but one band left to play. Yes, band number one had died at first, and the second did the same, and a sickly silence fell upon the residents in this game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to that hope that springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only reason could get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with reason at the bat. But big bucks preceded reason, as did also tainted votes, and the former seemed enticing, and the latter bought our boats. But staff spoke up in earnest to the wonderment of all, and law enforcement, so recently grieving, tore the camouflage off this ball. And when the dust had lifted and they saw what had occurred, there was our sheriff, safe at second, and staff a hugging third. Then from 40,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, and it rattled in the dell. It knocked upon the mountain and recoiled in the flat, for reason, mighty reason, might be advancing to the bat. 10,000 eyes were on them as they contemplated truth. 5,000 tongues applauded when testimonials were nothing more than spoofs. And now a vote yet pending to the lofty five at sped. That ain't my style, said the Calaveras five. Strike one, the umpire said. With 5 smiles of calm assurance, the lofty five reveal, we've got this all so regulated, it's really a great deal. And so the board, despite the truth of staff and sheriff's view, ignored us. Yes, ignored us. And the umpire said, strike two. One more chance was all the residents desired. And surely reason was hopefully hardwired into the folks for decades. A lifestyle, oh, so sweet. A kinder, gentler lifestyle with principles of plea. And so the vote to them came, redemption at the last, the final pleas for reason in the celebration of our past. And now the vote comes to a head, surely reason at the last, and the life we once held dear was shattered by this cast. Oh, somewhere in this favored land, the sun is shining bright. There's a balanced, principled economy in which all have a fair fight. Grandmas hosting grandkids, and pure water dossed their spout. But there is no joy in Calaveras, for their 5 have sold out.
Thank you. My name is Christy Reisman. I'm a resident of Angels Camp. I've been a business owner for 25 years. The point of an interim ordinance is to protect everyone from harm until the adverse effects and particularly the unintended consequences of an action can be ascertained. The commercial production allowed to take place in this interim ordinance is so extremely massive that our environment, our forest, our way of life, and our safety could be destroyed within a year. I want to put in perspective how small 2 acres is. It's 1 3/4 football fields. Do you realize that 15% of 2 acres is over 13,000 square feet? To put that in perspective, that's 3 professional basketball courts worth of marijuana on 1 3/4 the size of the field at Calaveras High School. That's a huge amount of marijuana. And the fact that commercial is allowed in undesignated zoning, there's lots in Rancho Calaveras that are 2 acres that are surrounded by 1/2 acre parcels, and that would just be too much. Your ordinance mentions that pot growers must indemnify the county. How are they going to do that? Indemnification is more than just signing a form. Do you really think that in the event of a catastrophic loss or of a neighbor's land being totally polluted and rendered unusable and unsafe, that these commercial marijuana growers are going to drive their truckloads of cash down to you and say, here, hold on to my cash in case this operation hurts anyone? Do you realize that this move could render all of our homeowners insurance unusable in the event of a marijuana-caused loss? You require a licensed, legal, reputable contractor who had to post a bond in order to get his contractor's license in the first place. You require that contractor to post a bond before he can even put in a driveway, so that if the county has to come back and take that driveway out later because it's disrupting the right-of-way, then you can take that bond and use that to pay. A signed indemnity isn't worth anything. It's not worth the paper it's written on. What are you going to do? Seize their assets? They're not. There aren't any. There's no bank accounts to seize. They're all in cash. There should at least be a bond. Has anyone checked with any bonding companies to see if this activity is bondable?
30 seconds.
The other issue since the Butte fire is insurance in this county is nearly impossible to get. One of our go-to insurers in a high fire zone is Lloyd's of London. On May 29, 2015, Lloyd's of London announced that they would no longer insure any marijuana activity in the United States, whether it's medical or otherwise. Mike Preston read the nationwide exclusion policy. There are several other insurance policies. I beg you, stop until you can tell us that there's going to be insurance.
Hi, my name's William Hand, and I need to stand up here. There's a couple things. Nice poem. I enjoyed that. That was quite cute. I appreciate that. I am a cultivator, would like to be a cultivator within legal prescribed limits within Calaveras County. I also look at it as I'm not going to be so massive, but I'm also going to be an employer. I'm going to employ people. Last time I looked at Calaveras, the unemployment rate was a little bit higher than a lot of other places because we found this out by people applying for unemployment. Okay? I'm going to be an employer. Employees, they pay taxes. What do they also do? They buy services with our county, our cities. They rent an apartment. They do all these different things. I'm an employer. Please do not handcuff my situation to be able to employ good, hardworking people that I will also vet because it's my license that I have to worry about. 2, the insurance. I heard a couple of people saying here, yeah, insurance is going to be very difficult. I was a real estate broker and a mortgage broker, and I understand what property insurance is. And if they find out, there's not too many people that... So having this insurance policy regulation on here is going to make it like you're having a band. Okay? Because we're not going to be able to prove insurance proof on a medical marijuana grow. It's not going to happen. There's no insurance that will do that out there. Okay? 3, indemnification. Do we indemnify a guy that has a weed eater that hits a stone, causes a spark, and all of a sudden we have a massive forest or brush fire? Okay? Just because he smoked a doobie, whoever said that, smoked a doobie and threw it in the grass, I take offense to that. I don't do that. Okay? Why do we assume, making an ass out of you and me, that somebody's going to just lightly throw a doobie into the ground? Okay? We don't indemnify the landscaper or the homeowner that is clearing his defensible space around his house because of fire zones if he happens to hit that rock. Where are we drawing that line? We have wine vintners out here. That is an inebriating substance once it's made, but we don't have a lot of regulations on them. Why are we picking on the cannabis farmers so hard? I want to follow the regulations. I'm going to the planning department to get what is exactly needed so I can hit all those items.
30 seconds.
But there are some items there that aren't going to be hit. Insurance is one. That 75-foot setback is another one when you're taking into consideration topography on a property that's 20 acres and it's rolling. That 30-foot setback with proper fencing, proper things, and maybe your neighbor's approval that's within that might be able to work. Okay? And anybody that wants to protect their property within the area, look into a homeowners association. Thank you.
When it's all been said and done, you look back on this day and see what happens with the decisions you make. I'm Judy Robertson. My husband and I have lived in Murphy's since '89. In 1966, I started teaching, and I retired in 2002. I have dedicated my life to children, and there's no voice here for children. I've not heard one voice. If you've been watching the television, you saw that they have an advertisement about animals having secondhand smoke and how sick they become. We've done everything we can in the state of California to stop smoking. I've gone to so many meetings on it, and yet here we are. We're raising a crop that we smoke. We have a water table that is low. We are at the precipice. When you think
all around this county, all around the other counties have banned it. I'm not against medical marijuana. I have a nephew who's paralyzed from the waist down from a drunken driver in an accident. And he does take marijuana. But what's happened is he's fallen into the trap. He's up in the upper counties. Everybody is his friend. Everybody's smoking marijuana. And you know who's breathing that marijuana smoke? All the children running around. And I cannot stand it. So there's no reason to add one more thing. If it's for medical, if it's for an individual that's sick, our son is an RN at Sonora Regional. I'm compassionate for that. But not for big growers. If you have that need, I have fibromyalgia. I didn't have to smoke marijuana. I had to get over it. There are all kinds of other paths of healing. Please think carefully when it's all been said and done. What was your motive? Whenever there's a land grab, what was the last land grab? It was gold, wasn't it? It was all about money.
30 seconds.
Don't be into urgency. Please don't. We've seen what the government in the United States has done on urgency. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Beth Whitkey. I'm 20-plus year resident of the county. I'm a mother, a grandmother, cannabis patient, and cultivator. I want to say how much I appreciate all this time and energy you're putting into this thoughtful urgency ordinance. It's not perfect for the growers. It will be difficult for us to comply, but we will do our level best. I think it's interesting when people speak for the children. Right now, there are cannabis laws in almost half of the nation, many of them CBD only, meaning that it's non-psychoactive. Almost nobody can get that in those places. Somebody has to grow for the children who have epilepsy, who have cancer. We want good, qualified cultivators who know what they're doing to do that. We want to see best practices. We want to do outreach to all of the local providers so that we do not damage the environment with rat poisoning, so that we encourage organic cultivation. There are many solutions to this, and I feel like the urgency ordinance is a really good step in that direction. It is going to be difficult for the cultivators, but we will do our best. We don't want to see children hurt. We want to see children healed. Dishwasher pods, opiates. Every place that has medical cannabis, there is a 25% reduction in opiate overdoses. Cannabis is misclassified as a gateway drug. It is an exit drug. It helps people get off of opiates. It helps people get off of nicotine. It helps people get off of alcohol. The children in this county will be better served with sane regulations. A ban will open the floodgates to intense criminal activity. The law-abiding citizens will be forced to sell to people with cash if we can't make a living here. So I'd like to encourage everyone to vote this ban, or this, not a ban, vote the urgency ordinance in. Thank you for your time and effort on this. The kids will be better served with regulation. Thank you.
Kurt Peterson, I'm from Arnold, District 3. My wife and I have been here since 1997 and moved up here because we not only do we love the area, sense of community, the people we've met, and, you know, over time, a lot of this comes down to me for trust. And the thing that shocked me when I heard one day, and the personal and, you know, medical, personal caregiver, I have no problem with that. It comes down to when we start to get into the commercial cultivation. Actions, speak louder than words, as they say. And not long ago, I'd heard about the dispensary in Arnold, Little Trees, who had a hand in trying to help evict a long-time and well-respected local auto specialist from his building in order to do an indoor grow. To me, I didn't think losing him would be a valuable part of the community, to have an indoor grow in its place. Also, there was another business in town
It was a boutique business. They lost their lease, and it was specifically so that somebody could put in another dispensary. I don't think Arnold needs 2 dispensaries. And I can also tell you, excuse me, because I have a lot of friends that come up here on weekends, that the part-timers who come up here, spend a lot of time and money, aren't looking to just have dispensaries all over the place. So for that reason, I really can't support having commercial cultivation, not when it can affect the community overall. And I just don't believe I can trust these people. Thank you.
Bill McManus, Calaveras County. We're going to try to get through this real quick now, where I tried before. Just want to read a quick statement to you. We are strongly suggesting that any supervisor that may have a vested interest, a financial stake, or the possibility of self or family profiting or benefiting directly from decisions made regarding this ordinance recuse themselves from the discussion. Any vote or decisions making pertaining to the ordinance before the board. That is what we're asking for. I'm not here to accuse anyone. I'm not here to charge anyone. This is going to be your problem because I want out of it. I received this document, a package of documents, from an anonymous source. These documents indicate that there may at least be a reason to look into the conduct of one of the supervisors on this board. That supervisor is Debbie Conte. There are photographs in here. And I've been contacted by people, and I don't want to do this. I don't know why I got it. Maybe because they knew that I wouldn't throw it away and ignore it. So I'm bringing it to you today. I've made provisions with the Sheriff's Department to take these documents. I don't want them. I don't want them in my house. I don't want someone rooting through my house to get them. I don't want them taken away from me. And I don't trust anyone, if I give them to you, that they won't disappear. So I've discussed it with the Sheriff's Department. They're going to take these documents and keep them in the evidence room. If you feel you need to police your own, these documents will be available. Another anonymous phone call came in after that said that this will not be the end of it. I don't know who it is. It's not me. With the few seconds I have left, I'd like to inform this board that I can't believe you turn your back on the good people of Calaveras County. Sitting out here are people who live in terror. None of you live like that. You're either behind a gate or in a nice community. In Calaveras County, you'll get in more trouble if you leave a dog locked up in a parking lot with the window cracked. What about the people who are locked up in their houses because they are threatened by their neighbors, with the barking pit bulls, with the gunfire, with their kids not being able to enjoy their neighborhood? Nowhere in this ordinance have those people been taken care of. You said the heck with them. Oh, thank you. So I would hope that you would stop and consider that those people have lives too. Those people have made investments too. Up to this point, all I've heard is how much money the growers have invested in this county. Well, I can't hardly believe that. It's a high-risk business. It's a high-risk investment. There are people here who have just as much or more invested in their homes, their property, their lifestyles, the reason they came here, the atmosphere that they want for their kids, the time they invest in their communities. Why should they be terrorized? Why should they be terrorized and not protected? Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Miller, and I have a brief prepared statement here. My family and I moved to Calaveras County in 2013. I want to speak to the impact the proposed ordinance will have upon our family, but first I want to share about the reason we chose to live and retire in Calaveras County. My wife, Liz, and I began vacationing in the Sierras beginning in the early 80s. We lived in Santa Cruz for 39 years and had busy therapy practices in the Bay Area. I'm a marriage and family therapist, and Liz is a career counselor, or we were, but now we're retired. I remember the sigh of relief we all felt when we would turn off Highway 99 onto Highway 4. The simplicity and beauty of the rolling grasslands giving way to the oak forests, and then the pines and giant sequoias set the stage for family fun and reconnection. We were refreshed and renewed over and over again. I remember thinking numerous times that Calaveras County is a place I want to retire. So in 2013, we bought a log cabin on 10 acres in the Mountain Ranch area. My son Brett, daughter-in-law Paige, and daughter LaVon are medical cannabis cultivators. I'm a helper, but I'm certainly no expert at it. We grow cannabis due to the fact that I have advanced glaucoma. My daughter Ann, who lives in Felton, has epilepsy, and my son Brett has undiagnosed seizure disorder. Cannabis has helped us all with our conditions. I want to stress that we all love Calaveras County. We're big-time nature lovers. In 2010, my son Brett hiked the PCT from Mexico to Canada. In 2014, my daughter LaVon did the same. In 2015, my son hiked with his good friend Danny the Continental Divide from the border of Mexico and New Mexico up the Rockies through Wyoming and Montana to Canada. And I walk all the way to my mailbox almost every day. We truly care for the environment. We are dyed-in-the-wool organic farmers.
30 seconds.
Now as to the ordinance. I won't kid you, this is going to be difficult for us. Last year we lost our farm to the Butte Fire. We, like so many of our neighbors, have had to struggle to deal with finding temporary housing and dealing with the trauma of dislocation. But now we have house plans, we're ready to submit, and we're well along our way getting our garden in place. However, we understand that our neighbors who are long-term residents and don't grow cannabis have had their trauma as well, if not by losing their homes to fire, but also enduring the fears that come with a wave of new people flooding into our county.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Supervisors. Furman Brown, outside Angels Camp, Calaveras County. Let's talk first about what's happening to the property values here. Last month, an escrow fell out because the buyer said, I don't want to be in a county that advocates marijuana. That's what happened there. That's what happened to me. My neighbor now wants to grow marijuana. We tried to buy his property. He says, you can't afford to buy my property. I'm getting $100,000 rent for this property, and I'm not going to sell it. So what's happening to my property, which I don't want to cultivate marijuana, and what happens to my values? They go down while his values go up if he stays with marijuana. I'd like to read a couple other items that impact of Colorado on legalizing marijuana. Everybody thought, well, Colorado's going really good right now. Well, not all counties and cities legalize marijuana in Colorado. The largest cities, such as Denver and Boulder, did authorize it and are going for legalization. What are some of the reasons for legalizing it? Well, we'll reduce arrests for possession, thereby reduce the number of people with criminal records and reduce the criminal population. Well, what happened? In 2012 and 14, Denver crime went up 12%. The DUID arrests up 100% in Denver, 2013 to 14. Marijuana-related arrests were up 22%, 13 to 14, not including possession and sale. For decreases in traffic fatalities, since the users will shift from alcohol to marijuana, which doesn't impair driving. Let me tell you a little story what happened to my wife. On the corner of 4 and 49, right there in Angels Camp, she was rear-ended. The fellow had a container of medical marijuana on his seat. Nice little fellow. He says, are you hurt? She says, no. Well, it was. But anyway, the driver was then arrested for a marijuana DUI because assaulted on a police officer, vandalism to a police car. When they took him in to book him, they also checked for marijuana. Remember, we have no tests on the side of the road for marijuana today. Well, don't say marijuana doesn't impair driving, because I firsthand know about that one. Well, let's talk about added revenue. Everybody says, well, revenues are going to go up because of the marijuana coming into our county. One person told me, a very prominent person, you're going to get $31 million extra tax revenue here in Calaveras County because of this industry. Well, what happened in Colorado? Revenues fell 40% below projections. The total marijuana represents, get a load of this number, 0.7% of Colorado's total revenues.
30 seconds.
Positive THC arrests rose 500% from 2003 to 14. 16% of all suicides, here's an I one, 16% of all suicides show marijuana in the presence. Well, in conclusion, every reason given to support legalization of marijuana has been proven false in Colorado, while every reason opposing legalization has been shown to be accurate. So, in conclusion, we must defeat this emergency ordinance. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Dudley Spees, and I want to thank you all very much for this meeting today. I've been involved for quite a bit, over 43 years documented by the government with this marijuana issue. On a 30-plant grow in 1972 in the state of Oregon. I live in California. I was born here and raised here, and I've done my business for our government. I have property in multiple counties in this state. I have property here in Calaveras. This is a beautiful place. The state of California is beautiful. I go to the Capitol often. I like to go to our Lake Tahoe, and I appreciate our environments, and I appreciate our controls that we try to protect our environment with and our children. I heard that said earlier. Children is a very serious issue of us. We should all know that because we're all the adults. We're going to turn this planet over to the children. It's a healing thing that we're concerned about. The recreation, I don't care. It should not be adopted at any time in the near future until we are able to dial in on the states and the local issues where the social problems, have they been modified because of this recreational use? That being said, we don't need to work on that today. It's the medical aspect. This needs to be monitored discreetly, regulated, controlled. We need laws and regulations for everything. We need taxation to control these things, to pay for our regulations, to pay for so many things. I just think it's a very serious time to make any wrong decisions, that we need a little more time to digest places that these things are active, and we need to really focus on where our numbers come from, because I don't really honestly believe all numbers I see or hear, or things I visually see, unless I do a little more research and dig a little deeper, find out some motives, find out where things are actually coming from and where they're actually going. So I would appreciate you folks for not making any hasty decisions today. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Couchman. Cannabis has more medical uses than any other plant, but because of a targeted prohibition since around 1942, it has been illegal. Because of this prohibition, a huge black market and a huge gray market has existed that is now on the brink of becoming a local legal business in California. The hard facts are that cannabis cultivation has been a thriving part of Calaveras County and a large indirect part of the economy. Gold mining and logging are dying industries, and Calaveras needs money. It has been stated publicly that there are no funds to enforce illegal cannabis activity. The national legal cannabis market is worth approximately $1.53 billion, according to a 2013 report from ArcView Market Research. I think if you quote statistics, you should say where it comes from and not just make them up. This same report projects that the national cannabis legal market will be worth $10.2 billion in 5 years. Calaveras County should and could be a part of this cannabis industry as a supplier of life-saving positive cannabis for medical patients. That is why we are all here today. We represent a large group of cannabis cultivators that want regulation. We want to pay our fees to the county. We want to purchase our supplies from local retailers. We want to support local business. By regulating, you can ensure that this, as a group, we will work for the collective goal of having a thriving community with adequate funding for schools, mental health facilities, neighborhood organizations. As a farmer, I consider cannabis to be an agricultural product. As an agricultural product, I see the value in the newly forming industry. In Calaveras County, I see a group of people who have spent years honing their craft and perfecting farming methods that are second to none in this industry. As a mother, I see it as a life-saving medicine that has saved my daughter's life. That's why I'm a cultivator. If this ordinance is passed, it will satisfy both sides of this community. It will be a self-regulating industry like many other industries are. Those who are not following the rules will be abated and shut down. It is unfortunate that some good people are going to be shut down as well due to the setback requirement, and I would hope there could be some discussion about that. After joining CCA and meeting a lot of these people, I can tell you that there are way more team members than bad actors. My sincere hope is that you do the right thing and pass this ordinance so that the fears from the influx are eased and we can all respectfully start down the path to coexistence in this county.
30 seconds.
The majority of the growers want to work with the county and register their farms. I feel strongly this can be a positive program with economic and social benefit to all members of the community. Stanislaus County formed a medical marijuana committee, of which I am a member. We are thoughtfully crafting recommendations for personal medical cultivation ordinance in the county and cities, while at the same time a group of supervisors members are meeting to discuss commercial cultivation. Every county is looking at cannabis industry. Thank you. I urge you to take action today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cammie Potter, and I'm new to this meeting. It's the first one I've come to. The last one that they had, we found the place, but they'd moved it like 15 minutes before that or something. Anyway, I just want to let you guys know that nobody could come and stand in this room. I've been here like 5 hours, and I got kicked out of this room because I sat down so people that were sicker than me could have the chairs. Most of the chairs were marked already reserved when I got here. So it doesn't help to come early. But I know all those people out there, we can't even breathe. That's a fire hazard out there, packing the people out there. What you're doing is you're discouraging people to come. That's obvious to everybody. But we can't even hear the TV. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Edwin Broyle. I just want to touch on the fact that, yeah, I see that everybody sees that this kind of is a gold rush. And I don't want anybody to forget that that's what this county was built on. People came here in a gold rush. That's why it's called that. They came here for copper. They came and mined and got what they could from this community. And by doing that, most of you people are sitting in your chairs today, either by your family members who mined around here or came from somewhere else and started their roots here in this county. Okay? And I just don't want that to not be taken lightly. I want to thank you guys for writing this ordinance. You guys have done a wonderful job with this, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to do this. I don't want to poke the bear, but there was one thing that I wanted to bring up was the fact of the 6-foot chain link fence, which we appreciate by not having to have an 8-foot fence. But I think a 6-foot non-climb would also be just as effective as a chain link fence. It's hard to get your foot in, you can't climb over it, and also it looks as a farm-rated fence. You can also put shade cloth on it very easy for closing appearance, and I think that's one thing that would just be a visual aspect that would make this look a lot better. And with the registration fee, I think that that is something that is very workable for most people, and I think most people are going to register. By taking the time to come here, it shows that you already have the interest in this and that there's people who are going to be pushing forward to make sure they get their registration fee in and that we can get the money in the county's hands to start doing what needs to be done. You know, there's at least 50 people here. If they each paid $5,000, it's $250,000 right there starting. And I'll tell you what, my money is not cash. It's in a bank account, and it's been worked for. Everything that I've done, I went and worked and busted my ass for. I froze my ass off in the Bering Sea. I've done things that you guys wouldn't dream of to do to get cash. And to me, it is that important for me to take that money that I've worked for to invest into a future here in Calaveras County. And I know that there's a lot of other people who are standing out there in that room who are on the exact same page as me. And second off, that's the attack of Debbie Bonnie, I think, was a low blow by you guys. I don't think that's right to drag any of these people's names in the dirt. These people put their time up. They volunteer to do this. They take their time to do their job. And if you don't like it, there's always another election, and show us what you're about. Thank you.
Just to briefly clarify, we don't have a chain link fence requirement written in here. It says a 6-foot fence of a material and strength that reasonably prevents access by trespassers and children.
Hello, my name is Sarah. Me and my partner just recently moved here about 8 months ago. We have an organic outdoor collective, And it was a hard decision to move here because we used to live on 100 acres, and we were moving, putting ourselves into a neighborhood that only separated us from our neighbors 5 acres. We didn't want to disrupt people, and we didn't want to have the burden of being those new neighbors that are now medicinal cannabis growers. We found out 3 months within living in the neighborhood, over half of our neighbors are growing medicinal cannabis, and they're awesome, sincere people. We're not all bad. I'd like to also point out that if you look at the opposing side, that I don't see many people under the age of 40. I really think there's a conflict between new ideology and old ideology. I really think Calaveras could have an awesome opportunity if we all just learn how to make this ordinance work. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy, and I am a multiple cancer patient. I have been a legal grower of my own medicine for 17 years, since I broke my neck. I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you what effect your decisions will have on my life and how I get to live. 9 years ago, I had an accident, shattered my pelvis. I was treated for months with pain pills. 2 years later, I was diagnosed with cervical cancer, again treated with painkillers. 2 years later after that, cancer again, and I was treated again, painkillers. In the past 3 years, I have had 5 surgeries for cancer. The one that really made an impact on my life was having to have 5.5 feet of my colon and intestines removed due to cancer. This cancer, however, was caused by painkillers that I was forced to take so that I could alleviate my pain. I'm a patient. The painkillers shut down my intestinal tract and almost to a total standstill, and I cannot have a BM. My life is full of pain, and if you take away my ability to self-medicate, then you might as well kill me now. I have been given a prescription for 99 plants. I need every one of those plants for my personal use. We don't know how big our plants are going to be at the beginning of the year. Depends on the climate, depends on how much water we can use. I grew a bunch of plants. I grew 87 plants, and I came up with 32 pounds total. This here is a product that I make from that. It takes me 1 week to use this. This is a alcohol rub that I put 1/4 pound of medical marijuana in, which would cost anybody on the market $1,400 a week to make. I treat myself with it. It doesn't cost me anything but the alcohol, rubbing alcohol. I require to have a quality of life. The amount of plants I need is between 80 and 100 plants a year. I make food, cooking oils, butters, and alcohol rubs. To make these products the strength that I need to use them, I need a large amount. Without being able to supply myself with this medicine, I will be forced to go back onto pain pills that are essentially killing me. I feel my life is worth something, and I would like to be the person who decides what type of quality of life I have until I'm gone. As you can imagine, my hospital bills are huge. With bills like this, I can't afford a $5,000 bill for a personal grow, which I do not want to have a commercial grow. I don't want to sell it to anybody. This is just for me. Please think about the most painful time that you had in your life, and you were able to go for pain pills. And as soon as they get those taken away from you and you have to deal with that, and your pain is 100 times more, and you have to deal day by day without having any relief of your pain.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's how I'll be if you take this away from me and limit my ability to grow what I need. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for your patience in dealing with this cannabis issue. I know it's been a long few months. It's been a roller coaster for me as well. I'm a cultivator here in Calaveras. I've been here for about 4 years, and I have really enjoyed my time here. I'm looking forward to continuing enjoying my time here, and this ordinance would allow me to do that. It would allow me to legitimize myself as a grower here, and I'm willing to pay the money to stay here and be a good actor. This ordinance is robust. It will take care of a lot of the civil complaints that come before you all the time. It'll fence in our gardens. It'll decrease the sizes. We'll have to register with the Water Quality Board, as I'm sure you guys all know, and you've written the ordinance. It's not going to be easy for me and my friends to come into compliance, but that's a compromise that I'm willing to make to have a legitimate and positive contribution to this community. So thank you for your time, and I support this ordinance.
My name is David Hopkins. I'm one of the Butte Fire survivors. How medical cannabis has helped us lately is we're able to lease out areas of our properties so that we can rebuild our homes and lives. And this ordinance will put an end to that. It will literally take a roof from my kids. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Clofine. I've been doing business in Calaveras for about 4 years and decided to move my family here just over a year ago. I'm a mother, I'm a student, I'm a small business owner. I'm also a medical marijuana grower and a patient. This ordinance certainly is difficult for me and is devastating for many that I know. And I feel like I represent a large portion of not only the community but the cannabis industry. Even though it will be very difficult for us, the majority of us want compliance and want regulation and are active members of the community and participating members. And I don't like being classified under a lot of the stereotypes that are classified with the medical marijuana. I don't want to live in terror of my neighbors. I don't want to be threatened either. Just like I think this community wants to pay fines and come into compliance, we want to support our community. Some of my concerns are that we want the community to support us as well. I feel like we might need a little protection, knowing that if we're willing to go through these, that we want to know that we'll be accepted by our community. The stereotypes are hard for me. I'm a very hard worker, and I don't like being classified in the stereotypes. I want to be protected from my neighbors as well if I feel threatened just because I have a farm or a garden. I want that same protection that some of the opposing view feels they want as well. So, like I said, this ordinance is very difficult, but I appreciate the fact that you all are willing to create a compromise, and thank you for your work for doing so.
Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Kesey. I own an environmental consulting firm. First, I wanted to thank you all for taking the time to craft such a careful compromise document that's such an improvement from the first urgency ordinance. I know it probably wasn't very easy, but it's nobody's happy, so I think you did a good job that way. I've had my environmental consulting business, a woman-owned business, since 2001. When the Regional Water Quality Control Board passed their general order last October, I was actually finally able to put together my sort of consulting dream team. I have a civil engineer, a structural engineer, an archaeologist, a wildlife biologist, a botanist, a surveyor, a GIS analyst, and a planner. And that's my team that reviews the Water Quality Control Board applications of cannabis cultivators. We help farmers with environmental site design, regulatory permitting, and biological technical studies. So that's, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 specialists with advanced degrees that review every single project that I hand into the Regional Water Quality Control Board. I have projects in 13 California counties, including many clients in Calaveras, who are seeking environmental compliance ahead of the county regulations. I've been doing projects for Calaveras County farmers since 2015. Just this week, I've been able to educate Calaveras farmers about threatened and endangered species. One farmer had a nesting whitetail kite near a site that he was ready to start bulldozing. We were able to put a wildlife biologist there to monitor it. The birds are okay. The farmer could get his farm site in. A lot of farmers learn about how important elderberries are because of the valley elderberry longhorn beetle, which is a state and federally threatened species. Would I have been able to teach those farmers about these environmental issues if there weren't regulations? No. They would have bulldozed the tree that had the nesting kites in it. But because these regulations are in place, I was able to educate them, which is what we do through the regulations. Regulations work, and I'm the proof of the boots on the ground that the regulations are working and that you're making a positive difference. And through education, regulation, and good planning, we can integrate this industry into the community in an environmentally sensible way. Thank you.
Okay, before we go on with public comments, I'd like to own up to a mistake I made. I should have given staff a chance to speak. And so if you don't mind, I'd like to do that before we move on. And then we can, after staff gives their report, then we can just move right back into public comments.
Good afternoon, Board. Sheriff DiBasilio, Calaveras County. I want to reiterate what Captain Macedo has been saying for the last 6 months at least, and we still support a ban on commercial cannabis at this point in time until we can get a solid ordinance in place. My concerns are for the citizens of the county that, one, don't want the marijuana in their neighborhoods. When we start putting marijuana in rural residential areas, I think it causes a problem. We have areas within the county, manufacturing and whatnot, industrial, that the medical marijuana can go there. I think putting it in rural residential areas is not a good idea. You could have a kid out riding his motorcycle, get too close to a grow, and these folks are going to want to protect their property, and I understand that. I don't want to see what happened in Railroad Flat happen again. We have a processing season that's going to be coming up in August, September. We're a hub right now. As somebody stated, we have Amador, Tuolumne, Alpine, Stanislaus, and San Joaquin County that do not have any medical cannabis. They're all banned. So we are the hub. So these guys are going to be coming up from down below. Understand that county councils put a lot of work into this ordinance. They're having them put up fencing for security reasons, and that's great, but locks only keep honest people out. If these guys want to get in to steal this marijuana, they're going to do that. And I foresee problems. I understand that the board does not want to do a ban, and with that being said, this ordinance is a start. There are a lot of issues within this ordinance that cause me concern, not only for the sheriff's office, but for the planning commission and for co-compliance. We're the ones that are going to have to enforce this. You guys give us the laws. My job is to enforce those laws. There's some things that are in here that need to be repaired so that we can do our job correctly for all the citizens, whether they're growers or whether they are personal people who don't want the grows. I'm going to have Captain Macedo come up and go over some of these items. They're not major items. I know county councils worked diligently on this. They're minor changes, and it's some verbiage. And it's just for clarification, again, for us to be able to do our job correctly. The ordinance that ends up getting put into place down the road, and let me reiterate, marijuana is coming to this county. Whether we do it now or whether we do it later, it's coming. The people have put petitions on the ballot, or they're going to be putting them on the ballot. I think recreational marijuana, personally, I think recreational marijuana is coming. And I think that we need to do something for us. And when I say us, I'm talking about law enforcement and the county to protect ourselves. So an ordinance is the way to go at this point. But there are some things that need to be addressed until we get a final ordinance.
Sheriff?
Yes.
You said that marijuana is coming, whether we like it or not.
Well, it's here. You're right. It's absolutely here. It's been here. I've been in this county since 1978, and it was here in 1978. The issue that we have now is that, as everybody knows, the Sheriff's Department is understaffed. If you put a ban on it, which makes it a little bit easier for me to deal with it with the people that I have, because I know that if I see a marijuana grow, I know it's going to be illegal. If you put this ordinance into place, it gives the sheriff's office the opportunity to maybe employ more personnel to keep people in compliance, and the people that are in compliance, it makes it easier for me to find the people that are not in compliance. So I'm in a quandary. Realistically, I am, because I want to protect the citizens of the county, and to protect the citizens of the county as a whole, they don't want it, okay? There are a handful of people that do want it, that are growing, but they're citizens also. Again, it's a quandary. So take the worst of two evils, I guess. I don't know how you want to put it. This ordinance is a start to help combat the illegal marijuana that's out there, is all I can say.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo from the Sheriff's Office. I'm just going to go through as quickly as I can a list of requested changes. If you could just take note of those and poll the board, and the board can eventually vote at the end of the day, and that way we have clear direction moving forward. I'm going to begin on page 8. I spoke to County Council about this on the phone last night, and I would like to include a definition that includes regulatory oversight, in so much as that it may allow us to recover costs associated with inspections. I'm trying to break down, the process. I mean, there's going to be a cost to county agencies for applications. There's going to be a cost to county agencies for abatement. What I'm concerned about is that we're not going to be able to recover costs for the regulatory oversight, the stuff that occurs in between the application process and the abatement. When we receive complaints and we go out and we find a violation, we're going to notice that person of a violation, tell them to correct that violation, and if that person corrects that violation, that's still going to be a direct and an indirect cost to the sheriff's office, and there's currently not a mechanism in place for us to recover that, especially if us or code enforcement keep going back and forth. Page 10. Specifically, it's the top of page 10, small b, 17.95.165. I'm concerned about those that would allow others to use their property to cultivate marijuana, specifically somebody who would otherwise be prohibited from cultivating marijuana using excuse the term, straw man, or somebody else to cultivate marijuana on their behalf, that it's kind of a false person standing up for them. I want to be able to track down the property owner, so I want to make sure that we have all of the information to be able to reach the landowner within a reasonable amount of time. I don't want to have staff trying to chase down a landowner that may actually live outside of the county or is purposely avoiding the sheriff's office.
What number was that? Sorry, page 10.
Page 10, top of page 10, small b, 17.95.165. Back to page 10 on small e, starts with signed written consent to reasonable compliance inspections by county staff during business hours, excluding holidays. I don't believe we need to delete during business hours and excluding holidays. If we have a violation on a weekend or during a holiday and staff is available, we need to go out and conduct the inspection. Not all violations and crimes occur during business hours and off holidays, so I'd like the ability to respond to those promptly, please.
Captain, do you have a reference on that on page 10?
Yes, page 10, middle of the page, small e.
A2E.
A2E?
Yes.
E?
E is in Edward. E is in Edward.
I'm sorry, but our page numbers don't coincide. Okay, thank you.
Same page, small g. When we circulated this through staff, a comment came back that both patients must reside in Calaveras County. That's a request to the sheriff's office for caregiver grows. We'd like to see that marijuana, if it's going to be cultivated, staying within the county, so we're not dealing with issues of a caregiver caring for somebody who lives outside the county, and us struggling to verify somebody who may live in Southern California or a great distance away, who again may avoid returning our calls. I believe County Council covered this, but it is small I as in Ida. We want to make sure we include the home address and phone number of patient for verification that their recommendation is not stolen or been copied or fraudulently obtained. This was a big issue for us, specifically relating to persons listed who are working in the grow. We want to make sure they're producing a valid identification. And I know that was stated in there clearly, but I want to emphasize not something that we cannot verify.
What letter is that?
I had it listed under P as in Paul, and it does say current valid government-issued photographic ID.
Number P, I believe.
P as in Paul. Page 11, and this is something I just want to clarify for the public that I discussed with County Council. People are going to allow to cultivate marijuana pending their approval of their application. That's a little bit of a concern because those that do not successfully complete that process, somebody's going to have to go out and either notify them and ensure that they're abating and shutting down. So I want to make sure the public's clear that while that application is pending, they're going to be allowed to start cultivating marijuana as the ordinance reads.
What number are you on for that now?
That is large C, page 11.
Is that your page 11?
Yes. Is it? Sorry. I'll try and go by numbers to clarify.
Page 12.
Captain, would you entertain questions on each item or when you're done?
Preferably when I'm done, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Same page, large I as in Ida. The Sheriff's Office is requesting copies of documents that are rejected, registrants that are rejected. Oh, excuse me, let me back up on that. There was a question about notarization and a request, and I believe County Council addressed that in their presentation, and that we are going to get those items notarized, and this is to avoid fake or fraudulent documentation. The 1 mile zone, when I sent that out through staff, and I tend to agree, that is an awful large area. When you're talking about the Butte fire being a mile away, I would request that the board reduce that significantly.
Any suggestions there?
A 1/4 mile was discussed in the office.
A reference number on that one?
I'm sorry, Mike, that's Supervisor Oliver. It's 12, page 12.
And big I?
Large L, registrants of parcels within 1 mile of the perimeter of the Butte fire burn area.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Thank you.
Page 13, the top under 6. Again, we're requesting the names. During the background process, the check shall include the names and contact information of the patients for law enforcement verification. Under the section just below where it says the registration may be denied or invalidated if, we have several comments there. Roman numeral number 3. We want to include misdemeanor crimes of violence as reason for denial.
Is that a defined term in the penal code?
We could define violent. It is actually. Violent crimes are defined, and I think the district attorney is going to talk about those more specifically involving a list. Perjury or providing false information to a peace officer, Section 182, 148.9, 31 CVC, and I can address those later. Human trafficking. We also want to exclude any documented gang members from being able to cultivate. Moving forward to page 14, small d as in David. So we are still working on the same number, same code. Section D, it states a signed contract with a medical cannabis dispensary or distributor. Again, we want that to include the name, address, and phone number of the person who executed the contract, and that contract we must be able to verify that. Again, we're trying to avoid fake or false or fraudulent contracts. Same page, number 4. Again, we're on page 14. It says the registrant must demonstrate either current compliance or the intent to comply with all water quality. We'd like the word intent deleted. We're not sure why there is the intent. I think anybody can say they were intending to comply with something. Moving forward to page 15, the minimum parcel size for an outdoor mixed-light commercial medical cannabis site. I can tell you we received a lot of calls from the public over the last 2 weeks, upset about the entire medical cannabis issue in general, and people discussed the 2-acre site. I realize there's some setbacks, which I'll address in a moment, but it was recommended through staff in our office that site be a minimum of 4 acres. I can tell you the public asked for it to be in excess of 20 acres. Obviously, that's a decision the board's going to have to make. Moving forward to page 16. This is section 17.95.170. It's titled Invalidation of Medical Cannabis Cultivation Site Registration. Section A, registration of a medical cannabis cultivation site pursuant to this chapter may be invalidated by the planning director for any of the following reasons. And basically the staff at the sheriff's office wants those denied applications to be sent to them immediately so we can ensure that if we receive any complaints, we know that those folks have already been denied so we can act quickly. Under that same section, under number 2, other violations of state or local law occurring on any parcel. I noticed federal law was left out. I think federal law needs to be included in there, especially if you have somebody who has a history of federal crimes relating to polluting the environment. So I'm not sure why federal law, maybe perhaps because how it relates to marijuana. If you want to exclude marijuana, that's fine, but federal law should be included. And then I have a question on the zoning, page 17, 17.95.180, cultivation types. Maybe I'm missing it, but where is rural residential? Are you allowing outdoor cultivation in rural residential?
It's on the chart. It's on the chart.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm 100% clear. You're wanting to allow cultivation in RR.
That was the direction of the board in February. The chart was directly taken from that direction from February and put in each and every one of the urgency ordinances that have come forward since, and that hasn't changed.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Council. Subsequent meetings, has that changed?
No. The direction that the board gave us in February, we crafted this chart. This is based on the direction that the board gave us in February. The urgency ordinance that was brought forward on the 12th mirrored the direction as far as the zoning, mirrored the direction that the board gave us in February. We haven't changed anything. This is the exact same chart. So we have not changed any of the zoning designations that the board directed staff to include for outdoor or indoor in this urgency ordinance. It's the same as the board's direction.
Mine is commercial.
That was the board's direction.
At that time.
We can change it.
Sure.
Correct. The board can change
Yeah,
any of this.
I don't see outdoor in mine.
Yeah, outdoor
we missing
R1 is not on the chart. That's why we're asking.
It's not, because R1 is different than RR. RR is rural residential. R1 is a single-family residential.
No, I understand that.
Go to page 18.
My understanding, my question is for personal and caregiver grows. You have nothing in there. I just want to make sure that they're covered for personal and or caregiver grows that they can do. Are they going to be able to do outdoor in R1?
According to the chart in the ordinance, there is rural residential to the fourth.
Oh, okay, you have a different document than I do then.
You clearly have a different document. I just compared mine with Julie's, so there's...
Outdoor medical, RR residential, personal use, RR.
Okay, but I thought R1 was...
R1 is only allowed in indoor. R1 is right here, and it's only allowed in indoor.
That's what I want a clarification on. Indoor residential is only allowed indoor, is not allowed outdoor.
They're allowed in both. They're allowed to register. Personal caregivers are allowed to register in the RR zone for outdoor and mixed use and indoor. R1 is only allowed to grow and register in an indoor. Yeah. R1 is not allowed in outdoor or mixed use or mixed lighting.
Page 19. 17.95.220, summary abatement, section B. The enforcement official shall make reasonable efforts to notify the owner and or the alleged violator, and no summary abatement shall occur prior to consultation with the Office of County Counsel. With all due respect to County Counsel, we'd like the ability to act, so we'd like that part stricken.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, it says the enforcement official shall make reasonable efforts to notify the owner and or the alleged violator, and no summary abatement shall occur prior to consultation with the Office of County Counsel. So, Supervisor Wright, from time to time we happen upon an exigent circumstance that may not necessarily qualify as a crime. We'd like the ability to abate it immediately for safety. With weekends and after hours sometimes. Under the fines, administrative fine amount, same page, page 19, 17.95.230. The fine of $1,000 a day, we talked to staff about that. We believe that needs to be increased to $5,000 per day per violation. And then with respect to backgrounds, we would like every grower to have a background check be completed, not just specifically commercial and caregiver.
I would just like to point out, this is the first time that I've heard that you would like to increase the fine. The $1,000 fine is actually, the dollar amount is something that is addressed in an AG opinion, and it limits per violation to $1,000. So typically, we have seen other jurisdictions that have had fines of $1,000 per violation per day. So, but from my experience, they have not actually enforced that or collected that. The jurisdictions that have $1,000 per day have successfully enforced and collected those fines. But the actual dollar amount, I do not believe that we could increase the dollar amount of to $5,000 per violation based on the AG opinion.
So you asked for our opinion. We provided you with our requests and our opinion for board's consideration. I'm not interested in debating or arguing the issue right now. I think we've been through this 3 times. We went through the ordinance. Those are our recommendations at this point. I'll certainly take any questions you may have.
I have a question about you wanted to be able to better track the landlord in what they have to provide in the application. So, and I just wanted to know what your suggestions are in addition to what we've already asked them to provide.
So when I looked at your PowerPoint today, you had a slide up there that involved the information you wanted to collect from certain individuals. Mm-hmm. If that information on the slide was more robust than what's in the ordinance, then I'm good with it. But we want to have a valid address, full name, phone number, the ability to contact somebody without having to drive to San Diego or send a detective, or call another agency to go to San Diego or someplace far away that we're not reasonably going to go to at great cost to verify that it's not a straw person or a fraudulent document.
So
That's what we're trying to
name,
do.
phone number, address.
Valid address.
Okay. So there's nothing else besides what we've mentioned on the slide so that you can think of?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Peter?
Yes?
Are we moving forward with the overlay? APN number overlay and populating that?
Are you talking about the aerial photography or ability to, yes, we're working with admin and the tech services to get up-to-date aerial imagery, satellite imagery that's recent, I mean, as of today, tomorrow, whenever, so that we can verify, so we're not relying upon something provided to us. We need to get quotes, we need to, but that imagery is available to us, and it's just a matter of cost and acquiring that.
So, and the other part of that, I think we discussed it in the meeting, was that we can overlay that with a GIS map, having APN numbers for each of the properties, and populate that with all the information that's supplied that we get with through the application process.
We will be able to integrate that with our GIS system and all the data that we have. The issue I think that the sheriff's bringing up is the fact that property ownership changes. We don't necessarily get that right away. The information that we require on the application is that they provide us certified, notarized documents that say this is the current owner, and they're required to update us within 72 hours if it changes. If someone sells it, if someone is trying to defraud the county, and they've gone through all the steps that we require as far as notarizing the signatures and signing under perjury, I don't know what else we can require to prevent that. But the documentation that we require has to, and we will do whatever we can to verify, looking at deeds, looking at the data that we have through the assessor's office to verify ownership.
Right. So what I'm saying though is, I think Captain Macedo's concerned about finding information fairly quickly when he needs to.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we're going to go after this, what we're talking about here with the being able to populate that in that way, it would be very quick and easy for them to identify who has what they're doing and who isn't legal. Just from going and finding that information out right through the GIS.
Can I address that?
To the degree that it's current.
Yeah.
So the issues that I brought before you today aren't arbitrarily Jim Macedo's issues. These are real-world problems we have faced based upon marijuana growth. People trying to avoid, identification of who's really responsible, and in cases who's profiting, and in cases who's committing criminal acts. The longer the investigation goes or the compliance check goes, there's a cost to that. The easier it is for us to find out who's responsible and verify and validate, then we move on. We move on to the next complaint or the next case. The longer it takes. So a lot of what I'm asking for are assurances to expedite that process. A lot of these issues have occurred recently, within the last year or two, that people this is what they're doing. This is how they're gaming the system now. So I'm trying to get ahead of those. And, when we review these ordinances, we're planning for that to address it. I realize that may make some people uncomfortable, but the reality is that's what's happened in the county, and that's what's brought us here. Specifically with the GIS, because we've used that for a variety of cases. The information is very limited on those. Sometimes it's just a P.O. box. Sometimes it's a P.O. box in the Bay Area. And there's no way to track down, somebody immediately. We've had several issues where we're trying to contact landowners. So while I'm in support of increasing technology, and that'll help us, that's not a be-all, end-all. I'm in much more support of the forms that we're drafting that people are actually going to have to sign and attest to. Again, assuming they comply and they're being honest and forthright with the information they're providing.
I have a question. I didn't hear your last statement about background checks.
We discussed this, and we want background checks for all growers as part of the registration process.
Okay, and that is in here. from my understanding.
It's included for commercial and caregiver grows. It is, background checks are not required for personal grows because they're growing for themselves, for their own personal use.
Okay. No other questions? I'll let the district attorney.
Thank you. Captain, you're going to remain, we do have some discussion afterwards with the board, I take it?
Well, you had questions for me.
Oh, I can start with about 30. I don't want to take up the board of young folks' time with that, but I do have issues I need to discuss on the board.
I was just putting my book down.
No, you can proceed.
Oh, thank you. Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I'm going to start with the background checks for the applicants because that's where we just left off. I'm assuming that it is just a typo that's going to be fixed later, but 17, 95, 165, and 14. It looks like a cut and paste perhaps for the mirrored section for the personal and the primary caregiver grows. It specifies backgrounds on caregiver medical cannabis. It does not say commercial. So I'm just assuming that's a cut and paste that would be fixed later. Because obviously we do think it's very important to have the background checks on the commercial grows.
That was one of our clarifiers.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping. But drilling down on that, the same section, N14A, small ii, it accepts drug activities relating to cannabis. My issue with that is that this would essentially allow someone with prior sales and manufacturing and marijuana dealings to have to be able to register. I referenced the BMP code that I believe Julie Moss Lewis referenced during the presentation, that this structure was mirrored on 19323B5A, and that does not exclude cannabis as one of the controlled substances. So I'm not sure exactly why we are excluding cannabis as one of the controlled substances. My request is specifically to strike out that language. I believe it's at the end of the sentence. I'm referring to board packet, page 122, and again, this is N14A, small ii. The sheriff finds that the applicant has felony convictions for the legal possession for sale, manufacturing, transportation, or cultivation of a controlled substance other than cannabis. My request is to strike out the other than cannabis language. I think that should be included because if you leave that language in there, what you're saying is that someone with a prior conviction for a butane honey oil, just like the one that exploded the other day in Tuolumne County. Somebody with a prior conviction for 11361, dealing to kids, using kids to deal marijuana, would be allowed to have the registration for the commercial grow. It also means someone with a prior conviction for selling marijuana on a school ground, playground, daycare center, church, would be allowed to register. So I strongly am asking that that language be stricken. Drilling down to the next section, III, limiting disqualifiers to the violent or serious offenses. And I realize that that language is in the MMRSA, but we can make it more restrictive, and I am urging you to make it more restrictive. Some of you may have heard me say this before. Violent and serious doesn't mean what you think it means. It doesn't mean what you want it to mean. It means very specifically a set list of crimes that are listed in the Penal Code, 1192.7 and 667.5. If you keep the language as it is, what that means is that you are fine with someone having someone being able to grow commercial cannabis in our county who has a prior conviction for a felon with a firearm, someone who has a prior conviction for possessing body-piercing ammo during the commission of a felony, someone who has a prior conviction for having a loaded gun with the intent to commit a felony, someone who has a prior conviction for 14810, that's resisting an officer resulting in death or great bodily injury, PC 69, that's threatening and resisting or deterring an officer with threat or violence, 2800.2 of the Vehicle Code, resisting, evading an officer causing injury, animal cruelty, animal torture, dog fighting, brandishing a weapon, assault with a deadly weapon with assault with force likely to cause great bodily injury, involuntary manslaughter. None of these are serious or violent offenses under the Penal Code, which is why I feel very strongly that language needs to be adjusted. Penal Code Section 140, threat of violence due to assistance with prosecution. Domestic violence, child abuse, battery with serious bodily injury, multiple DUIs, DUIs with injury, sexual battery with forcible restraint. How about a 290 registrant?
Should we just say felony convictions?
Yes, please.
Is that what you're asking?
I am, but I'm also getting to the misdemeanors as well. I do have a longer list, but if you've gotten my message, then we'll move on. And also for prior misdemeanors. Some of those crimes that I mentioned are what we call wobblers. They can be felonies or misdemeanors. So, for instance, having a loaded gun with the intent to commit a felony, that can actually be a misdemeanor. Unlawfully carrying a concealed firearm, domestic violence, sexual battery, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, or just annoying or molesting a child. Additionally, at 290 can also be a misdemeanor conviction. Luring minors for lewd purposes. These are all misdemeanors, so they're not serious or violent felonies under the law, but I think they are serious enough that we should be concerned, and we need to broaden that language. The MMRSA does allow us to broaden that language. If you do not broaden it, you are saying that these people with these types of convictions are okay to register with the county for the commercial growing. So my specific request is, I believe the Sheriff's Office already asked for this, but I want to be clear that I do think the background should apply not only to the applicant. I believe they should apply to managers, security, and employees that are present at the cultivation site. Specifically with the subsection II, cross out that language at the end that excludes cannabis. And for 3, my suggested language is any felony or misdemeanor conviction. I think there could be a case-by-case exception as determined by the Sheriff's Office. You know, there could be a very old misdemeanor that doesn't seem to be related, and they feel it is not going to cause a huge risk. But I think we need to flip it. I don't think we need to narrow ourselves with just the serious and violent felonies. And the same language would be suggested for 17.95, .965, and 6A, II, and III. It's the caregiver one. It's the cut-and-paste issue.
Ms. Hughes, I can't write as fast as you speak. I just wanted to know,
I was limited to 3 minutes.
If the board were to ask,
yeah, I'll try to slow down.
If the board were to direct a change, and we were going to run back and do it, do you have a definition prepared? Was there I didn't understand if there was, is there a penal code definition of violent misdemeanor?
I think what's best is just to simply state any felony or misdemeanor conviction, and you can have a case-by-case exception as determined by the Sheriff's Office.
Any misdemeanor?
Yes.
That's pretty broad, I think.
It is broad, but I think when you try to define it further, you end up with an issue because of the terms of art that we deal with in the criminal law. Well, a DUI, multiple DUIs. It's not a felony until you're 4th.
That's a lot different than a speeding ticket.
Well, speeding ticket would be an infraction. That's an infraction. I'm sorry?
If you don't pay your warrant, if you don't pay your speeding ticket, your traffic fine, it goes to the court, and they put a warrant out for your arrest.
It's still an infraction.
Just an infraction?
Yeah, it's still an infraction.
It's not a misdemeanor.
It's not a misdemeanor. Do you have something you need to tell us?
The fact that he didn't show up in regard to a warrant is a misdemeanor, but the fact that he committed an infraction is still an infraction.
Well, so it's a misdemeanor if I don't show up for my warrant? I mean, misdemeanor seems like a big, in my mind, a misdemeanor is a huge category that we may,
Well, it is a huge category, but you have to remember there are a lot of crimes that, just because they're a misdemeanor doesn't mean they're not a serious crime. A violation of a court order, domestic violence. Okay.
I mean, is that not all misdemeanors are really bad crimes?
That's correct.
Yes, and you're saying, well, there's an exception. Some misdemeanors should really be bad crimes. So, I think there does need to be a little bit more than case by case, because then you're going to have the sheriff over there going, well, is that misdemeanor? I don't know. That's going to be a real interesting judgment call.
Well, you either trust their judgment or you don't trust their judgment. They're
supportive.
supportive.
The judgment. I'm just saying it puts a lot of additional burden on the sheriff's office to do this.
I think it does. And I did not discuss this particular request with them, but limiting it to the violent and serious felonies is just way on the other extreme. And I just don't, and if you're fine with that, I get it, but I think it's really important to understand what it means.
Would it be feasible just to
because I understand what you're going after. Violence against kids, entrapping kids, basically, getting them involved. Other misdemeanors that could be on the borderline of just because they didn't get convicted for it doesn't mean they didn't do it type thing. Is there a way that you can break out those more violent or more serious misdemeanors?
Well, I know what I think about that. I'm not the one out enforcing it, so I would actually want some input from the sheriff's office. Off the top of my head, misdemeanors involving crimes against the person, misdemeanors involving children. 272, contributing to delinquency of a minor because we've got somebody who's buying the beer or giving them pot. Right. We have cases like that. We have them all the time. Is that the type of person that you want getting a permit and registering to operate a commercial operation? Maybe you do, but it's so trying to figure out how to encompass enough. It's that's tough. But that would just be off the top of my head a way you could possibly word it. But once again, I would want to see some input from the sheriff's office on that. Not to completely put them on the spot right now, but crimes against persons, crimes involving children, or that they're a threat to the public. Right. And then you can have a debate on what's that. Some people think DUIs are a threat to the public. Some people don't really. So, right? Yeah. Those are my suggestions on that section. Okay, so turning to 19.95.165 and 3, the demonstrable steps towards the development of commercial operation. This is page 120 of the board packet. I am strongly opposed to the wide latitude given in this section. And, and I can understand wanting to work with the growers that have been here for a very long time.
Excuse me. One more time on the reference section. You spoke past 20.
I'm really trying to talk slow. Okay, 1.9.
Our pages don't coincide, unfortunately.
Oh, this was from the board packet. I'm sorry.
Okay.
19.95.
17, I think, isn't it?
17.
165.
Yeah, 17.95.
17.
There
and 3.
we go.
Sorry about that. I had 19. Okay, there you go. 17. Okay, so it's N3.
Page 14 in our
And like I said, I understand the motivation and the desire to work with the growers who have been here for a long time, the hidden growers, and even perhaps some of the newer growers in the last couple of years who have come here and tried to do everything right and pay their taxes. But I really am having a hard time understanding why the people who have come here, just very recently with the green rush, on speculation, why we're giving them what I would consider special treatment. They chose to invest here. They chose to take the risk before the rules were in place. We don't have these special rules yet. We're going through the EIR. Who knows what's going to happen with that? So I just don't understand the breadth of this section and what's being allowed. The document itself, I feel, is internally inconsistent because, one of the goals is to protect the environment by halting the new growth, but we're allowing growth that hasn't occurred before. If you can establish your connection to a piece of property and you've moved some earth and you've bought some equipment, environmental impacts is not my area, but it seems to me very doubtful that the only impacts we're going to see from commercial operation is just grading. It just seems to me that we're going to be seeing more. We're going to be seeing impacts to the water. What are we seeing with the ground with pesticides? How about the roads? How about everything else that's going to come out through the EIR? We do not have that yet. And so the 510 cutoff and the low standards seem to me to make it wide open to commercial operations that were not here before without having any real idea about what those impacts are going to be because the EIR is not done yet. My request is specific with that section, 17, 95, 165, and 3. My request would be to delete subdivision A in its entirety, delete subdivision K in its entirety, and delete the language at the front of the section, which states at least one. I think it should be all. I think it should be all items B through J that are required. My understanding is that would possibly result in about 10 or 20 people being able to qualify. That doesn't sound inappropriate. My understanding is that should there be an open registration, we are talking between 200 to 500 people coming forward to register. Okay. Julie, did you want my specific language on that?
If you have a copy of specific language, that would be great.
It's just a delete N and delete K.
Oh, yeah, no, I got that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And turning to 1795-200 B. This is the misdemeanor section. I did have some problems with the language. However, County Council clarified it a little bit earlier on. I still have some issues with the language. Because of certain issues with this, it's brand new. What does registration mean? Does registration mean they've sent their paperwork in? Does it mean application pending? I think there's going to be some issues with that in enforcement. Who's responsible? Is it the property owner, operator, employee, applicant only? And it certainly, of course, it leaves out personal violations, violation of personal growth and caregiver growth. Regardless of the difficulties of enforcing this section, my office clearly has insufficient resources to handle these cases. The other thing is that the administrative penalties are much higher. So while I have concerns about the misdemeanor section, I do see that the administrative penalties are higher, and I'm hopeful that the agencies that will be in charge of pursuing the administrative penalties have enough support to do so. County Council and I had a very brief discussion about this. I was informed of this section being added last Friday during a phone call that was being cut out as she was rushing somewhere and I was rushing somewhere. We did have a brief discussion that should there be an influx of cases, perhaps I could deputize one of the county councils to take that case forward. We haven't resolved that, but I believe that is still on the table. I do want to be very clear, though, that any fines or fees that result from any of these prosecutions cannot go towards staff. When you're prosecuting criminal cases, you can't have two masters. You can't have your paycheck or your job contingent upon you getting filing cases and winning. It's unethical to do that. So if we are going to go down that road, it's something that would need to be supported regardless of the results. The other thing to remember is that any fines or fees that result from a criminal case do not go to the county unless there was some special provision for that. That would be something that would have to be dealt with another day. They go to the state, and wherever else is, they go. They do not go to my office, and they do not go to the county. The timing of the registration period of May 10th to June 30th, with the second deadline of September 7th for the different parts of the registration, the Water Quality Control Board, and I believe Ms. Moss-Lewis mentioned 4 different documents that had to be submitted and completed by 9/7. I think that is going to be a very tight timeline. Again, it's not my office that has to go out and make this happen. It's planning, it's code, it's the sheriff's office. And I'm kind of having a hard time seeing how, without knowing especially how many grows we're talking about, they're going to be able to do that in such a short period of time. From 9/8 till harvest. So my suggestion is that we build in something else with the registration process. Because if you can't go out and look at what's going on and then pre-harvest and then post-harvest, so you know what's being processed and being sent out, that you can later look and see, did that get sold to the right place? Did it go to an actual dispensary? Did it go to kids? And did they pay taxes on it? You're only going to know what those amounts are if you're out there. So I really feel strongly that they have to have the ability, which means staffing and time and resources, to go out right before harvest, right after harvest to see what's being packaged up, and then we can follow the paper trail and the money afterwards. So, because if you can't, then it's really it's really a farce. So my suggestion, my specific suggestion to deal with this, it's just my idea, would be that part of the registration requirement is for the commercial grower to sign up with code, planning, sheriff's office, whoever else is going to be going out for a very specific pre-harvest inspection and a post-harvest inspection. It should be first come, first serve. If there's going to be 500 sites, can these departments really go out twice, pre-harvest and post-harvest, to 500 sites during that window of time? I don't know if they can or not, but I think that's very important. Otherwise, we're just throwing it all out there. Is it 1,000? We don't know exactly what's going to happen between now and June 30th, and then again, September 7th. I have a hard time grasping, or seeing in my head, can they do it? And it's no reflection on the actual staff. It's just the resources. Code compliance, I think they've got 3 code officers right now. But code officers don't grow on trees. It's going to take a process. That's a process to get people in place and the staffing in order to accomplish it. But that's my specific suggestion, that we add that to the registration. Otherwise, there's no checks and balances on the system. And again, my suggestion is a pre-harvest inspection to show the amounts. And they cannot harvest without that pre-harvest inspection. And they know when they're going to harvest. It's all planned out. I mean, it's commercial and it's a business plan, and they're looking at the weather, they're looking at all these different factors. So they should know approximately when they're going to harvest. And then a post-harvest inspection to show the amounts processed for sale. When the MMRSA is fully in effect, they will be having to do this sort of activity anyway, because all the marijuana has to be tracked with unique identifiers. So I don't think this is asking too much. And again, after the sales are done, they should have to present sales receipts reflecting these amounts, and then taxes on the amounts. And if this is not all matched up, there should be an additional fine in accord with the unaccounted for product. Finally, I do believe that the registration fee should be increased. I understand that it's a hardship for some people, but I think it needs to be increased by size of grow. I don't understand why a 5,000 plant operation is the same fee as a 10,000, as a 22,000. They should go up in price. I don't know what liquor licenses cost, but I think they're a lot higher than that. So, I'd leave it to county council and planning, I guess, to figure out how much more is justified. But logically speaking, if you have a larger grow, it's going to take more work. So, I think it's supported, and I think it's logical to increase the registration fee based on size. It just makes sense because the profits will be greater. Thank you.
I do have a quick question for you. The Sheriff's Office talked about how they are still supporting a ban.
Yes.
Is that your position as well?
It is because it's easier to enforce, and that's just the plain fact of it. It just is, we've seen what's happened, it's gotten out of control, but it is easiest to enforce. However, I understand the board's direction, I understand the board's leanings, and this is not an easy decision. If it's a matter of doing nothing, because you don't feel that you can ban it, then the specific items that were addressed by the Sheriff's Office, I would support those, and also my suggested changes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other staff?
Kevin?
Kevin Wright, Agricultural Commission. Back on February 16th, I said you need to be careful to be careful with your planning, because when you're going down a road and you don't know where you're going, if you don't have a good plan, you might not get there. And that's where we were back in February 16th. But I am in support of this emergency ordinance that we have in front of us today, because there's been a lot of improvement and a lot of thought that's gone into it, and a lot of collaboration with all sides. From the Sheriff's Office, we've seen him at the table. We've seen the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance at the table, Planning Department, county council, just about everybody has had a chance to comment and put in their 2 cents. And this is what we have today. The strength of what we have today is that it provides a source of revenue for enforcement. And I said this back on February 16th, that we didn't have an enforcement and we need to have an ordinance that has strength in some revenues so that we can provide a couple of offices for the sheriff, a couple of offices for code compliance, maybe one for the ag department, whoever. But no, it would be nice, especially if you're going to go out and do pre and post harvests. We might know where those places are. But so that being said, I think we need to start someplace. And I think what we have is a good place to start. This is not the final ordinance or how things may look 2 years from now when the state comes in, but it is a start, and we need to start. And we need to start because we need to have enforcement people that are out in the field and looking to see what's going on. Without the ordinance, we're not going to have a safer place. We're going to have less law and order because we won't have those 2 officers out there to see what's going on. We won't have code compliance. We won't have the revenues to check it out. The other thing, and we won't have the growers with the buy-in. We'll have everybody hiding, and we'll have everybody growing in places where they're going to get burned out again. So I don't want to get into the minutia of what we should have. We've already kind of compromised, come to the best solution that we can have. I agree with some of the things the sheriff had to say. I think we should listen to him because he's the one that's carrying the heavy load. A couple of minor details. As far as the Williamson Act things, I did talk with the people at the Conservation Department. They indicated to me that they were not going to ban marijuana grows on Williamson Act properties. So the way we have it written is just fine with me. Well, we're not allowing it as a crop, but if it happens to be on a
Okay, so we're going to continue with public comment. In hopes that we'll be through with public comment pretty soon, so we can get on with what we're going to get on with here. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Ready to start?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Frank Bender. I'm a grower for my personal use.
Hang on a second.
Medically growing for 3 years.
Let's keep it down, please. We can't hear. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been growing medically for 3 years for my personal use. I have a little less than 1 acre, and I'm just wondering what is going to happen to people like me that don't have the 2 acres, the 5 acres. I'm not a big-time grower. I grow for myself for personal use for medical. I've had all my notes for the last 3 years. I'm halfway through harvest. I'm looking for an answer. What do I do to the end of harvest to be in compliance? I'm all about your regulations. If I have to, I'll follow regulations for whatever I need to do. I want to be a team player. I'm not here to start trouble. I just need the product for my service. So if you're not giving 1 acre things, where are my rights as a landowner? That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Liberty. I've lived here for 25 years. I've worked in social services most of my life. I've been legally cultivating cannabis in Calaveras County since I had rheumatoid arthritis. I fully support this urgency ordinance, even though it will have a significant negative impact on my family. Like many others, we lost our home and garden in the Butte fire. Under the new ordinance, 90% of our old garden will be out of compliance due to its proximity to an unoccupied empty lot next to ours. Likewise, the $1,000 yurt that I purchased and installed just over a month ago is now useless. Under a proposed ordinance, we do have the option of relocating our garden to a different spot on our property. If we choose to do so, we will need to shield it from sight due to the new location. We would also have to do additional grading, buy an RV, hook up a septic, fence a new garden. These changes would cost approximately $20,000, most of which we would need to borrow. We haven't yet decided if it's realistic or wise. It is a very real possibility that we may simply have to take the loss on several $1,000s that we have already invested in this year on a grow that was compliant for the last few years, but now suddenly finds itself out of the rules. Despite all of this, I urge you to pass the ordinance. Even though it's not what's best for my personal situation, it's what's best for the community as a whole. The lines need to be drawn somewhere, and they're going to exclude certain people no matter where they're drawn. I regret that a person like me ended up on the other side of that line, but I will abide by the ordinance when passed. Please don't make it any stricter, as it looks like I may need a job and a place to work, but please pass it. I want to close with a rather delicate issue. Please take it in the informational spirit in which it is intended. I have been attending these meetings regularly. I have noticed something that I think is worth noting. The group opposed to regulation appears to be a rather homogeneous group, composed primarily of retired folks who reside up the Highway 4 corridor. This is not a slight. There is nothing wrong with a retirement or Highway 4 corridor. However, the pro-regulation group appears to be comprised of people from all ages and all walks of life. While District 2 is heavily represented, that has changed as time has gone on. When I look at the pro-regulation group, I see a varied group of people with little in common other than the fact that they grow cannabis and they vote. I think that's saying something. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Tom Liberty. I would like to quote a passage from the findings portion of the proposed ordinance in reference to widespread cultivation in Calaveras. And I quote, "The county has long had insufficient resources to bring code enforcement or nuisance actions against the vast majority of these cultivation sites," unquote. The reason we do not have these resources is because cultivation has been unregulated. Under the new state law, our county now has the means to fund robust enforcement of unregulated cannabis grows, all paid for by those growers working within a strongly regulated system. This is an extremely emotional issue. When we cut through all the fear, anger, and apprehension, we are left with some facts. One has already been pointed out. Cannabis has been grown here for a long time. It will be grown here. And the only way to fund the mitigation of any harm that this industry brings is to tax and regulate it. Approval, this is important, approval of this ordinance is not the equivalent of approval for cannabis. And don't let those who oppose it tell you any different. Our country has a long tradition of controlling the influence of certain industries through regulation and taxation. And our history has also shown that this approach is always more successful than prohibition. Before I sit down, this is very, very touchy. I'm probably going to be sorry I said it, but I think it has to be said. I've been on record now, public record, for years as being a strong supporter of law enforcement, and that has not changed. At the same time, I feel that it needs to be pointed out when vested interests come up that because of the war on drugs, nobody has more of a vested interest in how this turns out than law enforcement. And I think that should be kept in mind when their suggestions are taken into accord, which I think is fair to take those suggestions. But keep in mind where this country has been for the last 50 years. And I think that that's important. Thank you.
Hello, my name is William Wilson. I'm a local grower. I've been here since 2010. We've grown personally. We look to grow commercially. I would agree with this urgency ordinance, but suggest that the board consider making certain changes. Under section 17.95.165, section M, 6.1, I, and I, restricts anyone convicted of a felony not connected with marijuana from being able to grow their medicine or grow commercially. These people have done their time. They've done their parole. They've done their probation. Are they not now citizens again? Can't they be corrected from making a mistake or forgiven? Background checks are done all the time. If I file a bankruptcy, 7 years, maybe we could have it where anyone convicted of a felony in the past 7 years, still on parole or on probation, then be banned from having a commercial or a caregiver permit. The other section that I feel is unwarranted is section 17.95.250, fees, where the commercial cannabis cultivation site is required to pay $5,000 by June 30th. This places a large burden on people with fixed income that are retired. I don't have a can of cash buried in the yard of $100 bills. I wish I did. Then it'd be no problem. Possibly there could be a fee structure or a tier structure, much like the water board or the MMRS. Say tier 1 at $1,000, tier 2 at $2,500, and tier 3 would be somewhere around $5,000 or $10,000. If I have $500,000 invested in my grow, $10,000 is a drop in the bucket. Anyway, thank you for your time and your consideration in this matter, and I hope you do pass this ordinance, even though it's got certain things we could still make better.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Seichu, and I am a business owner and registered voter from District 1. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, the Board of Supervisors, for your time and for all the hard work and effort that each of you have put forth into making this urgency ordinance possible for our county. The thorough and completeness of the detailed requirements listed in the ordinance speak volumes for the thoughtfulness and careful consideration that each of you have given to the matter in order to ensure that any and all concerns or issues from cultivators and non-cultivators alike were given equal weight, thought, and measure. This is a true testament to your leadership, and for that, I, along with many others here in our county, commend you. We are immensely proud to have such exceptional leaders such as yourselves. With the position that the state has already taken to legalize cannabis cultivation, we thank you for being forward-thinking and for having the ability to see the economic potentials of what this newly emerging industry could bring for our county. The rest of California is watching us very closely and taking note. Therefore, not only are you setting precedents here today with this well-thought-out and well-drafted urgency ordinance, but you are also setting a standard for other county leaders throughout the state of California to aspire to. Additionally, as stakeholder number one within this emerging industry here in our county, you will become the control gatekeepers who will potentially revolutionize best practices and set a benchmark for other counties and states to follow. We fully support you, and we fully support this urgency ordinance, and we strongly believe that you have made the right decision here today to consider regulating cannabis cultivation, and therefore consequently placing our county at the forefront of this emerging industry. We recognize the magnitude of the responsibilities attached to this, and we want to ensure you, the Board of Supervisors, that we are willing and able to work diligently, and we promise to not let you down. We will make the necessary sacrifices to prove ourselves because we want to earn an official and legitimate place within our community. We understand that there may be challenges along the way. However, we believe that such challenges will only serve to provide building blocks and lessons learned to further strengthen our county's position in this newly emerging industry. With the utmost respect and sincere gratitude, I, along with many others in our county, thank you again for your willingness to listen to all of the voices within our community. And more importantly, we thank you again for your leadership in making possible what we are about to achieve here today. We firmly believe that we are making history here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Brian Miller. I am from Railroad Flat. I've lived there 28 years. Been growing medical cannabis since it became legal. First off, I want to thank the Board, County Council, and the Planning Department for all the work they put into this. It has been a long road. How this ordinance affects me, I am on 2.5 acres in Railroad Flat. The 75-foot setbacks, I lose almost half of my grow. That being said, I still think this ordinance is a great ordinance. I am ready to sign up for your program and many others like me as soon as you pass this. I urgently urge you guys to unanimously pass this today. Thank you very much.
Hi, Brian Lopez. I've been up in Mountain Ranch for 38 years. Just to make it short, I agree with what Brian said. I think we need an ordinance. I've had to work out of this county for years. I'm a builder. I work for a lot of these guys in the industry now. And if they go, I think I'm going to go too. I don't have nothing else to build. Nobody's building back up, and everybody's leaving. We're burned up. I just believe this urgency ordinance needs to go through today. I know we've been working on it. I know you guys have been working on it. These guys have been working on it for a long time. And I just wanted to make my voice heard. Thanks for your time.
Of course, as soon as I get up here, I forget how to work my computer. Sorry.
You do that every time?
Every time.
Clock's running. You have an off switch upper left.
Can you please reset Kaz's clock? He's obviously an important member of this.
I'm pretty sure they were joking, guys. I think we're okay. It's all right. Okay. Okay, now I got it. All right. Okay, so I'm just going to have to squint, I suppose. It's a little bit frozen. Okay. Kaz Tomaszewski, Executive Director of the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. Before I begin the speech, I'd like to say, in the past, this board has allowed representatives of the pro and anti-cannabis sides to come up and speak for extended periods of time. I know that you guys may discuss any changes to this ordinance today, and I would like to request that it be considered that we be able to come up and talk about changes to this document. What we have here pushes growers to the limit of what we can do on the timeline being proposed. My primary concern with this is that it is a functional, sustainable program, and we are on a lot of lines with this as it is, so take it as you will. I think that a lot of suggestions given by the Sheriff's Office were by and large extremely reasonable. I think that a lot of the suggestions given by the DA show a worrying ignorance of how our industry functions. That in spirit, many of these suggestions are understandable, but some of them simply would not work. I would love a chance to comment on some of those later if you think it appropriate. Last week, I was invited by a county working group to lend an industry perspective to the process of developing an urgency ordinance. As part of that process, I had the privilege of talking at length with concerned citizen Sandy. I also talked to Rick DeVasilio, Jim Macedo, These conversations were difficult in the beginning, as you can imagine. There was a lot of concerns I was hearing for the first time, and it became immediately apparent that if we were going to have a legitimate place in this community, that we were going to have to sacrifice more than I had initially imagined. It was immediately apparent that our neighbors needed greater setbacks. There were concerns about the largest cultivation licenses in MRSA, growing on smaller parcels. They needed guards against noise and light pollution. They needed their growing neighbors to be approached by the county whether or not they were complained upon. The ordinance you were considering addresses all those things. In comparison with the permanent ordinance, the urgency ordinance increases setbacks by 2.5 times, reduces the allowed cultivation area of any parcel by almost half, cuts our cultivation canopy size in half, imposes a minimum parcel size, requires lights to be covered, generators to be placed in insulated sheds, requires business licenses, registration with the Board of Equalization, all these things within 4 months. It involves mandatory registration. If you're on the outside of that, you don't make it, you are illegal, irreconcilably, permanently. Growers that do not register in the allotted time period will be disallowed from taking part in the industry from this point forward. Long story short, it's not going to be easy on us. This is going to be between $15,000 and $100,000 per parcel for us. We're willing to do it. There are people that are getting cut out, people I know. Some of the hardest conversations I've ever had in my life I've had in the past 72 hours on this. And this is a huge sacrifice. There's people that stayed home to not get up here and cry and tell you about what this is doing to them because they understand it's about a community. This is not easy, but we understand it is necessary. The county needs something that works. This has the funding, it has the enforcement. Maybe it needs to be tweaked a little, but we know. Thank you for your time.
Good evening now. Wow. I first came before the Board of Supervisors on February 16th of this year regarding cannabis cultivation. And at that time, I knew few in the industry and even less about what it meant to be a cultivator. I came before you again on the 12th to address the same issue. Between those 2 dates, I had the pleasure of meeting personally with Kaz and learned more about what it meant to farm cannabis. As Kaz and I talked, I realized there was a very thin line between those who responsibly worked in the industry and those of us who now found ourselves thrust into living with it, oftentimes in our own backyards. The key to a positive future for both sides of this complex issue is compromise and negotiation. What is now before the board is a product of just that, as well as a great deal of hard work. I appreciate being able to have been part of that development process. From a non-grower perspective, it remains less than perfect, but better than having no regulation at all. We now have increased setbacks, minimum parcel size, generator noise abatement, and commercial farmers who are required to register or face criminal charges and loss of their crop. The fee structure is one that will aid in bringing additional resources onto the county payroll. These resources will augment staff in both county code enforcement and the sheriff's office. Those additional bodies will keep both the responsible farmer and the non-farming residents safer. If one is found to be operating outside of this ordinance, they will be held accountable and as a result will never be granted a state license to operate in the cannabis industry ever again. We also need to remember that this urgency ordinance is just that. It's an urgency ordinance, not the final product, which will be much more inclusive and likely more restrictive. In that ordinance, identified gaps can be addressed. For example, I've asked that the end product also include considerations for roads that today are not engineered for the type of industry or industrial traffic they're now sustaining. What is before you now is a product of give and take, open dialogue, and a passion for Calaveras County's well-being. The Butte Fire and associated uncontrolled expansion of the cannabis industry has caused significant changes in our community. The end result has been increased pressure for a commercial ban, which comes with enforcement responsibilities and no revenue by which to fund the resources necessary for that enforcement.
30 seconds.
It's the bad guys, like those mentioned previously by residents of Diamond 20, that we need to make sure we have the capacity to send packing. I would urge the board to render a vote that would give this urgency ordinance the official status it needs. Thank you.
Hello, I'd first like to ask permission to yield my minutes to Kaz so Kaz could finish his No? Can't do it, okay. I'm here today pretty much in the middle. I've been on all sides of this. Sometimes I wish for a ban so that things can continue as is. You know, they've been continuing pretty good for me for a while in that case. That would keep, you know, the sheriff's department broken, flailing, and, you know, all these growers all over the place, and keep me kind of under the radar. So that would work out for me personally, but it wouldn't work out for the community. So I'm here today even though this ordinance is going to put me completely out. The property setbacks, the one per parcel, you know, there's several things in here. It's just going to put me completely out. But I'm not going to go over every bit. I'm not going to ask you to change things for me and my family personally. I'm asking you to pass the ordinance today because it's obviously the best thing for the county. It's the only thing that's going to put any regulation on, you know, this influx coming in, which is obviously the big negative effect for everybody. It's negatively affecting me. I need to buy a piece of property. Properties are pretty hard to come by right now, unless you got a fistful of cash. So, again, it's putting me out of my business, putting me out of my property. And again, you know, things like ban, they keep prices high. They, you know, keep things, you know, just kind of crazy in the community, and people like me can, you know, play that gray market area a little bit. That's going completely away. I understand that. I want to be in this industry. I don't want it to leave me. But I don't think I'm going to be a part. I think I'm going to slip through the cracks. But if this ordinance passes and we help to usher in this industry, then I'm hoping, you know, that our community is going to grow. And there's going to be more opportunity for not only me, but my family, my children growing up. You know, there's other industries that come with this industry. I come from the restaurant industry. I'd like to get back into that and start a restaurant. It's a pretty hard place to have a restaurant, you know, in San Andreas. Huh? See, that's what I'm saying. It's a pretty hard place to sustain. It's a pretty hard place to sustain a business like that. But that's what this industry is going to bring: is a lot of young people to our area, a lot of people with money that are going to spend and invest, and all the profits that come from people's grows, they're going to spend in the community if they have the means to do so.
30 seconds.
So. I'm sorry I'm all over. I didn't really prepare today. I know if this ordinance does pass, so you guys are going to get backlash like you have on every side, and I sympathize with you with that. You guys, you know, you've been accused on all sides. And I know if it's going to pass, you're going to be accused of anybody that stubs their toe within 50 yards of a friggin' plant. It's going to be your fault all of a sudden. But, so I hope you take that with a grain of salt. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Darren Spellman, Valley Springs. I'm here representing clients as a consultant in their behalf. I had to choose what I wanted to say today to fit within the parameters of the time frame that's given for everyone. And I had purposely held off on this particular statement for some time because I don't want to give a playbook to the people who could cause havoc for especially law enforcement. But 3 years ago, I was sitting in the seats where you guys sit right now. And one of your colleagues and one of my colleagues at that time, the supervisor in Trinity County, related an experience to me that was very frightening. They enacted something similar to what we're trying to enact here, where people become compliant through a registration process. Well, what happened was they sent a straw person in to spy, say an older person that looked retired. They sent them into the planning department and said, I'm retired, I want to build my dream home, and I want a list of where all these marijuana growers are, because I don't want to build my dream home next to a marijuana farm, and I want to be sure of it. And so under that guise, they gave these people a list of every single registered marijuana grower in the county, and guess what? When it came to be harvest time in October, they had people with ski masks and automatic weapons that were waiting for those people when they pulled off the property, and it was serious. So there needs to be some time spent looking into this in terms of what you can do as a board and county council to protect and not cause more issues where people show up in ski masks and automatic weapons to rob people that are actually complying and trying to be lawful. Because this is very real, and it did happen. This is not some kind of ad hoc story. So, thank you.
I had a specific question about something in the ordinance. It had to do with the generators inside of a shed, an insulated shed. The first thing that I read when I look at a generator that I own is do not operate this generator indoors. It must be outdoors. And so I guess my concern is the safety for anyone operating a generator under these circumstances, trying to comply with the law. And it may, bring up some safety issues. Perhaps an alternative would be a decibel rating for your generator, to have only generators that are at background noise. I know specific ones are a lot more quiet than others. And so maybe this could potentially, save someone from some damage. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dina Morris, and everyone here knows who I am. My fate's in your hands. You know what I've been through, and you know what I'm going through. I'd also like to make a comment from this side has mentioned that it's been retired people coming to this meeting. So there's a reason for that. If you're not retired, you are working. Thank you. And then there's also those that have been intimidated by the not-so-good farmers that are afraid to be here. I'm one of them, but I'm going to speak out. So I don't know if this ordinance is going to stop that intimidation, but that's what I'm hoping. I'm losing my support system. They're fleeing the county. That's how serious it is. I didn't have a voice in this ordinance. I depended on your voices. So I'm hoping if things don't get better, that one of you will pay fair market value for my house. Because they don't want it. It's a nice house. It's a very nice house, and the property's probably not ideal for the grows. And I didn't get nice people next to me. Or at least they're not acting nice. I don't know. So I'm hoping whichever direction this goes, that you're going to do something to help me and my community. Steve and Mike, you were there when I needed you most. I mean, Cliff, I'm sorry. Mike was also there when I needed him as well. I hope you'll be there again for me if I need you. And I need you now. Thank you.
My name is Joshua Albert, one of the new residents to Calaveras County. Just wanted to address you guys, let you know a little bit about my background. I grew up on the East Coast in Florida. I've been living in Sacramento for the past 3 years. Came to Calaveras County for a lot of the same reasons that young entrepreneurial guys like myself are looking to get into an industry that's looking to get regulated with the way that the political tailwinds have been going. I was a political science major. I've been following these things for quite some time, and I think it's, we're at a really very interesting point in both our state's political landscape and both the national landscape that could be happening, obviously in the next couple of years. As somebody who follows these kind of political climates, I would love to see a regulated system that myself, as a business owner and a property owner, would be able to compensate the county in a proper manner that would allow you guys to regulate our industry and allow this industry to prosper, and not to continue to have kind of retroactive draconian drug law policies that have put burdens on a lot of people, both in your generation and my generation. I'd love to see that both on a local level. I'd love to be able to kind of help finance a lot of different, city and local mental health opportunities and things like that to help the communities. I've been a part of Mountain Ranch now for only a small, month, 2 months, and I've really started to get a really strong passion for what this community is about and the history that the rich history that you guys have here. And I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of that in a legitimate fashion. So thank you very much for your time.
Hello, Mark Bolger, Mountain Ranch. I want to echo a few things that were said earlier, but I'll keep it very brief. Henry Clay said, and he was known as the great compromiser, you've got a good compromise when both parties are unhappy. And that's what we got here. This is going to be really tough on a lot of farmers. This is going to put a lot of farmers out of business. We as the growing community are willing to take this step in the right direction. This is about public safety. This is about protecting people that have problem grows next door to them. I was able to speak with some of the folks from Diamond 20, and I feel for them. I'm lucky that I do have neighbors that cultivate cannabis and others that don't cultivate cannabis that are good folks, people that I'm proud to be next to. The only way we're going to address those issues that these people are having with problem grows next to them is by funding this through regulatory process and hopefully eventually taxation. To address what District Attorney Uke had mentioned about requiring every one of the requirements B through K, if the goal is to only have 10 or 20 farms in existence, how are we going to pay to go after the other 1,000? That $50,000 is not going to be enough to go after the plethora of other farms that are left. And I don't think that, trumping the small businessman is what this county's about. It never has been, and hopefully it never will be. In terms of the half acre on canopy for outdoor, I'm going to have to downsize. That's a step I'm willing to take. Many outdoor farmers have quite a bit of spacing between plants, and I understand the interpretation that dead space between plant will count, and I totally get that. I'm not in disagreement with that. I think that, we need to hold that line strong because a lot of people are downsizing because they want to keep cultural practices safe for patients. By packing plants in tightly with no airflow, pest populations, mold, mildew, can become a greater issue. So again, I think this compromise is best for the community. I think that if we don't regulate today, we're going to have a much bigger problem tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello. Thank you very much for taking your time and putting this together. It's definitely, it represents a lot of work. My name is Robert Weisenberg. I'm a voter here in the county. The only point of concern I'm seeing is what happens if somebody's application is denied. If you have, let's say you have a real boom and 2,000 commercial applications come your way. That represents $1 million. Who holds that $1 million? And if for some reason the application is denied, does an individual's money come back? I don't see any verbiage on that, so I would just request some clarification. Thank you.
All right, so I can answer that.
Oh, great.
So if you register and you don't comply, you better make sure you're complying before you decide to register. There's an ordinance out there. It's very clear on what it says, if it passes, I'm just saying. And you decide that you're going to register and start going through that process. That process is to be able to fund the process. So you lose that registration.
Okay. I also don't see any thing about an appeal process. It is? Okay, sorry. Thank you.
I can answer. I mean, there is, if you read through the ordinance, there is an appeal process for a denial or revocation of a permit. There has to be under California law.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
One thing, too, to remember, you could say there's 2,000 applicants and that are given an application and they're qualified. A lot of them might be not necessarily be the commercial applicants. So it's not going to be $5,000 times 2,000. which would be $10 million. That'd be a lot of capital.
Certainly. That wasn't my implication. I just wasn't seeing any sort of response or an answer for that situation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Stubbins. I've been in the county for 2.5 years. I live in Angels Camp. I have thoroughly read February 16th and March 10th, and I want to address only one goal, and that is to impose standards to limit nuisance and environmental impact. I love your goals. So I'm just going to kind of go through this, and because there are not, in some of your sections, there doesn't seem to be coverage for nuisance, there's no definition for it, and environmental impact. So in section 1795110, purpose and intent, section B, I would like to see something in there that addresses neighboring property protection like water. In other words, if an adjacent property is a grower, how do you protect my water resource if they are drawing from the same, say, fracture or aquifer?
Can you give me the number, Ken?
Yes,
Please.
I can. It's the very first one, 1795110,
Thank you.
and it is item number B, which was your old C.
Just to clarify, that's a purpose and intent section. That's the goals of the county. And I don't know that would be the enforceable portion of the ordinance. I think
Okay.
we'd have to look below that.
Okay.
To see.
Yeah, I just kind of went through and made comments. So then the next one that has water in it, okay, this is all in findings. So I think I'll just go past everything that is in findings, and is that what you're recommending?
I mean,
Get into things
yeah.
that you consider enforceable?
The findings have to do with, with the passage of the ordinance, but in terms of how the enforceable sections, I think you would be looking, beyond the findings, starting on...
Scope and definitions?
The definitions would be something that we would be looking to if there was an argument about what they meant, but I would go with 1795130 and forward.
Okay, well, I don't have anything for any of those. I don't have anything. The next one is with definitions, the 1795150. And if you could possibly put in a definition in there for nuisance, I think that would help clarify, because you later on have something where you want to enforce nuisance, but there's no definition of what it is that you want to enforce.
30 seconds. And I would just like to note that nuisance is defined in our code, and we refer to our code, which is 8.06, nuisance abatement.
Oh,
and all
okay.
that goes through that.
Well, we can't talk anymore because I only have 30 seconds. So one of the questions I have is, why aren't the environmental health records being included in the decision as to whether or not a specific parcel has the quantity of water necessary to support the proposed activity? And that directs to what happens to me as an adjacent property owner if my neighbor, who is a cultivator, overdrafts the water supply.
There is a requirement to define the legal water source, and if there is an illegal water source, they would be out of compliance with county code, and that would be a violation.
I'm not talking about an illegal. I'm talking about an overdraft, and those are different conditions.
I would say we don't have anything in this ordinance that addresses that. That's something that we would be looking at in the permanent ordinance, because it's going to take quite a bit of research to find out. Again, this is an urgency ordinance, and try to adjust what we can. Wells can be drawn down for a variety of reasons, not simply because of cannabis cultivation, but we could not think of a standard that would apply that we could document that someone's loss or drawdown of a well was a direct effect by adjacent property owners' activity. So no, there is nothing in the ordinance that specifically addresses that issue.
But it's something that we could take a look at in the final ordinance.
I would appreciate that.
That is the intent. That will certainly be something we're looking at as part of the EIR.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more thing?
Actually, your 3 minutes is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Howdy, Supervisors. Aaron Elliott, District 4. I work in pest management practices and biological soil remediation. You guys are stuck in between a rock and a hard place. I commend you. I seriously appreciate every one of you. We don't have too much choice right now. We got to fill the coffers, and we got to get you guys some teeth, or these code violations will continue to happen. Everyone in this room has a suggestion of something we can change in this ordinance. Sheriff had some great ones. If we all do that, we'll beat around this bush another 2 weeks, another 2 weeks, another 2 weeks. Everything's going to spiral out of control. No one's going to be happy. We got to do something to get the funding to do something. If we do it today, we have options. If we don't, it's just going to keep on going. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all.
That's what we're trying to get to, that part of it.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Lyons, registered voter, patriarch of a family of 6 registered voters, cannabis farmer here in Mountain Ranch. Great job on everything. I want some clarification, if I could, on what made the decision on the 22,000 square feet. I do understand that MRSA allows you guys to be more restrictive. I'm just curious as to, was it an environmental impact thing? And if so, are you guys aware it's arguably the most studied plant on the planet? The state of California has done many environmental impact studies on this plant, and they reached that acre pretty easily. I was just curious as to what was the decision that led to the half of canopy space? Sure.
That was compromise amount.
I was just curious specifically on the logistics. It just seems restrictive, not regulation. It seems like a purposeful restriction versus how to regulate an industry. You're actually restricting an industry. There's really no form of regulation by cutting it in half. Regulation is putting all the things you have put in place for us, the hoops for us to jump through, but that's not a hoop. That's just a restriction. I was just curious on the logic. Is it just so that we wouldn't make money, or?
It's a policy decision that would be up to the Board of Supervisors. It was proposed as a compromise to try to develop an ordinance that most people could tolerate.
I agree, and I do love everything else. I am so pro-regulation, I couldn't even begin to describe it. I think it will help weed out all the problems that everyone here has, is the lack of regulation. The banning isn't going to work, prohibition doesn't work. Everyone that is in this industry is pro-regulation. I couldn't disagree more with the canopy cut. I don't see how that does anything but restrict our competitiveness in the market on counties that do decide to lift their bans in the future or that haven't banned it yet, for us to stay competitive with them and those other private small farmers that the state of California has decided we should be small 1-acre farms. You have literally cut our competition factor in half with a swipe of a pen. Just curious about logic on that. Thank you.
Hello, I'll be quick. Rick Torgerson, I'm a realtor in West Point, and I think this is a really good ordinance. You wouldn't believe the phone calls I've had. I had a phone call from a guy in Indiana, and he said he'd seen a property online, and he said, "Oh, I need to buy that. I'm going to make an offer right now." And I said, "But you haven't seen it. It's my last chance, man. I got to get in. I got to get in." So this will stop that. That's really good, I think. But what I'm concerned about, I have a client who after the April 12th meeting, they made an offer on a piece of property. They've had an excavator out there. They're planning on building a house, and they want to grow. So I said, well, read the ordinance, and the ordinance says that they won't be able to grow. So what they did was ask me if I would come in here and speak on their behalf and ask for either a variance or for something that allows somebody who's been in escrow after April 12th to be able to come into this ordinance. So I did my part. Thank you very much.
Hi there, I'm Amy from Railroad Flat. It's clear that this document you have before you represents a significant amount of compromise and a significant amount of hard work. Everybody has mentioned that a good negotiation is represented when all sides feel like they've lost a little bit, and I think it's become clear that all sides feel like they've compromised. I've spent some time over the last few months getting to know some of the people on the other side of the fence, and I think I found some new friends. I know that some of their concerns are very real. I'm talking about the anti-side. And I truly believe you have some solutions here. The cannabis industry will have to make serious sacrifices to come into compliance with these new rules. If passed, my family's garden will be changing significantly, and I don't think there's a single grower I know that will be unaffected. The list of requirements sound really simple and straightforward when they're read here and nicely on this screen, but we see dollar signs, and we know it represents thousands of dollars worth of improvements and changes and untold hours of work. That said, I've come to understand that these sacrifices are a necessary step in establishing ourselves as legitimate business owners and legitimate members of the community. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You have people, a lot of people, literally begging you for the opportunity to pay for the privilege to live and work here. I do wish there was some provision for good, responsible farmers and patients who find themselves outside of this ordinance simply because of bad luck. I realize that an urgency ordinance doesn't allow for that level of complexity, but I hope that if you pass this today, and I do hope that you pass it, that going forward with our permanent ordinance, you try to keep some of those good people in mind who, through no fault of their own, can't come into compliance with this ordinance. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline McGowan, and I am the Executive Director of Central Valley Normal and the Lobbying Director of Monterey County Normal. But I speak on behalf of all the normal chapters in the state. We are in strong support of regulating and not banning. I want to thank you for taking what is, at this point in this state, the road less traveled. County Council should be commended for what I believe is the perfect middle ground. I'm one of the few people in the state tracking the post-MRSA bans, so I have read hundreds of ordinances, probably close to 300 ordinances in the past few months, and yours is by far my favorite. It's not perfect, and like the person spoke before, it took a lot of compromise, but you all should be commended for the work that you've done. I run a Facebook group called California City and County Ban Watch. I've received hundreds of messages from patients across the state in the last few months asking me where they can move to grow in 100 square feet. Some begging me, where can I grow in 25 square feet, terrified of these bans and enforcement. The most disturbing message I received was from the father of a sick child in Nevada County. His name is Forrest Lee, and his son's name is Silas Hurd. Mr. Lee asked me months ago if there were any counties offering asylum for farms designated for sick children, and it broke my heart to tell him the answer was no. Silas's plants were chopped down last year by the sheriff, and nobody saved his genetics. I found a farmer willing to grow his plants in another county, but now I can't find those plants. He has 2 months' worth of medicine left. I can tell you today that I don't envy the position that you're in and the job in front of you, but can you tell me that you envy mine? This is the medicine that I take. This is 2 types of non-psychoactive derivatives of cannabis. This is what it looks like. Does it look like something that is grown by cartels or organized crime? Regulations solve the problems, the real problems that the opposition has here today, not the perceived problems such as secondhand smoke concerns for animals. By regulating, you'll be helping ensure the quality of my medicine as well as the quality and the supply of medicine of sick children. I strongly urge you to pass this ordinance and send a message to the rest of the state that Calaveras County is willing to do the hard work that others are not, and that you're willing to set aside any personal prejudice, any preconceived notions that you have of this as medicine. I used to share those preconceived notions.
30 seconds.
Instead of saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, I'd like to say, don't throw the sick children out with the bathwater. And you had before you the sheriff who supports this ordinance. You had before you the ag commissioner that supports this ordinance. I'd just like to say that the district attorney's testimony and concerns were riddled with I. I actually started counting, and I counted 23 ayes, indicating that that is her personal beliefs and not that of a district attorney. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jay. I'm a board member of a very small collective, and the restrictions on the zoning, or not the zoning, but the size of the parcel being minimized to 2 acres is very concerning. Like I said, very small collective. We have between 10 members and 15 members. And because of the setbacks and also the acreage being shut down, that we'd only be able to take 2 patients. So now I would have to, look and see which patients might need the most. I'm going to have to tell other patients that you're no longer allowed to be a part of this collective. You're going to have to look elsewhere. And it's very concerning. I wish you would take another look at something for smaller growers. I see you guys are going to allow major grows, big grows, but there's a big middle portion. I'm not the only person with a smaller property that's under 2 acres that's going to be truly impacted. Many people, many small-time growers, just for a small collective, by no means commercial, and it's going to affect a lot of people. Please take a look at the setbacks and the acreage again, please.
Hi, my name is Armando Morales. I live in Wilseyville. I talked to you guys last time, and I've read some of this ordinance, and I like most of it, but there's no way I can comply with it with my property size. With 2 acres, I have a creek on one side. The setback will push me so far in the middle of the property that I'll have to get a $10,000 permit. When I was talking, to the Water Resources Board, and I want to comply, but there's absolutely no way I can comply with this ordinance with the setbacks. And I'm trying. I've been contacting biologists so I could try and do things legally, and so I tried to go get another property on another 1031 exchange company, but now you guys saying it has to have a house. I got this one specifically because it had no creeks and no environmental damage that could be done, and now this ordinance won't allow me to go onto that property either. So I just keep on getting pushed down the road. I would just like some time to maybe allow people to find a property that works for them, and works for you guys to have it done legally. But other than that, I liked most of the ordinance, but there's absolutely no way I can comply. And, they're saying they don't want people who are arrested for armed robbery growing marijuana. I would much rather have them growing their own marijuana because I don't want them armed robbering me. But that's just my opinion. Have a great day.
Okay, any other public comments?
Hi, my name is Joan Wilson. I'm a voter in District 1. I've seen you guys before. You are my neighbors. And I appreciate your time and your consideration that you have put into this matter. I have an Eagle Scout and I have an Army veteran. And these are my children. I have children. I still work. I did not mean to come in my uniform today, but I do work. I also grow marijuana. You guys have put a lot of work into this. It's not perfect. It's not perfect for everyone. I have had a dream to bring jobs into this county, and I can see that dream through tourism and through growing, because I think these people want to employ people. They also have children, so they want money in this county. And money is a big deal. $5,000, I don't think I'm going to be able to be a grower for profit in the future if I have to come up with $5,000 in a short amount of time. I don't earn that much. But I'm going to try still. I am still going to try because I still want my dream to come true. We don't want, this community doesn't want the guns and the threats and the robberies that we've put up with. I am surrounded buy guns. I have, all of my neighbors have guns. Of course, they're retired law enforcement, the wives of doctors, pastors, but we all get along. It's okay. We want the cartels and the illegal stuff to go away. We don't want that. Water, horses drink water, cows drink water, grapes use water, and just like grapes and wine, you cannot pick a cannabis bud off of a plant and smoke it. It takes time. You have to trim it, you have to cure it, it takes time.
30 seconds.
I think you guys have a really good start here. It may not be perfect for everyone. It may not even be perfect for me. But for the community as a whole, not only the growers, but everyone else, we need something. And I want to thank you guys for taking the time to do this. I support you in it. If you pass this today, I will be happy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Al Segala, and speaking as an individual. And there's one point that I'm also a real estate broker. The other broker mentioned is there's people that are buying property for growing legal marijuana up to today, and the rescos have not closed prior to today. And my understanding with the ordinance, after talking with Peter, is that they will probably not be able to use their property, even if their escrow was established, a month or 2 months ago. It would make no difference. That the cutoff date for having a deed to the property would be today. Aside from that issue, I'm concerned about the crime, and I'd like to. And I'll help try to find out what's really going on in the Diamond 20 ranches. I've heard some reports, and it's disheartening to me to have people live in an area that they feel threatened. And I think some things need to be done aside from this ordinance. I'm not sure this ordinance would be the answer. We've learned something about prohibition. Many years ago, our Constitution was taught in schools, and the voting public knew the Constitution. And so the federal government, in banning alcohol, had to get a constitutional amendment passed to do that. And then the results of it was, of course, black market was created, and with the black market came increasing crime. And it continuously got worse and worse until wisdom somehow came about in the political process, and they passed another amendment to the U.S. Constitution to repeal prohibition. That's a lesson we've got to really learn about the cause of crime as it relates to black markets. Only government can create black markets. That's because it has force. It can ban something. A neighbor can't ban something, but a government can. Once the ban is in place, and if there's people that want whatever's being banned, guess what? The black market is created. In the black market, there's no protection of the law. Their life, liberty, and property are in jeopardy. They have to defend themselves. They have to defend themselves because they can't go to the sheriff. We have a quasi-black market environment now. My question is, our doctor's friends say, above all, do no harm. Can that work now? Can the growers and law enforcement continue the rapport that they've developed and maybe find some solutions other than creating an ordinance which may create more harm than good? Thank you.
My name is Reed Larson from Mountain Ranch. I wanted to show my support for this ordinance. I believe we have an obligation to everybody in this room to pass this ordinance today. I believe we have an obligation to the woman who spoke on behalf of her neighbors that she can't tolerate anymore to pass this ordinance today. I think for these folks and for these folks and the little folks, let's pass this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Raul Lucido. I live at Circle 20 here in Angels Camp, been a resident since 1991. I have a question for the board. Your 2,200-foot cap, can that be divided into two sections, like 1,100 and 1,100? Because of the way the lay of my land is, that's the only place I had with sun coming. I didn't go destroying my hill or knocking everything down. This is how I did it. Am I going to still be in compliance with two sections?
Yes, as long as the maximum doesn't, or the cumulative amount doesn't exceed the total.
And one other question. My property line, since it's on a hill, 3 properties joined together at the end, which the neighbor died last year, and there's no one behind the pond. My grow is 10 feet away from the property line, just like a peach farmer, a grape farmer. I don't see their 75-foot setback to collect their fruit or do their work around the property line. I really oppose that. Thank you very much.
Anthony Worcester from McCollum Hill. I realize you folks have done a lot of work on this, and it looks like you've tried to come up with the very best solution for a lot of problems. I have a couple of recommendations I'd like to make. One is that we don't have grows on conservation land, or we don't give a tax break to people growing marijuana on conservation land, because it's revenue for the Calaveras County, our real property tax. That's my first recommendation. Number 2, I recommend that this bill be amended to include all of the sheriff's office recommendations. All. I think that our sheriffs know what their problems are in enforcement. They know what they're doing, and hopefully that can be respected. And if you folks feel you have to pass it today, that's fine, but I'm hoping you can have amendments that will take care of the sheriff's concerns, ready in, say, a couple of weeks at the latest. And I'm just really wondering, for code enforcement, won't we need some new staff for the planning department? It looks like this is a lot of work that's going to be taken on.
Building department.
Is it going to be building? So they just have to take care of the applications.
Peter's already taking care of that.
In more ways than one, right? Anyway, what I would really be happy about would be if somebody came up with what is the solution. I mean, I think this regulation is a really nice thing for the growers who are not making problems for their neighbors. I'd like to know what the board is going to do, what the sheriff is going to do about the people who could care less about regulation, who would be just happy to find out who all the growers are and hack into a list somehow of them and go steal their stuff. I'm talking about the illegal growers, and I'd really love to know, how are you going to get rid of the illegal growers who are armed and who threaten people and who actually stop people from walking on a public road and let them know that they're not welcome? Thank you.
Okay.
Hi there. My name is Jessica Benson. I'm in District 2, and I just had a quick question. On page 15, number 8, in the mandatory registration of medical cannabis cultivation sites, the cultivation area of an outdoor mixed light cannabis, so cultivation site shall be set back at least 75 feet from any property line. If you have a property that's split into with 2 APNs, is that a property line? And also, lower in that same phrase, at least 1,000 feet from any parcel containing a sensitive use, and it's parcel to parcel, or is it cultivation site to parcel? Because let's say you have 400 acres and you share the very corner of your cultivation site is, 4 miles from their 400 acres, but you share a property line.
the way we measure the distance between a sensitive site and the cultivation site is from property line to property line.
Okay. And then that being said, I just want to say thank you for looking out for the locals. I think in the long run, this is really going to give the local cannabis community a chance and hopefully, keep out a lot of those big investors. And I think this is a good way to go. So I definitely support this ordinance. And I've also made sacrifices.
Hi, I'm Alice Montgomery, and I thank you very much for letting me speak today, and I thank you very much for the hard work you've done on this ordinance. I know it's been a lot of give and take on both sides. I want the cannabis community to understand that none of us have anything against anybody having personal marijuana. We love kids, especially kids need to have their medicine as much and whenever they need to, and the adults as well. So I need to set that aside. I think we're all humans here. I'm not retired, I don't have blue hair, and I still have one job. So I want to put that aside. Second thing is I need to talk with you about Ken Alex, the Director of the Governor's Office of Planning and Research that I talked with today. The CEQA set of this guideline cannot be set aside. I verified with him today that is the government office. I know you guys are all smiling at each other, but that's the governor office that does manage this. I don't really like playing in ping pong with you guys on environmental law, so I'd love it if you just talk to me sometimes. I would love it if you would. So he has set aside that the local government cannot overrule state law, not even on an urgency ordinance. CEQA is intact, EIR must be done. So however you guys want to figure the amount, how you have to budget for that, you do. Each one of the projects, when the projects involve zoning, that also invokes an EIR. That's how that works. I would suggest a penalty of $1,000 per plant per day. That makes it easy peasy as far as that goes. Not $5,000, not $1,000. $1,000 is nothing. The liability is always shared. It's perpetual liability for a landowner. So if you're renting to somebody, it never, ever goes away. So you just need to know that. We don't believe that there should be any cannabis cultivation in RR or RA. It does not belong. It just affects the neighbors too much. Not in residential rural, not in residential agricultural, not ever. It's too close, too much. It's too much effect, especially with the chemicals and children. So if we care about our children, we shouldn't be growing near RR and RA. That's a big thing. 100-foot setback, please. We respectfully ask that Supervisor Debbie Ponte will do the right thing and recuse herself, as she has done in other issues involving Dennis Ponte. We are asking you to do that today. Thank you.
Public comments? Hopefully, how many do we have left? Okay.
I'll be very brief. Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Jordan Wellington. I'm an attorney with the law firm Vicente Cedarberg. I have looked at the ordinance. I think you guys have done a lot of hard work crafting a viable compromise. What I do for a living is I kind of talk to policymakers about how to regulate cannabis. I basically, without getting into the details, implemented Amendment 64 on behalf of the Colorado General Assembly and the Marijuana Enforcement Division in Colorado. Literally, it's all I do these days. So I just wanted to bring up a couple of things that were brought up. The sheriff brought up a good point about hours of inspection, and the resolution that we've used in the past, both in Cathedral City, where we just finished their ordinance, and other places, is the phrase hours of apparent operation. Right? The idea is that the sheriff wants to be able to go in on a Saturday afternoon when people are there working, but probably shouldn't be showing up at 2:30 in the morning on a Tuesday. If someone's there working, they can let them in. If someone's not, then they have to come back at another time. There was also discussions about essentially a track and trace issue, about having staff go out and audit a facility before harvest and after harvest. That's kind of impractical. There are a lot of software programs that can really be used to address this. The state is looking at this now and should be implemented in the very near future. And so I think that that's probably the best way to go. It's very complicated for a local government to implement track and trace. If you are interested in talking to folks like that, I'd be happy to make some introductions. I was hoping to just leave my testimony at a couple technical little things, but I did want to rebut some of the things that were said about Colorado because they were not true, and I live there, and I care very much about my home state. And so just very briefly, Colorado is not a hellscape. There are not barrels of marijuana falling from the sky, and they're not crushing pedestrians. There's not an increase in DUI, and there's not an increase in crime. There's data from about anywhere else in the world that you'd like to pull it from the Denver Police Department themselves. So I'd be happy to provide any information about kind of what's actually going on there, but crime is down, youth use rates are down. What it has shown is that regulation of cannabis is a solution to all of, or at least the vast majority of these problems, whether perceived or otherwise. When something is illegal in the black market, it is very, very hard to actually address it, as the sheriff has actually talked about today. And the only solution and the only pathway forward to address many of the legitimate issues that have been brought today is through regulation, through compromise, and through the political process that we have seen work out, at least so far, pretty well here in Calaveras County. You have a exceptional ordinance that is a good start and a good step in the right direction. I urge you to pass the ordinance and continue the hard work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one question? Did you say was it California law or Colorado law that requires hours of apparent operation?
The Colorado law, what it says is that the inspections can occur during hours of apparent operation, so when someone's there.
So not California law?
No, California, MRSA just doesn't address it at all. They ignore that issue entirely, so I figured that might be a slightly better compromise than just removing the business and holidays. Thank you very much.
Mike Falvey, Mountain Ranch. You guys know my story. I won't bore you with it again. But just a couple observations. I don't know how many, half a dozen, 6, 7, 8 people stood up here and went like this and went like this, growers versus non-growers. There's a couple growers over here. And I'm over 40. I don't think I'm a blue hair. I'm a silver hair. And you know what? I'm damn proud of it. Because I moved here 42 years ago and started working my fingers to the bone. And I grew about 40 years ago for a few years. So I know where these people are coming from. But you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be, putting each other into a little corner. You're a blue hair, you're a grower, Let's try to get this done. The board has had plenty of time to get this done. You've kicked the can down the road. And let's get it done. Let's get this urgency ordinance passed, and let's enforce. Let's get the money as quick as we can from the people that sign on. Let's get it distributed to where it needs to go, and let's get this enforced. Because like this young lady from, I believe, Copper somewhere, I need help too in my neighborhood. I have nowhere to go. I appreciate the work that CCA has done to work with you guys. I appreciate the work that a lot of growers are doing and putting themselves in a negative financial position. And let's just get this done. You guys have blown it a couple times now. Sorry, but let's get it done. And another thing, preferential treatment. You emptied this room out, everybody up against the wall when you first got here. There's been an ex-supervisor up against the wall for the last 2 hours. That's preferential treatment.
Can't see him.
You saw him, Cliff.
Can't see him now.
You saw him. Call it petty, but that's preferential treatment. Just like preferential treatment is, the 2 pieces of junk modulars that are sitting on Mountain Ranch Road, they have been for 8 weeks. One of them's been moved. I approached my supervisor about it. They're pieces of crap. And you know what they are? It's preferential treatment. They're not being taken care of. They're growers. So, well, look, me and a lot of people like me have been going by that for 2 months and looking at those things. They're eyesores, and they're growers. It appears to be preferential treatment. I'm sorry. I couldn't have it at my driveway. These aren't even out of the right-of-way. This is a specific issue that I'm complaining to 5 supervisors about, that it needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. Thank you very much, and please pass the urgency ordinance. We need it.
Where are you at, Spellman? Find a seat, please.
Weatherby. I'm from Valley Springs. I've been here 72 years out of my 75. I've seen many changes in Calaveras County. I've seen losses of jobs. I've seen a few jobs come. I've seen new businesses come and seen them go. One thing that hasn't gone is the county itself. The demographics changed, but the geography hasn't changed. It's still 10 miles from point A to point B if you don't use the bypass. You guys have worked hard on trying to come up with a good compromise here, but I still see where there's many things that need to be addressed before anything is adopted. I would rather see a temporary ban passed at this point so that the two sides can come together and work together to work out a compromise that suits everybody. Because as it stands today, it doesn't suit everybody. As a matter of fact, Tuolumne County banned their marijuana because they had third grade kids in the bathroom smoking pot. I've heard today where this is a beneficial thing for healing. Let me tell you, there's no studies out there that says marijuana heals anything. For those who believe, for those who believe that there are healing medicinal purposes to marijuana, for them it may work, for others it does not. There's two sides to every story. My personal story is this. I had a nephew who started smoking pot at 17. He went from pot to alcohol to cocaine to heroin. He's dead at 49 years old. He's over in the People's Cemetery in San Andreas. And it started with pot. And he died at 49. I have a sister who is 78 years old, who is currently diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. She has 6 to 8 months. She's tried pot. It's done nothing for her. It will not cure.
30 seconds.
And I want you to take those things into consideration. And I thank you all for working so hard to try and make people to come together. Thank you.
Hi there, Tom Griffin, Mill Hill. Thanks, all of you. I know you've been put through the ringer for a long time, and County Council in particular. And I'm heartened to see in the discussion and summary part of the proposed draft ordinance language. The good news is that the ordinance can evolve over time as the county learns from its constituents, its staff, and its observations about what's working and what needs to change. And I hope you keep that in mind because, unsurprisingly, you know, even though a lot of hard work went into this and a lot of compromise and a lot of thought and a lot of input, it's fraught with provisions that appear to be well-intended, but due to the number of them and the complexity of their interrelationship will likely prove unrealistic for a lot of people who are making a hell of a good faith effort to comply. Following the letter of this language more closely than the spirit could produce a failure of a program that I really support, and I hope it doesn't happen. Agencies like planning departments who will be overseeing the registration process tend to be pretty rigid in enforcing the adherence to every detail in the language they're handed for fear of liability. And I don't see a lot of room for use of good judgment on the part of planning personnel in interpreting and implementing the minutiae of the ordinance. For a couple quick examples, I'll even skip one. Just one of my neighbors owns 3 contiguous parcels. His garden is in 75 feet of one of his own property lines that abuts his own property. And the way, if you read the language strictly, that makes him out of compliance, even though he's clearly not offending any neighbors with that. But anyway, that kind of inflexibility, if it exists, is the source of a lot of misery for a lot of citizens, and I fear it might cause numerous appeals that are onerous and costly and stressful to us registrants, as well as the board who would get mired in them. So ordinarily, I would ask the board to vote this ordinance down and get it right in greater detail, probably by way of simplification before passing it. But under the present circumstances, I really see the wisdom of adopting it with all of its flaws and revisiting it after the fact. So despite a lot of reservations on my part and a lot of others that I've heard today, I really encourage the members of the board to vote to pass this one. And that's all. Thank you much.
Okay. Any other public comments? All right. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation.
Chair, before we do that, I would like County Council to give me the definition of what I have been somewhat accused of today, to recuse myself from any kind of discussion and vote. So can you give me the guidelines for that, please?
It appears that there is an allegation or that there is concern that there is some kind of a financial benefit that you are receiving by voting on this measure. It's quite honestly not clear to me what that allegation is based on what was said. The parameters of any recusal is whether you have a financial interest in it, whether you or an immediate family member has a financial interest or a financial gain in a vote that you're taking. So as long as you or your immediate family members are not financially benefiting or benefiting from this action that is before the board, you do not have to recuse yourself. Beyond that, because it's still not clear what they're accusing you of, that is the general parameters of it.
Okay. So I'm going to go on record making something absolutely clear. I am not a grower. My husband is not a grower. My 21-year-old daughter is not a grower. And my other daughter is buried. That is my immediate family. I don't know what pictures are out there. I don't know what rumors are out there, but it's pretty nasty. So I'm here to tell you that my immediate family, my husband, and my surviving daughter, and the niece and nephew I raised, because my sister is also in the ground, we are not growers. We don't profit or take any money from it.
All right, so let's continue on here. I'd like to get this done before too long. So who would like to start?
I'll start. So, as it's, we've discussed this several times in the last 6 months, and in April, when we were not able to come to a decision, I had a number of people reach out to me about the concerns of where that left the county with not a ban and no regulation. And so, you know, many folks referred it to as the Wild West, you know, the gold rush. People were going to do what they wanted to do, could do, whatever. And, you know, if law enforcement stepped in, law enforcement stepped in. It started to pit neighbors against neighbors even more so. At our last April meeting, Chair Edson suggested bringing back this ordinance or an urgency ordinance back to the board, which I supported. And in that conversation, I asked if perhaps he and I could serve on a working committee with County Council to look at past public comments. We've heard many of them over many months, on taking into consideration those public comments and inviting specific staffers, county staff, to come in and participate in that discussion. We also ask if someone from the industry could come in and clarify some things about commercial operations, et cetera. We also had somebody who come in and just, was not a ban or for or whatever we do, but could bring a neighborhood perspective into the conversation. So we met over the last couple weeks. We've met 4 or 5 times, taking all of this into consideration. We've had the Ag Department represented, the Planning Department represented, law enforcement represented, the DA was represented, certainly County Council and Cliff and I. And so this is what you have today, is this ordinance that is an awful lot of compromise from many sides. Certainly not perfect. I don't think we're going to get a perfect ordinance at this juncture, but we certainly need something, in my opinion. We can't go on with just no game rules. Nobody wins. And, the larger community will suffer and lose in the end. I do believe, and I've felt this ever since I've spent the last 9 months to a year researching and doing my own homework, you might say, on this industry, and realizing that a tremendous amount of education needs to go into this. I've learned an awful lot, and as more and more people dive in and learn about it, pro or con, you learn an awful lot about the industry. I believe that we need more education to our community about what this industry is and what it can do for Calaveras County in the future. I also believe it needs to be regulated, it needs to be permitted, and at some point needs to be taxed. This is what we're trying to do with this particular ordinance. And I'm hopeful today that we as a board can approve this particular ordinance so we can begin to move forward. There's work in all of our neighborhoods that we need to do. It saddens me that we all can't be better neighbors to each other. It saddens me that we have to have a nuisance ordinance and a noise ordinance and a light ordinance and all of these ordinances to regulate kind of good neighbors. But that's kind of what we live in today. So I'm hopeful that as we pursue, I think some of the suggestions today are good suggestions that need to be considered to fine-tune this. But I'm hopeful that when we leave tonight, and I'm hopeful that we leave tonight, that we can have an ordinance that, yes, it's painful in a lot of different ways, but as whatever quote was said earlier, we don't get anywhere if it's not, if it doesn't pain us in some way. So with that, I'd like to ask for some clarification on some items. And Julie and Peter, you might be able to help me through that. What I heard law enforcement say today in regards to name and address and those kinds of things, I see that in the ordinance, but if there's any way we can make sure we get a mailing address and a physical address and, the home number and a cell number, an email address, whatever different ways we can communicate to landowners and such, I think is helpful. But I think it's just, if we have to say it, we have to say it that way. There was some discussion about the patient background check. One of the reasons we went with a caregiver background check is because they were growing for somebody else, and we wanted to make sure that person growing for the caregiver or the caregiver growing for the patient, that they were on the up and up and so on. So I'm not opposed to a patient going through a background check. I'm not opposed to that. So if that's something we decide to do, that's okay with me. I don't think it's necessary, but I'm not coming from the law enforcement background on that. There was a suggestion on, where we're giving copies of, they're turning in copies of this and that, and perhaps with law enforcement. Sometimes in past businesses, practice for me is I need to see the original, and I see the original and make a copy. So I don't know if that's acceptable, to be able to see the original and then you make your copy and that's what goes on file. I also found to where I think the government-issued photograph identification card, whether it be a driver's license, I'm assuming a passport would work for that as well? Those are government-issued?
It's in there.
Okay. As I understand it, the $5,000 fee, you know, we discussed this quite a bit about a variety of fee schedules, and I'd like Megan to talk a little bit more about the fee structure of $5,000 and why we came to terms with that. But what I do understand, I want to clarify that if we don't have a permanent ordinance in place at some point, that this is an annual fee. So these folks are coming in to register again and paying a $5,000 fee if we don't get a permanent ordinance in place. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct. The fee structure that we have, this is for the urgency ordinance. And as it's written, we came up with what we felt was an appropriate fee. We generally looked at what many departments would need, such as two law enforcement officers, vehicles, code enforcement officers, extra help in planning, extra help in county council, all of the different departments that would be affected. And we looked at what those costs may look like and will likely look like. And that's where we came up with this number. I know that there was some discussion about a tiered fee based on the cultivation site. That is something that we would be looking for or looking at in a permanent ordinance, because this is just the registration. The registration is, yes, it's limited based on the size, but it is still a registration rather than an AUP or a CUP or a zoning clearance certificate. That is something that we would be looking at and would be considering once we do the fee study. The way that this is written, this allows us to at least get moving. We don't anticipate this fee completely 100% cover the cost of the program, because we don't know exactly what all of the costs are going to be at this point. And that's what the fee study is for. We will be doing a comprehensive fee study to get a better understanding of what that would be. And we can, through this, we can bring back through resolution, we can modify the fee for future registrations, and or in the permanent ordinance we would be able to craft the fee in a different way based on the fee study that is done. The way I have it written is we would have to do the fee study within the first year of this urgency ordinance being in effect, so we'll have a better understanding moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Question, Council. We're identifying this as the urgency ordinance, and the fee of $5,000 is the application fee. Is that correct?
That's the registration fee, and what it is it is the overall program fee. We refer to it as the medical cannabis cultivation program fee, and that fee would encompass not just the registration, but that would be the overall cost of administering the program.
Okay, would that include the permit fee if a permit's been issued in that time frame?
There wouldn't be.
Or should that be an additional fee charge because of the monitoring and enforcement later down the road?
That would be part of the overall program. There isn't a permit that would be issued under this. It's a registration, and that would be included with this fee.
So no permit would be issued off this application?
Correct. It's a registration.
It's a registration application.
Correct.
And any permit fee that we look at as a permanent ordinance may have additional fees attached onto that?
Correct. That would be under the permanent ordinance.
Okay, but just because you submit an application to fees and you pass those requirements doesn't mean you're going to get a permit at this point.
There is no permit. It would just be a registration.
I want to make sure that that's clear for everybody.
Yeah. And if a registration is not passed for whatever reason, the whole purpose of the fee is administering the program, including the costs of vetting the applications and issuing the registration. So that is correct. If for whatever reason they are not able to obtain a registration because there's something in their background or there's something that precludes the registration from being issued, they would not be allowed to, the fee would not be reimbursed.
But they did have to get a business license, didn't I see this?
Yes, that is separate.
That's a separate, okay, so there is a separate license.
As well as, pesticide permits and anything else that they would need for their cannabis operation. Right, the other, the sheriff mentioned about when there's a 1 mile radius from the perimeter of the Butte fire burn area. You know, we discussed that quite a bit too in our committee, and we came up with that 1 mile because of, you know, hearing about how difficult it is to find temporary type housing, rental housing within the Butte area. So this gave a little bit of perimeter for folks to be able to find that kind of housing. So I struggle with going to a 1/4 mile. I think 1 mile is fair enough in regards to that. The residency of a personal use cultivator in the caregiver. So I don't recall that being defined if we're going to say that both have to be residents of the county. Did we?
I mean, that actually, having the caregiver, having the patient of the caregiver be a county resident, I don't think that would be, I think that's a policy call. The issue that we ran into difficulty before was the idea that you had to be a resident to open up open business here. So I don't really see there, I mean, it would be a policy call on whether or not the patient has to be, a caregiver's patient would have to be a resident. That would be up to the board.
Yeah.
The patient, him or herself, I mean, they have to be living where they're growing. So if they're applying for a registration in Calaveras County, presumably they're going to be a resident as well.
Well, I look at that as, you know, one of the reasons, you know, for this anyway, is that I have taken care of a lot of people who have had terminal illness, where cannabis has helped them. And so I would hate for someone who is growing for their loved one, perhaps they live here as the grower, but they're growing perhaps for their mother who lives in another county. So I don't know if we can make a special consideration to that or not, but I'd like that to be considered. The list of violent and serious and felony and so on and so forth, you know, I agree that's probably what I think is violent, maybe somebody else's definition. So I think felony is important. I question misdemeanor. But I also see to where in some cases with felony that, you know, if you've served your time and this was something that happened a long time ago and you've become a good, productive citizen, I don't know if anything can be as a waiver there or not. But there's a gentleman who spoke, and that kind of hit me there where, you know, lots of people make mistakes in life, and lots of people can get past that and become good, productive people. Not everybody is a bad person. So I don't like the misdemeanor one. I think it's very broad, but I can understand the felony. On page 15, there was I think the Sheriff's Department did not like a notice of intent. As I understand the process, as people are registering during this time period, they'll at some point during this process do a notice of intent to the State Water Board. That's kind of their language, where they put the water board on notice more or less that they plan to do a commercial grow, and then there's a series of steps they have to go through. I think it's on page 15.
It says
4A, I think.
4, yeah. I think that if we refer to, we qualify that statement of intent, it's not just general intent to do so, but intent is provided in subparagraph 4B, that clarifies that they have to go through all these steps. That's what intent means.
Because it's very specific, the notice of intent with the water board, so, okay. Because I think that's important. They're not going to be able to get their permit. It's not like an over-the-counter permit. It's a process. I'd like some clarification, some explanation, because on the 2 acres and the 15%, there was somebody made a statement, and it sounded quite large and way more than what I had the impression. So I'd like to be able to have that explained a little bit. on the 2 acres and the shall not exceed 15% on a 2-acre parcel. Is that, I
You
think
mean
it's
how
on
many
page.
square feet?
Yeah, page 16, item 6.
Well, I did the math on that.
Mm-hmm.
15% on 2 acres is 13,068 feet.
And that's with the setbacks?
No, I mean, that's just the flat out how much it is. There were setbacks, that would be their own,
Right.
Sure.
Less yet. So if it's the 13,000, it's going to be less yet with the setbacks.
No, I mean, it's just flat out 13,068 feet. That's 15% of 2 acres. And how they figure that would be their job, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
It could end up being less if they can't meet the setback requirements because of the shape of the parcel or other constraints on it.
Right.
And I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
One fellow was saying is, it's 2 acres is elongated and it would be difficult for them.
Okay. There was also some comment about sensitive use areas, so I just wanted to clarify, because I also did receive a letter, as it got forwarded to everybody, from a school district on sensitive use in schools. So my understanding, schools are already in the sensitive use kind of definition. They're
Yes.
already in that. But bus stops have not been considered in the past. So when we looked at other areas for sensitive use, bus stops are not in that.
So we specifically refer to the sensitive use, the list of sensitive uses that's in the dispensary ordinance, 1791, I believe it is. And school bus stops are not listed as a sensitive use in that ordinance. One of the concerns, or one of the issues, I guess, is that school bus stops change depending on, what students are where, what school they're going to at the time. Certainly, if it's something that you feel is appropriate, we could add that as a list. Anything that is, so if a cultivation site gets established and then the school district decides to move their bus stop, the precursor, the one that's there first, typically has the right to remain. They become a legal non-conforming use, but they don't get shut down because someone decided to move in a daycare next door or move a bus stop next door. So that would be the way we would approach that.
I think at least in this urgency ordinance, we could just spell out school bus stop.
So what we would do is we could, instead of just referring to the definition in the dispensary ordinance, we could just add a provision that says, or a bus stop, so long as the bus stop was there first, or something along those lines. That would be the way to do it if we were going to.
Pre-existing bus stop.
Yeah, we could do that.
And I would just want to clarify, I would hope that we can get a list of where those are from the school districts, because it's my understanding that there are some locations where children just are picked up at the end of their driveway, so it's not a formal bus stop where kids congregate, it's just the one child of that home. And so we would need to distinguish between a formal bus stop of the school district versus situations like that.
That was my concern. I think it's something to certainly take a look at and wanted to address that, certainly in the permanent ordinance. But that's been there are some established stops, and then there are some times where it is just at the end of a driveway. So I don't know how to do it now if you were to say established.
I've heard it once, and I've heard it's a permanent bus stop, so.
Well, so the question would be to make sure that we have a definition that's got specific language to make sure that we're distinguishing, would it be, maybe somebody in the room knows the term of art, but a school district designated bus stop versus an informal. I would want to make sure the language we use is the same language that the school district uses. And so the question becomes, is that something we can easily add tonight? Or is that something we're going to need more research? And then if that's important, then we could, we'd probably have to come back.
Why don't we put that in the parking lot?
So
Why don't we just make it a bus stop? We don't have to put it in the parking lot.
I agree with
a
you.
pre-existing school bus stop.
If I can interject, the schools do have a set route that is on papers that they have at the district office of said bus stops.
Okay. So if we were to say established school district designated bus stop.
I think, yeah, because I'm on the other side of that, to where I'm not a school designated bus stop. So I think maybe if that's the language, if it's a school designated bus stop, that would clarify.
Yeah, to establish routes,
Because I'm on the end of a driveway.
Because I've gotten correspondence from folks that have illegal grows right now, right across the street from bus stops. I think our existing list of bus stops should be taken into consideration in this urgency ordinance, if we choose to do so.
And it's 1,000 feet, correct? Yes. That's, okay. All right. Can you talk, Megan, a little bit about the summary abatement? There was questions that I had for clarification. So that's on page 20, 17.95.220. Item number C. The county may recover its costs for a similarity abating that nuisance in the manner set forth by chapter. So I know Chapter 8.06 is being revised to a point, and that at some point comes to the board for further review and adoption. So are the costs for abating in that chapter?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a separate fee structure somewhere else?
No, it's general. There are ways within 8.06 to cover the costs, the administrative costs of abating nuisances.
Okay. And then along those same lines, can you clarify on 17.95.230, item B, the administrative fine? Is that the $1,000 per day?
That is the $1,000 per day. That is the administrative fine, and that would be what would be triggered through civil abatement and nuisance abatement. So when a code enforcement officer goes out, they find that there is in fact a violation, they would issue a notice of violation, and in that notice of violation there would be a set amount of time in order for that the property owner or the cultivator to abate that violation. It can be a very short period of time, or it can be it's in the officer's discretion based on what the violation is to make a reasonable amount of time for them to be able to abate. If they don't abate within that set amount of time, then a notice of abatement is issued, and the fines would start accruing. Yes, each day would be a new and separate violation. So every day, once that time frame expires, every day is a new violation. It's another $1,000 until the violation has been fully abated.
Okay. So I understand, we put in there the indemnification language, but there was a question earlier today about, bond versus indemnify. So can you explain the difference of the two, or why one over the other, or is one legal, one not for this instance?
I'm no expert in bonds, but I think the idea is, and it's probably not a bad idea, it would be something, unfortunately, that we'd have to research before we could put a section in, but the idea is to post money in advance that could operate as a payment to the county, if they did something wrong. I would actually recommend having both in there. For a permanent ordinance, you could do indemnification, and then if there's public works projects where or development projects where they have to post a bond, and maybe Mr. Maurer would have a little bit more information about that as well.
Yeah, the bonding I'm experienced with is typically, like, say, on a subdivision map where they're promising to do certain work. We get a cost estimate of what that is. Usually it's 150% of that cost. And then if they don't perform the work, then we have that money to go out and hire someone to do the work. And if the work gets done, then the bond is released upon approval of that. I'm sure there are other types of bonding that are done, bonding for contractor, I think was the reference that was used. I'm not as familiar with how that works, but any kind of physical improvements typically bonded for, but sort of bonding for the ability to perform normal tasks, and if you're you know,
Well,
getting way over my head here.
Yeah, I can see some of that. I mean, something to look at in the permanent ordinance, because as I see with the permanent ordinance, you know, we're going to have to define or, you know, say, yes, this is a farming operation or not, right to farm, you know, those kinds of things. And perhaps, you know, as I see bonds, it's more as public work type projects or, you know, to just know that this work is going to be done. And I'm not how sure this would fit into a farming operation. So I think it's something to take a look at in our permanent ordinance.
The only thing I can see it relating to really is the security, the fence. Other than that, I'm trying to figure out what a bonding would do.
Yeah.
I think in that case, the fence just has to be in. We're not going to accept bonding for something like that. Put the fence in.
Yeah.
Well, number one, is there a bondable activity here? I mean, let's look at that. Bond companies, I don't think they're advertising bonding marijuana grow. Yeah, it seems it's a bondable deal. Let's talk about insurance then. I guess what we're trying to talk about, ladies and gentlemen,
Can I
is
finish?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I thought we were on bonds.
Yeah, insurance is different.
Oh, okay.
17.95.170. Number 2, law enforcement suggested putting federal in there. Was that just kind of an oversight, or is there a?
The state or local law, I mean, I think the initial concern, as Captain Macedo pointed out, was yes, there's the concern because the federal government doesn't see things the same way that California does. I do agree with Captain Macedo that we could put in federal law excluding the California's position on marijuana in some way.
That was my concern, because I know they see it differently. So, you know, if we can say in such a way that it's not taking a look at the MRSA. And then, Peter, can you explain to me the process that you see once you get application and all the necessary information? Is it paper copies into the Sheriff's Department, or is this an electronic submission that you would be disseminating information to appropriate, like code enforcement, law enforcement, or?
We would be communicating with all the affected departments in whatever's the most effective way, whether it's electronically or hard copy, you know, whatever's easiest for the other departments. And we'll work with them. They'll work with us to figure out how that's going to
do a shared IT file.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. And then I think overall, I, respectfully disagree with most of DA Uke's suggestions. I do, the felony, some clarification there, I think is helpful. But I think most everything else can be taken into consideration when we look at a permanent ordinance, if it's necessary or not. So that's, I think, concludes my questions and comments at the moment.
Thank you, Chair. Let me make one thing clear. I am not a proponent of marijuana cultivation in this county on a personal note. The bottom line is I am a proponent of making this county safe and making the rest of the citizens in this county feel safe in what they do and in raising their lives and their children here. There are some things that I'm very concerned with on this ordinance, but the major thing I'm concerned about is the enforcement resources. If we decide to enact this ordinance, I would need to have some guarantee of immediate funding for law enforcement and code compliance to actually enforce the application process. And that means funding immediately within 2 weeks.
Well, Supervisor Oliveira, I would be dependent on the number of applications that come in, so I don't think that this ordinance could provide that guarantee.
Actually, we'll get to that. But I actually agree with you, Mike, so.
Okay. That is one of my major concerns. And I'll be quite honest, ladies and gentlemen, if we decide to pass this ordinance, we must have enforcement that everybody can live with. And if we decide not to pass this ordinance, we still don't have the enforcement hand that we need to infect folks that are sitting over there on the legitimate, wannabe, good type growers. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to our citizens. And believe me, a ban is unenforceable until we have the means to do that. And that goes for the folks that are against this particular issue. I listen to both sides of that fence every day. And believe me, I have a tendency to not create problems for the folks that have been here a long, long time. But let's go forth and see what we can do about this ordinance and see if there is compromise that we can reach this. I'd like to reference some reference on page 10, 17196.65, subsection 2, correction, subsection A, 2C. If we'll look at that, we talk about the identity of renters and things of that sort. I'd like to include agents of service on any type of corporation or any type of LLC, and also identifying information on officers of those organizations if they're involved. This deals with registering if it's a business, things of that sort.
Supervisor Calaveras?
Yes.
I did want to let you know that one of the requirements, if it is an entity, is they have to provide a printout from the Secretary of State, which that printout is showing that it is an active entity on file with the Secretary of State's office, and on that printout it does give the name and the mailing address.
From the Secretary of State.
Sure, but what if it's an LLC from out of state?
They would have to, I mean, we already have this requirement in the planning department, and there would have to be, they'd still have to somehow register with the state in order to be a legitimate, to have the right to do business in the state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they can have an out-of-state all they want, but they still have to register in California.
Yes, an out-of-state corporation, a lot of times we'll have a corporation, an applicant, a larger corporation will be based in Delaware, but they still have a presence in California and a registration through the Secretary of State.
Thank you. I'd like to move over to page 11, subsection E. I'd like to strike during business hours and not exclude holidays or business hours, but to make available, agreeing with Captain Macedo from the Sheriff's Department, that we need to have consent at any time. Reasonably timing. I mean, not 4 o'clock in the morning unless it's to the circumstances, but a reasonable compliance for inspections at any time upon demand of a peace officer or county compliance officer or county official. I'd like to move down to subsection Q. I have problems with leased property and rental property. And when you're in a situation like that, renters or lessees, or leasers, I'm sorry, have a tendency to get in the wind when things get tough. I know we have provisions to go back on the property owner, and there should be identification of both the lessee or the renter or the property owner. But I would like to have some consideration about even allowing operations on a rented or leased property.
I think we can probably address that personally on the final ordinance. There's, I think, the overall goal here is to get people in compliance, and it's going to work that way. So I know the strong arming portion of it is a possibility, but I also know that the way we have it set up here, everybody's exposed, and that makes a big difference. And so We actually had quite a bit of discussion around that during the meetings, and I'm sure they had it more even when I wasn't there. And so it was a compromise.
I think we've tried to address that by requiring that, the property owner, signs a statement, notarized statement that they're allowing someone to do that both the property owner and the lessee are equally responsible. So I suppose there is a possibility that someone, as you said, could strong arm a property owner and say, you're going to let me grow on your property. And I hope that can be addressed by law enforcement.
The other thing is there are so many things here to disqualify people. Like I know people that are leasing right now up off of Jesus Maria. The property owner's leasing to somebody else that's growing. They're going to be disqualified because you can see them from the road. You can almost see everything from the road up there nowadays. So, and that's just the way it is right now. This is the urgency ordinance. This is from now until the ordinance. Just my feelings.
I'd like to go down to page 12, subsection F. I'd like to include all state codes and agency regulations. I know we discussed this. This is probably just a language thing. I want to make sure that we're clear that not only does it apply to our county ordinance, but it applies to all state codes and all regulatory codes in the state, and probably those involving EPA, things of that sort. Go to page 13, continuation of subsection J. This deals with the movement of plants in violation of any registration. I'd like to see something in there about no transfer of the illegal plants, if you will, or product, and those particular items should be destroyed. In other words, if you're in violation of a canopy, then the canopy size over that restriction should be immediately destroyed and abated. It cannot be transferred to any other location or site.
Is that item J that you're talking about?
Yeah, item J. Maximum amount of cannabis cultivated exceeds the maximum total capacity area permitted in the cultivation site zone. With provisions of this chapter, the total canopy shall be reduced to conform to the requirements of the zone and this chapter within 24 hours of receiving the registration or of notification by an enforcement official. Page 14, subsection B. In determining which offenses are substantially related to the qualifications, function, or duties of the business or profession for which the application is made, the planning director shall consider the application factors described in the Business Professions Code 19.323, subsection B, subsection 5 through 9. I would like to see some type of letter of notification to the Sheriff's Department that in that determination by the planning director, that information transferred to the Sheriff's Department for enforcement on future or enforcement assistance. Page 16, subsection 8, I'm sorry, section 8. I know we've discussed this. I'm very uncomfortable with 22,000 square feet of canopy on 2 acres. I would look at 10,000 square feet and then also consider the 4-acre rule. Then I would make a compromise of going to the 22,000 square feet.
But that's why I asked for clarification. On 2 acres, it's not 22,000. The maximum would be that 13.
15,068. It's 15%.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the compromise down to 15% from 25% on the other ordinance that we talked about previous to this. It was 25%, there were only 30-foot setbacks. We went 75-foot setbacks, 15% of 22,000 square feet max.
Was there any talk about a 100-foot setback in that compromise?
That can be, this is an interim again. So, when we go to the ordinance, it may end up being that way, but, that's something that probably could be brought up. It depends on how things go. Again, I think what we're trying to do is get people in compliance, get rid of the riffraff, and the people that aren't in compliance, and roll with it.
Okay. Page 13. I heard mention of generators and sheds and insulated decibels.
Yeah, that's a pet peeve of mine too, actually.
Yeah, I've received a lot of input from folks that are around grows, things of that sort, generators going on all night, things of that sort. We talked about putting them in sheds, isolating them. I don't think there should be any generators allowed. If it's a large enough operation that requires power, then maybe we ought to just hardwire that into an electrical source and get away from the generators. I know that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
I actually have a comment on that.
I'll listen.
So, I know, I was in all of this, so
Well, we weren't.
I learned about it. I learned a lot through this whole process. I didn't know hardly anything. So the generators are on now because they're starting their plans. Right? They're going to be done here in about 2 weeks. 2 weeks they'll be done. Anyhow, they won't be using generators. Right now, what we have in a lot of the areas, the burn areas, PG&E has a 6-month waiting period to hook up power because they're so far behind. And so the folks, some of the folks are using the generators just for propagating. And then once they're done with that, then they plant out outside in their gardens. And kind of weird for me to still say garden, I got to tell you. Okay. And then the generators are done. So I don't like generators myself. I know that in the Butte Fire area, we've allowed people to use generators because they can't have power right now, and they're using them for that. But they bug the crap out of me. If you're sitting around, trying to enjoy your nice evening and hear the wind blowing through the trees, and you hear this constant buzz, it's annoying, especially when you're used to having it quiet and like that. So I don't think that actually the generator is going to be an issue. We had to put it in there because today is the 10th, and this is when hopefully if everything lines up here, then it would start. So we had to put it in there because for another week or two or so, that's what's going to happen. There's many people up there still, even without grows that aren't growing, are still using generators, and so. What do you do about that?
Well, in addition to that, because of PG&E's, what we learned, 6 months, that's affecting other areas of the county too, where people are applying for power. So some of these more remote areas. So we heard that too about the power source. So that was more or less the compromise.
Yeah.
And putting it into an insulated shed. There was made mention here about, he can't put his generator in an insulated shed. Well, there's, again, compromise, and that's what we went with, as well as the noise ordinance on decimal
Neighbors don't want to hear it, period.
level.
That's it. They just don't want to hear it. And so, and that's the issue.
And not everybody on a generator is a grower. So then you get the neighborhood complaining about a generator when they're using it to survive.
So if you consider the fact that in planning or building department right now, there's probably about 50 or so building permits going on. PG&E is busy, very busy right now. And so, that was another compromise. I knew that it was going to be done, as was explained to me. I had no idea why it was even happening really. I thought that they were firing up these generators to grow these plants, until they finished in this little hoop house with all the, that looked like it was shining a moon back up all night long, and that was irritating for me. And so, but then I learned, part of the process, and it's going to be gone here in just a little bit, and so we put it in there as a compromise.
I think Mike's got some more stuff. I've got some more stuff. I'd like to readdress the felony misdemeanor issue. I do agree with the Sheriff's Department. I do agree with the District Attorney. We do have misdemeanors that do involve some type of activity. Gangs were mentioned. There's some misdemeanors with human trafficking, things of that sort that breed other types of crimes. And through personal experience, I think we need to take a look at those misdemeanors, those convictions, as far as the screening process. Granted, somebody gets arrested for stealing a candy bar out of the store. That's just petty theft, but it might lay with them for a while. But there are dangerous misdemeanors, and we shouldn't just exclude misdemeanors. Felonies or felonies. I think we should really take a look at that.
All right, so how do we do it on an emergency ordinance?
That's why I brought it up. It's up for discussion.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I didn't even think of a lot of the misdemeanors that the sheriff brought up. I don't know the law that well.
So, if I could just say something from a legal standpoint with this, it would be, if there had been a definition in the penal code for a violent misdemeanor, it would be really easy to just cite to that. It's going to be difficult to just to make that a subjective call without getting flooded with appeals from people who disagree with the sheriff's judgment. So my recommendation, if we want to do this tonight, is to not do that unless there is a definition we can cite to that's already defined in the law. That would be my recommendation.
Is it addressed in MRSA? That was always my understanding.
MRSA, when I looked at the circumstances that a sheriff could deny a registration for, they were, with the exception of the part where we accepted cannabis. I agree with Ms. Hugh. It was, that is basically, those are the criteria that the sheriff can deny, or that the state can deny a license for. We can be stricter, and if we are going to be stricter, the easiest thing from a legal perspective would be able to cite specifically to whatever that standard is, rather than have that subjective judgment of what counts for a violent misdemeanor. Because even the penal code, as Ms. Hugh was saying, the definition of a serious felony or violent felony is not intuitive. So I just can anticipate a lot of appeals through the planning department for a denial of registration if somebody disagrees with the sheriff's judgment. I don't know if Sheriff DeBasilio has any comments on that or suggestions.
Well, like Barbara, you said, there is nothing that defines a serious misdemeanor. We have under AB 109 the serious, sex offender and those instances. So that is very well defined. There are misdemeanors that are considered serious, like she said, they're called wobblers. They can either prosecute them as a felony or they can prosecute them as a misdemeanor. The problem with those is that you have to go through the penal code book and even the vehicle code book, because there's a lot in the vehicle code book, and it would take you forever, and you'd have a list 20 pages long. I don't know that there's an answer for tonight. And if you're not willing to give us the discretion of making that call, I would prefer that you did. And if there's a dispute, then we deal with it. But I think it gives us as law enforcement, because we're the ones to be able to do the background, it gives us the opportunity to look at their background and to make that decision. I mean, that's our job.
Right. I mean, it's certainly not illegal. It would be a board decision. It's just a matter of what, thinking about what the potential consequences could be, but.
For the misdemeanors.
Sheriff, one more thing to consider. Due to Prop 47, where they're having felonies reduced to misdemeanors, I mean, how would that affect this program?
And that was the reason for exempting, one of the reasons I had put in there, but again, this is a policy call, except for marijuana convictions, is because possession of marijuana, if you go back far enough, was a felony, but now it's a misdemeanor. And so somebody who possessed marijuana 20 years ago, would have a felony on their record, but it's a misdemeanor now.
Let's go more recent. What about someone that changes their felony conviction for possession of heroin to a misdemeanor?
Well,
which charge would you use in determining whether or not they have a registration application?
It would be whatever they were, the sheriff is the one who's going to be doing the background check, but if they were convicted for a felony and we're exempting felonies, then that would count against them.
But if they change it through Prop 47 to a misdemeanor, like most people are doing right now.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony? Not hard.
Okay, if that's the criteria you're going to use.
I mean, again, it would be up to the board, but that's the way we have it written, is that the sheriff would have the discretion. Again, it does say may. It's not an automatic. It says the registration may be denied or invalidated if the sheriff finds that the applicant has felony convictions for illegal possession, for sale, manufacture, transportation, or cultivation of a controlled substance. We can add other than cannabis. We can take that away. So I guess it is limited to the way it's written right now. It's possession for sale on up, not just raw possession. But again, I mean, this is MRSA. We're just mirroring MRSA. We can be stricter or more lenient as we choose. It's just, lawyers like things to be easily defined. It's not always reality, but that was just my
Okay, Joe. Okay. Page 14, subsection N, item 3A. Basically, this deals with the existing grow sites where there's been some site improvement. A couple of questions. Is the county saying that they're going to waive the earth movement and grading requirements for the operations currently in effect? And if so, will the planning department be finding this project that did not get the grading permits? Or do we require them to obtain grading permits after the fact?
So this would be, we would waive the requirement or waive the restriction on any new grading for someone who is attempting to meet the setback requirement. They would need to get a grading permit to do that. Any grading that would be discovered that required a grading permit. Previously, they didn't get one. That would be part of the other provision that requires compliance with any past code violation requirements.
So,
So they might have to get after the fact. Yes.
Page 18, dealing with the extensions. I'd like to limit that to a one-time only extension, not multiple extensions for the same application, unless it's the county's fault.
An extension for what?
For your application extension time.
There is no application extension time.
Okay, let's take a look at it there. Page
What that is there are certain requirements for the application. And let's say we'll use the Department of Water Resources one, okay? So that is a requirement. They have to get their environmental review by Department of Water Resources. Department of Water Resources get hammered, and so the intent is as long as they've registered with them, they're in that process. It may take the Department of Water Resources, a month or 2 months down the road to perform that. Then at least they're in the process of it anyhow, and they have to go do that anyhow. They're going to have to do that. It's just that extra time that's once things start rolling here, and these departments might get inundated, not just ours but the state. Then they're going to be they're still applicants. They're still rolling with it, and that's not an extension really. That's just
my intent on this, why I even bring it up, was where we have a situation where the applicant may not complete his registration requirements in time and is issued a one-time extension. I realize if it's a state agency or if it's something else that those extensions could be actually waived, but I don't want to have an extended 4 or 5 extensions on one application.
There's not any new extension.
Not any.
There is no extension. As far as the initial registration, they have to have a completed application by June 30th. There are 4 documents that a commercial grower might need those 4 documents are the only things that are allowed a little bit later, and it's only a one-time to September 7th. So I'm not sure what section you're in, but there is no second chance after that.
No extensions. It's just processing time, so it might be a little bit longer in some cases.
I know.
There's a 60-day period on the
Oh, okay.
60-day or 90-day calendar day period on the section 17.95.175, subsection B, item 1 and 2.
What that is we don't want to have to do individual termination of registration. When we adopt a permanent ordinance, we need a process to allow the people who are currently registered, how long are we going to, there'll be some deadline for them to comply with the new ordinance, the permanent ordinance. So if we pass on January 1st, 2017, a permanent ordinance that says they need a permit, we know that they're going to have to apply for the permit, and there might be a hearing on the permit. And so we will give, if they already are registered and they're in compliance, we would give them the 90 days to get whatever they need from the county that's now required in the permanent ordinance. That's what that is. And if the county, if the county can't get the processing done, and they were quick enough to apply within only 60 days rather than waiting the 90 days, under those 2 circumstances, we would let them continue growing until we finished processing their application for a permit. That's what that is. There's no.
So that's under the final ordinance.
That's the transition to the permanent ordinance.
The transition to the permanent.
Essentially converting their registration to the permanent permit requirement that comes out of the permanent ordinance.
Okay, I want to address the issue of rural residential, outdoor mixed light cultivation, indoor cultivation. I want to strike rural residential. I'll let the issue talk about that. I want to talk about, on page 20, they talk about inspection warrants. Maybe you can chime in on this, Sheriff DiCilio.
Actually, Captain Macedo talked with county council and we're good with the way that's read, or written, however you want to say it.
Okay.
We're covered.
Did you consider telephonic warrants if we need them?
That would be up to the court, whether they're doing.
Again, we spoke to county council, we're covered on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fees? I have a problem with the 5,000 commercial fee. I think that should be raised to 7,500. But let's talk about the caregiver fee. I believe the $200 amount is low, should be $350. And I would concede we leave the patient fee at $100.
Is there a reason on the caregiver to $350? We were kind of looking at $100 per 100 square feet, and it's a background check, simple process. We didn't see where it was going to take. You know, our fee structure was based on kind of staff time.
Yeah, they can double their gross side if they have 2 patients.
They can only grow up to 200 square feet.
Well, that's
Total. That's all they can grow is 200 square feet.
Who pays for the background check?
Not 100 plus 200.
Applicant.
It's 100 and 100, that's it.
It doesn't say that in here. Or have I missed it?
About whether or not they can only have 2 patients?
No, who pays for the background check?
That's a good question. Is that included in the fee?
That would be covered in the cost of administering the program, and it was envisioned that the fee would cover that.
The fee would cover
The cost of the background.
background check? Can we get a for background check?
Well, it was quoted to us, but I don't recall, to tell you the truth.
Oh. Interesting, private investigator, background check, just a computer check, it costs anywhere from $200 to $400.
Especially if you're doing them on personal and primary caregivers.
That's true.
Because their fee is not that high.
That's the patient, we weren't requiring the background check on the patient.
Caregiver.
But on the caregiver, we were.
What we're talking about, caregiver and personal use is going to be a CI9. So the cost for minimum.
I think it was $60 or something like that.
Yeah, 50 or 60.
We talked about it in the meeting for hours.
Okay. If that's what it costs to do those background checks for the sheriff's department.
Well, let me tell you, what's going to happen anyhow is when we go in, as soon as we're done with this, there's going to be a nexus study done on all of these fees anyhow. And then we're going to have to come up with the true costs anyhow. So even if we're charging too much for the 5,000, because we can't make money as a county. We can't make money on this. We only can recover the cost of us doing business, that's it. And so we have to do a nexus study to be able to make sure we get the true cost of recovery, and that's all. So if it's $7,500 that we charge, and then it comes out to where it's only $3,000 to process this stuff, you got to pay that back.
I understand that.
So where we're going to get the real fees, or the real the money, the revenue for this is in the tax. When it goes, hopefully, if we get to that point, it goes to the ballot for the tax. That's where the revenues will start to come in. That's where we get the sustainability on the program. Right? Everything else is just going to have to cover just the cost.
How do you envision, should this ordinance pass on emergency status, we get the available resources for enforcement? I mean, how are we going to fund that?
Oh, when we get over this table right here, we'll be putting that right out.
I want to make sure you're saying.
Yeah. I think we're good, yeah.
Thank you very much for your time, folks. That's all I have.
So, to just clarify on the primary caregiver cultivation, we were saying $100 for every 100 square feet, and that extra 100 there for the primary caregiver was that background check. So it covered that cost. So it was inclusive.
We actually cut that in half under MRSA. They can have more than twice that, right? Yeah, twice that.
500 square feet.
Yeah, so, I mean, we actually cut that way down as one of those things, one of those compromises. And because there's a lot of people, there's a lot of people I've talked to in residential areas that, they want to keep all of it in a residential area to a very minimum. So, the R1 zones. That's why we cut that one way down.
That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Like the rest of us, a lot of my time has been taken up, devoted to this, and it didn't just start in the last 6 months. It started actually almost 2 years ago when I was running for office. And when it was explained to me initially, and I honestly knew so little about this at the beginning, when I would describe it to some of those who were experienced, they always had a good laugh at me. And that was okay. I was willing to take that. But I have learned a lot. But initially when it was described to me, what was going on was a 99 plant grow, and we have local growers, and I wasn't as real put out by it, thinking that that's what we had. This seems to me that there are some ways in here to open it up to large corporate growing, and I think those need to be considered. And I'm also concerned about where some of this growing is going on. I lived in Rancho Loma Serena for 7 years, and in comparison, you could only have so many pieces of livestock on your property. But here, if you had a 5-acre parcel, you could grow 22,000 square feet of marijuana going forward if we were to enact this just as it is. And I do have concerns about that. And as I get into that, and I'm going to bring that up in a couple of minutes, I have a couple questions. One of them, if we have a large ranch that is multiple parcels, and those exist all over the county, does that mean the large ranch can put one grow per parcel, and the same name gets multiple? It's not clear to me in here.
It is based on per parcel.
So one ranch could get, one name can go get multiple licenses and grow on every parcel on his ranch.
At $5,000 or $7,500 per parcel.
Okay. On 17.95.110, the first part of it on A, it talks about manufacturing. Are we allowing manufacturing in this ordinance? I'm not truly getting, I don't find that anywhere else.
Okay, in 110, I'm not, where is the manufacturing discussed?
The purpose and intent of this chapter is to quickly establish land use regulations concerning the cultivation, manufacture, testing, statistics,
Because we are proposing a ban of the other commercial activities, that would be a different express action. So that was why that was in there. There is actually another part, another finding that I have in here, which probably should be eliminated because it's not relevant, where it's talks specifically about manufacturing. So the idea there was to say that the state allows manufacturing and distributing and all of these other, but that's a lead up to the fact that we're also saying that we're not going to allow any of that other than dispensaries and cultivation
At this time.
at this time.
Maybe we should strike manufacturing. It says it in 17.95.120 again. If we're not going to allow it, maybe I don't want to allude to it.
We're not going to allow it for sure in this urgency.
Yeah, and there's some of the corrections we had under 120S, that whole finding could just be stricken. Also, it talks about distribution in V, Victor, and that word distribution probably should be stricken too. This is part of the technical corrections that we've come across as we were going through this one last time.
In numerous places throughout this, it says commercial activities, but it really doesn't define what a commercial activity is. And maybe that should be clarified where it says commercial activities. That kind of alludes to the fact that something else could blossom out of their growth.
There is a definition of commercial marijuana activity in 1795.150F. And
Page 7.
On page, yeah. I understand that different people have some different page numbers, so I've just been trying to, but it's my page 7. It might not be the sheriff's. So.
17 what?
The definition.
There is a definition for commercial marijuana activity.
Right, 17.
17.
Okay, thank you. I didn't put those two together. On 17.95.110, it says designed to encourage. I would replace encourage with require. And on number 5, it says designed to minimize. I would put designed to eliminate.
Okay.
That's my suggestion. 17.95.110.
That's the purpose and intent section of the urgency ordinance.
I mean, the environmental study hasn't been conducted yet, so technically we don't know all of the impacts yet. But it doesn't, I have no problem substituting that's a goal in that section.
That is the intent.
Okay, so on page 4 of mine, which is letter S, under 95.120, comprehensive regulation. Should we maybe strike S?
Yes.
That's what
Yes.
you're saying.
Yeah. Strike S.
Yeah, great minds think alike, I guess.
And then modify V to get rid of, just strike the word distribution, second line down.
Okay, on 17.95.130, the regulations in this chapter shall apply to the location of medical cannabis cultivation and commercial activities related to medical cannabis in zoning districts described in the county code. Be it good or bad, I spent a lot of time with the CEQA in the last few months, and if I see that right there, I would say that's going to trigger a zoning or a CEQA study right away. Now, in the back of this, you're saying that it doesn't trigger a CEQA study.
The reason, definitely a permanent ordinance will trigger a CEQA study. An urgency ordinance that is being passed because of a situation that can't wait for the CEQA study, which is what the purpose of the urgency ordinance is due to the factors that we describe in the findings, it would not be subject to CEQA as an urgency ordinance. This being said, a permanent ordinance will indeed require an environmental study.
I know this was brought up earlier in the public testimony, and I have to respectfully disagree with the speaker. And I read Mr. Alex's note to her, and it says that the county must abide by state law. State law provides for a specific exemption under CEQA for an urgency ordinance, and the findings are based on the requirements to do that. It does not exempt us from any future analysis. In fact, we're going to be preparing an EIR, for the permanent ordinance. But there are exemptions under CEQA. We're complying with state law. And that's exactly what Mr. Alex, who's the director of OPR stated in his comment to
I didn't hear
the
that
speaker.
hear it earlier, either that or there was so much going on that it wouldn't mind me. Okay, because I'm going to come back to that in another thing in just a little bit. On 17.95.130, large D, nothing in this chapter is intended nor shall it be construed to exempt the cultivation of marijuana from any and all applicable local and state construction, electrical, plumbing, land use, water rights, wastewater discharge, stream bed alterations, local, state, and federal regulations, or any other environmental, building, or land use standards or permitting requirements. I just added those words.
What were the?
Local, state, and federal regulations.
Okay.
Federal for what?
Are you asking me what it could be?
Yeah.
Could be a lot of things. Water flow, or, restricting this or that.
I don't see any legal issue with adding that.
The only thing I can think of is EPA. But other than that, okay.
Well, there could be, Endangered Species Act take requirement, if they're violating those laws, they're violating those laws. And we're not saying we're going to,
Well, I guess if you put it that way, there are, NEPA, if there is something in NEPA.
well, NEPA's an analysis, and that's different. But if there are specific laws that says no matter what you do, whether you're building a house, you have to abide by certain state and federal laws as well as our local codes. And
I was just trying to figure out what that could be, but it'll be what it is. So.
it is what it is.
Capital letter I, just below the one I just read. A cultivator of medical cannabis shall provide to the planning director upon request written evidence to the planning director that the operation is not engaged in interstate commerce as it relates to medical cannabis. How will they do that?
Quite honestly, that was a cut and paste from another county's ordinance. Obviously, at this point, as far as I know, interstate commerce and marijuana is not allowed, but I don't have a problem striking that because that law would apply regardless of whether or not we put it in the ordinance.
Okay, I was just interested how they're going to do that.
Well, I guess I would like to see it stricken because I have no idea how I would enforce that. And it would actually then fall under D, what you read before. That would be a violation of federal law.
You wouldn't have to worry about it.
I'm trying not to reiterate what my other two supervisors have already brought up, so excuse me if I stumble just a shade. Try to keep Chris under control.
No problem. We got all night.
Okay, you've answered a lot of the Okay, on the nuisance on 17.95.160. All cultivation of medical cannabis, because we're not at this point making a judgment on marijuana, in any amount or quantity, I would strike marijuana. This provision shall not apply to medical cannabis cultivation by a lawful, permitted medical cannabis dispensary in accordance with Chapter 17.91 of this code.
Our current code allows a certain amount of cultivation within the dispensary itself. It's very limited. And so we're not addressing that ordinance, so that the direction was that we're keeping 1791 as is for now. And so that it does allow, the current code does allow a certain amount of cultivation on site for a dispensary.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I
So,
got that twice.
so how does that affect this one?
It doesn't. What we're saying is that that's continued to be permitted under the provisions of that code. And this addresses all other cultivation other than what's allowed within a dispensary.
Also, with respect to the whole issue of calling something marijuana versus cannabis, I know that people have different feelings about it. I covered all bases by having a definition that says that either one means the same thing.
Yeah, I think the issue is medical versus recreational.
When we go over to 17.95.165 on the next page, small letter B, well, really all through it, they're asking for a lot of identification, and Captain Macedo brought that up, and a lot of these aren't really clear. I think we need to have clear, identifiable names, addresses, exactly where to find people in these. I mean, I can go through each one if you want me to, but it's really sort of the same things applying, like home address of the personal or caregiver that is on the gross, so that if our officers, whether it be law enforcement or code enforcement, do come up, and I've seen this when I went through the home mortgage issues, they shouldn't have to go research any of that. It should be posted somewhere with all very clear info on all of those, so it makes it easy for them.
Well, the registration form will be posted on site with all of that information. We have landowner's legal name, physical. Do we need physical home address? Is that what's different? I'm not sure what we're missing from this list of requirements, and if there's something that we can certainly add it. I just don't know what it is that we're missing that hampers law enforcement's ability to track down the individual.
Okay, well, if different, the landowner's legal name, physical address, mailing address is if different in phone. Should the landowner's name, physical address, mailing address, or phone number change?
It says that they have to update it with the planning department within 72 hours of a change.
So there will be a person for them to call, law enforcement. If they change it, they have to update it within 3 days.
We've got the registrant's name, we've got the landowner's name, we've got the business owner's name, it's the business owner, we've got physical address, as well as the mailing address for both. I'm happy to add anything we need, but I don't know what it is.
Okay.
I know. Email and Facebook accounts.
Maybe on
Twitter.
I was real patient while everybody else was speaking.
Supervisor Kearney, if I can interject, the only thing that's not in here that I would request, and it kind of got mentioned earlier about patients, and the only reason that we're looking at getting the patient's name and their information, because that's nowhere in here, is that I want to make sure that they're a real person. That's all.
Well, on P, it says all registrants shall produce for inspection and provide a copy of current valid government-issued photographic identification such as a driver's license or state-issued identification card. And I have circled and I put current address because those photo IDs don't always have the current address. And those types of things, I don't want to make our law enforcement have to go look for, or code enforcement.
So we have already captured that they have to write down whatever their current physical and mailing address, regardless of what might be on. I mean, they have to show a government ID in addition to their current address.
I'm sorry.
I was just trying to reassure Supervisor Kearney that the way it's written, and correct me if I'm wrong, does require them to put down their current name, physical address, and mailing address. And the photo ID is just to basically have a photograph so that it matches the person who's showing up. It's not, we don't have to rely alone on whatever address is on the photo ID.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
The other thing to consider on that is that's a violation if it's not correct.
Well, but a driver's license doesn't have a P.O. box. There's all kinds of government-issued photo IDs, military IDs. There's a lot of things that they do not have your current address on.
I would just want to point out that whatever address is on your photo identification, that would not be the address that we would be looking to contact them at anyway, because we would be looking at the current address that they have on the registration, because the address and contact information that they have on file with planning is what is supposed to be current. And if they aren't current, they have to become current within 72 hours. If they are not current within 72 hours on all of their contact information, that would be a violation of the registration, and that would be something that could arguably be something that the registration could be revoked over.
Okay.
So it's important that registrants keep all of their contact information current to be in compliance. But we would not be looking to corroborate their address on the registration form with the photo identification and matching that up. Keep in mind they are also signing under penalty of perjury that the information is accurate. So.
And all the good people are going to respect that.
All the bad people get caught, they're not really going.
You hope. On page 11, of my page anyway, but it's going to have to follow others, 17.95.165, on H, registrants shall comply with all applicable state and federal, instead of requirements, I have laws/regulations that I would like to have put there. And on, right below it on I have it circled, and I think law enforcement brought it up, that those forms should be notarized.
Which forms?
That are posted on I. The current registration document issued by the planning department must be weatherproofed and visibly and clearly posted within 10 feet. They asked that those forms be notarized.
But those are the forms that the planning department is determining whether or not to issue based on their application. So the only effect that notarization of those would have is to make sure that Peter Maurer is telling the truth.
Well, I'm just telling you, law enforcement brought it up, and nobody has backed them up on that, and I don't have a problem with it. So.
Well, if I could speak, I don't believe that we need to have something that's posted, that's notarized. Again, it's going to go through Peter, and I'll come out for Peter.
I don't doubt that either.
I don't see a reason to have something notarized that's going to be posted, because their process is going through the planning commission, and once they do the notary, it goes through the planning department. They're going to go ahead and give us a certificate that they're going to post.
Okay.
So we're good with that.
If you're good with it, Sheriff?
I'm good with that.
I'm good with it.
Yeah, Peter, I know you work.
Okay, I want to bring up the RR allowance also that Mike hinted at, and I ran some numbers on it too. But most of the problems we have are in RR areas. And as I said, when I first started to learn about this, it was 99 plants, and it was a little cottage industry, and now we're going to on up to 4 acres, 22,000 square feet, and if that's in an RR area, and we're saying that it does not trigger a CEQA, I have some issues with that. For one thing, the water that they may pull out of the ground, if they're not using surface water or buying it from somewhere else, would be enormous. And in a residential RR neighborhood, it could just destroy those aquifers. And I think we need to really have some consideration of that. And I was playing with my calculator up here while we were talking about this. If you have 22,000 square feet canopy in marijuana, and say you put 12 square feet of per plant, then that should be enough, I would think, to include your roads or whatever, and fence it in, etc. You're talking about 1,800 plants. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but
That's not the right answer, okay? He didn't say, don't tell him he's wrong. He said, correct me if I'm wrong. So what's the right answer?
400.
like to hear from the chair.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, 22,000. Divided by 12 square feet. Okay, I beg your pardon. As I said, correct me if I'm wrong.
But don't say he's wrong. That's not good.
You're going to make me check.
It's 152 plants, okay. You all wish it was 1,830.
While you're thinking there, Mr. Kearney, the reason why the RR is included in this, because that was the direction that was given on the February 16th hearing, that we were going to include RR as part of our permanent ordinance. And I know that there are a lot of existing cultivation out there and probably some new ones that began in the RR zone based on that prior direction. So that's why it's in there. Now, it is certainly a policy call on your part as to what zones you think it's appropriate and not appropriate to. And there may be other limitations as far as minimum parcel size or percent of parcel that you can consider at this point in time. But the standards that we have proposed in this ordinance was based on the previous direction in February on what zones you felt were appropriate. And I'll admit those were originally my recommendations to you.
There's been a lot of evolution since then, and the complaints that we get, the complaints that I get consistently are in RR zones, not just in the diamond properties, but where I used to live in Loma Serena, in Rancho Calaveras. If we're going to allow that large of a grow in those areas, and there's no CEQA examination, there's no look at it, I have concerns about that.
Well, again, the CEQA analysis will be done on the permanent ordinance. These are interim standards to be put in place between now and then. And hopefully within a year, less than a year, we will have those permanent standards in place, and we can look at that more closely. And maybe at that point in time, we say, hey, this is just inappropriate. We need to scale back. Again, it's a policy call on your part. So I think there have been a lot of commitment, and as part of what we were looking as far as a compromise is that where folks have purchased land and made improvements based on the prior direction and the expectation that would be what the ordinance was going to say, that's why it's included in here. But again, it's not.
Mr. Mauer, also on the other side, we have the folks that are not involved in this operation, and we hear their voice very loudly.
Oh, I do too.
That's it, and for all those people that corrected me when I was wrong, thank you. It's been a long day. This has been about the fifth one of these meetings, or fourth. So.
Thanks for asking.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, this ordinance is an urgency ordinance, so it is far from perfect. I think I have a lot of concerns about it, but we need to move forward. This is a lot better than nothing, so I'm content with leaving it as is. I would like to pursue one thing, though. Somebody mentioned that Stanislaus County has formed a committee. I would be interested in having a standing committee as we go forward to develop the permanent ordinance, if that's the will of the board, to be able to, and maybe it's just continuing with Debbie and Cliff, and just a suggestion since we got this far with those guys. So, but I don't know, just to explore that, and maybe we could even put that in the urgency ordinance as something that we could do. So I think that was the most beneficial step that we've made so far in helping move it forward. And then we can also, when problems arise from the community can then take a look at those issues and maybe resolve them as we move forward.
I would just want to add, if it's an ad hoc committee, certainly that
Okay,
can
let's say ad
continue.
hoc. That means standing.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
When I hear
ad hoc
standing
is
committee,
what-
that makes me nervous, because the moment that a standing committee is created by the board, that means that standing committee
You're right, I
is
used the
subject
wrong
to the
word.
Brown
I meant
Act,
ad hoc.
and you have to follow all of the same requirements of the Brown Act as the board. If it is an ad hoc committee where it's less than the majority of the board, it is not subject to the Brown Act requirements. If you want a informal committee similar to what collaborated on drafting this, that is something that staff can work on. I don't believe that it's something that has to be formal or created by the board if it's just the board's direction. And I don't think that it's something that has to be drafted into the urgency ordinance. But certainly if the board, wants us to have a collaborative informal committee, we could certainly do that. And if the board wants to formalize an ad hoc committee, I would recommend that you do it in ad hoc committee rather than a standing committee.
Well, that's my thought.
I would agree. I think that's a good idea.
So I would agree with that, but I would agree that it would be change of players here. So either Mike or Steve would be on that committee and not me, because I was on this one. And
Actually, you asked me.
I'm asking. I'm asking to not be on the next one.
Okay. Let's just be upfront about it.
Yeah, I'm asking to not be on the next one, because the reason I wanted to be on this one is because I recognize a lot of the dangers that are going on out in our county, and for me, it's finding the solution. I also recognize that when I first came up here about 30-something years ago, my parents bought 27 acres off Old Gulch Road, and I stood out on that acreage. And I looked right across the gully there, and what did I see? That was 30-something years ago, right? Been here a long time, and not only that, but there was a lot of meth. Related stuff going on up here, a lot of heroin. And there was a lot of people coming up here hiding out. And that's what they did. So when people come up here and think that they're going to get a little piece of heaven, and they move up here, sometimes it's not what they expect. So it's our job to try to make things better. Now, since then, these guys are probably second or third generation growers. Some of them. Some of them are new, but some of them have been around here in the county for a long time. And we are where we are. Largely because our county is notorious for pushing industry and jobs out of the county. And that's what we do. We're really good at it. We don't allow that to come in the county. And so our services, like our sheriff department over here, get squeezed down to almost nothing, to where they can't really do any effective enforcement to be able to stop some of the stuff that goes on. And that concerns me. So people take advantage of that. When I heard earlier. One person said, the reason that we, and I can tell you who said it, Tom said, Liberty said this. The reason that we have not had the ability to enforce is because we haven't had a regulation on cannabis. Well, I disagree with that. The reason we haven't had the ability to enforce is because the county has chased every industry out, except for tourism and agriculture, which we're limited with water anyhow. With both of them actually limits us, and so then people improvise, and so they've done that over the years, and I think that actually we're fortunate to have some good people that have improvised in the way they have. It could have been a lot worse, because when I came up here 30-something years ago, there's a bunch of Hells Angels up there. Not saying nothing that's going to get me killed, I hope. But we had a lot of bad. We had some folks up here that just didn't care about people, and we had a lot of good people up here always too. But it was just a different time. So now we're in a situation where we are bled out of resource in our sheriff's office. The county doesn't have funds to do a whole lot, so we're kind of weak. And then California comes along and says, hey, we're going to open our gates up to this cannabis industry. And so people from all over the place see that, and they do research, and they know where to go. They know where to go where the water is, they know where to go where the climate is, and they know where to go where enforcement is low. That's an easy target. And so I grew up in the Bay Area. I was raised on the Klamath River first. And that's where I seen my largest marijuana plants when I was a kid. And then I grew up in Newark, in the Bay Area in the 70s. And so I think I've experienced, all that I need to experience there. And so, and I've seen a lot of people get damaged with drugs. Lots. Ruin their lives. Some people just have addictive personalities. Doesn't matter what they touch. If it's alcohol, if it's meth, if it's, meth will get you anyhow. Pot, doesn't matter. Opiates, doesn't matter. Some people are just, like that. When my kids went to school in Tracy, they had a very, very good anti-drug programs there. I mean, they were every day, it seemed like every single day, they had something to do in their classes that would say no to drugs. They would constantly do that. And that's the fear, I think, through this whole thing is the drug itself and also the crime that it brings behind it. So education is kind of huge. My kids went all through school, never got involved in it. And today, even today, at least they haven't told me they have, but they haven't that I know of. So for me, it's more of an issue of getting past our fears, making sure that we have the enforcement for an ordinance. We are here. We're not going to get rid of it. We need to make it ours and control it. I've always been a person that would run into a situation and I can either hide from it, run from it, or I take it on and I make it mine. And if I make it mine, I'm going to make it the best possible thing I can make it. And it's not, normally it won't fail. So, except for my restaurant. Okay, that one's having a little challenge. So I just think that we can dance around this thing. I believe that people have genuine fears, and I have talked to many of them. I've argued with some of them, and not fought, but I've had arguments with a few. Mike's one of them there. But I understand how they feel. In my house, I've been burglarized once in my house. In back of me, for many years, I had a bunch of methamphetamines going on back there, and it was a scary situation for my family. So, for a long time. So I understand that feeling. When you're afraid to even go into your own house because you're afraid somebody might be in there. That affects you. It affects my wife, affects my sister-in-law. Knowing that somebody came into your place like that. So we don't want that kind of stuff to happen. We don't want people to live in fear. We want them to feel like they're in a safe community. Well, I feel pretty safe with these folks over here right now. And so that's the kind of people I think that we need to help us do the transition here. So this is an urgency ordinance. The urgency ordinance is to get us to where we're going to go. Wherever that is. I don't even know what that is yet. I know that I think there's 2 ballot measures right now. There's 2 ballot measures that'll go on in November's ballot. One of them is going to be for ban, and one of them is going to be for whatever. Okay? The people will tell the story on that one, right? But until then, we have to do something to make sure that we're moving in that direction. Now, the other thing that a lot of people haven't talked about here is, I mean, we hear about the growers on how important it is for that money, right? What I've been flooded with is businesses that say, if you're going to ban it, or whatever you're going to do with it, however you're going to regulate it, please let me know, because I have to adjust my business accordingly. So we're talking about well drillers, we're talking about people who do dirt, we're talking about electricians, we're talking about plumbers, we're talking about people who sell every type of hardware, everything. And in our county, we don't have a whole lot of businesses anyhow. So we're kind of in a position here, in my mind. And so I got involved with this thing because we could not sit here and just, like Mike said earlier, kick the can down the road. Now, when the ordinance came in April, I looked at it and it didn't have anything for me. It didn't protect the people that were feeling like they needed protection. It didn't protect the folks like over in Diamond 20, or like I went up to Jesus Maria this weekend, and people were feeling scared up there. It didn't protect them. There was nothing in it that had any type of funding for enforcement or anything of me. You can put out an ordinance, and if you can't enforce it, what's the sense? So it's like putting a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit out here on the highway and having no police. Everybody's going to do 70. And so that's why I got involved with this. I asked Sandy as a person that was against cannabis, to be involved in that, because I felt like she studied it, and I needed somebody other than me to be the conservative person in that room, super conservative person in that room. And then our sheriff walked in there, and then he was the conservative person as well. And I want to mention, I respect Captain Macedo and Sheriff DiBasilio for sitting in those rooms. I know it's for Captain Macedo especially, it's very, very painful. They're used to doing things a certain way. They're trained their whole lives to do things a certain way, and they came in because they care for our community, and they sat there and they were a part of that discussion, and they care about what happens here. So there's a couple of things that came up. Rural residential is I think the big thing on the block right now. So we have a number of folks that are doing rural residential right now. This county was screwed up a long time ago when they started letting grapes and olives and all kinds of other agriculture start happening in rural residential. And so that can be addressed, I feel, as we move forward on the regular ordinance. But we got to steer this thing and get the enforcement out there immediately and steer this thing to wherever we're going to go with it. That's the important part for me. To me, this is a vehicle that we're going to hop in right now and move it in a direction. It could be on the ballot that the voters vote to ban, right? That could be what happens, and then that's what the people say. But if it's not, we got to be prepared for that, and we better be moving in a direction. First and foremost, we got to make our people feel secure, and we got to make them feel like they have some support and they're safe. And that's why I didn't vote for the ban, ordinance in April. And actually, that's why I said I wanted to ban it then, because I wanted people to start talking. They weren't talking then. There was still such a division. And so, and since then, it kind of got people rolling on it. And now we are here. To me, this is as good as we're going to get for now. It's not perfect, like everybody else has said, but it is a start. It's well vetted. It's well thought out. And it does provide some very good enforcement dollars. Now, the way I see it is it provides 2 inspectors, it provides 2 code enforcement officers, and it provides a background checker for the sheriff. And then it's probably going to, Peter's going to have some need for some support there too. So we have to be able to pay for all this stuff. It's not free. But so I want to take the bad element out. Now these folks, in my mind, have a chance during this emergency ordinance to prove themselves on how good citizens they are. They could be blowing smoke all this whole time, because I actually have met with a few of them. And I've liked them. I mean, they're nice people. But everybody's nice to me when they want something. So the proof is going to be in the pudding. And I've been impressed that the different departments in the Sheriff's Department actually has been able to come to a more reasonable approach as well. So I don't really have any changes. I couldn't make any more changes than these folks want to do. We chose the things that we chose in here because, and we didn't get a lot of the input from the law enforcement until just recently. But we chose the things that we chose in here, not just because we picked that number or picked that zone, but because we went and vetted it for hours and hours and hours. I mean, we had meetings from 9 in the morning until at night, just like today. And a lot of it was compromise. A lot of it was give and take for many reasons. So I am actually very happy with the ordinance, with what the sheriff, some of the things the sheriff wanted to put in there. I am okay with the sheriff deciding on taking a look at the qualifications around felony stuff and misdemeanor. I believe they're reasonable, and it'll come back real quick if it's not a reasonable situation, because of the appeals will be just huge really quickly. So it would set up a really quick red flag. I believe that they are they want to make this thing work too, and so I trust them. And so I like the ordinance with input of what the Sheriff's Department said and the way we had it. Okay. So, what else do we got?
Okay, so now each of you have essentially made comments of the changes that you would like to see. staff, I mean, we're going to have to actually make these changes. Each one of you made recommendations. I don't know if it was the board as a whole. I mean,
Bring out the recommendations, we'll vote on them right now, and then you guys are going to have to put together, we'll decide, you can redline it, and we can vote on it.
Sounds like the only issue we had was RR.
I had a list of some questions I thought were unanswered. Maybe we just sort of go through those. And RR is obviously one of those. I think it's related to minimum parcel size as well, and so I think that's something that probably deserves a little more discussion as to what direction you want on that. Do we allow cultivation on RR or not? And or should we change the minimum parcel size from 2 acres to some other parcel size? I think those are probably the 2 largest fundamental questions. Some of the other questions, I'll just sort of read them all right now so you can be thinking about it. It was suggested that the perimeter around the Butte Fire for temporary housing should be reduced from a mile to a quarter of a mile.
I'm good with that.
The language regarding the felony misdemeanor provisions.
Hold on, Peter.
Yeah.
Why don't we just go through one by one rather than reading them all and then go through them?
Okay.
That one's good. I'm good with that.
Excuse me, Chair, is this a poll or a vote?
It's a poll because we're going to eventually vote on whether it's out of ordinance or not.
Okay, just want to clarify.
You want to start at the top?
So,
RR?
Start with RR, yeah.
Well, I would like no cultivation in RR, but I don't think I have the majority up here, and I don't. If I were to hold this up over that, then the people who are living in RR wouldn't have the benefit of the enforcement power. So at this time, pending a permanent ordinance, I'll withdraw that.
So keep
consensus there?
RR.
I'm against keeping RR, but that's a poll, majority won.
Well, so am I, but I'm not going to hit that.
okay, then there was the radius around the Butte Fire, mile, quarter mile, half mile.
I have a question. Does that include Amador County?
We can't.
No. It only applies to Calaveras County, so the line stops right there.
I don't know, okay.
Quarter mile, I'm good with.
Quarter mile.
Yeah, quarter mile's great.
I'm at a mile.
Quarter mile is good. That's from the SCAR, right?
That was.
There's a map that's generated that shows the perimeter of the burn area, so it would be around that. We can map that. We can know what parcels are there. And this is limited to finding employee housing. So there's been quite a lot of discussion about the background check, and I think we need to sort of work on that language. But what I understand is that we want to give flexibility to the sheriff to make that determination on what type of offense is a disqualifying offense that would
okay
fail.
with that.
Well, I think we discussed felony for sure, and misdemeanor with crimes of violence, and there was kind of a,
Well, again, it's not that we're just going to take every misdemeanor and throw it up like, somebody just said that there could be red flags if we start appealing things. But we're going to be realistic about it. Again, I would hope that you would trust us to do our job correctly and not gouge people. That's not our intent. Our intent is to make sure that we can keep the public safe with what we're doing, with who we're refusing applications to. That's all.
I would go with the discretion of the sheriff.
I do too.
Once again, this is an urgency ordinance, and that's sounds good.
The big part of that right there is we're building trust right now. So that's extremely important.
Thank you.
My, how soon we forget.
Minimum parcel size. Right now it's 2.
We discussed that at length, and I think we should stick with the original proposal.
15% of 2?
It's, whatever's in there is what we just, I mean, we went over that thing for
Very long time.
a very long time.
13,000 feet.
So the goal here is to get as many people on board as possible and eliminate the folks that are not complying.
Okay.
Well, that's one of the roles, but my important role is to protect these people that are being harassed by those who will not comply. That's important.
I think we're agreeing, finally. We're agreeing.
I'm sticking with my 10,000. I think 22 is way too big.
Okay. So the majority, it sounds like, said keep it the way it is. There's some disagreement there, but we'll see how that shakes out in the vote. Okay. There was a suggestion by the Sheriff's Office about eliminating the language regarding notice to County Council prior to summary abatement. I don't know if that was discussed. I know there were some legal concerns about that. I'll leave that.
Actually, in thinking about it, I agree with Captain Macedo that if we're talking about an imminent risk where there isn't time to get an inspection warrant, that it probably is better to just eliminate that. We would just caution the sheriff that, we've had discussions about when summary abatement works. When you're talking about civil nuisance, it's different than finding evidence in a criminal case. And so we would just, caution the sheriff that the standards might be different than finding something criminal evidence in other penal code or health and safety statutes. They have to be something that would be dangerous enough that it can't wait for an inspection warrant. But I would be happy to eliminate that.
And again, that's allowing us to do our job.
So.
Okay. Increasing the fines or the fees. I think that there was some concern about your ability, based on AG's opinion and state law, the amount of the fine that we can charge for enforcement action. So I'm not sure that we can increase the fine.
The only way that we could essentially increase the fine is if the board were to increase it. Right now, we have it written at $1,000 a day because for ease in code enforcement and everything else. There are some jurisdictions that have it at $1,000 per day per violation. So if there are multiple violations on a parcel, it could arguably be up to around $10,000 per day if there are 10 separate violations on the parcel. What I have received from my discussions with other jurisdictions is in situations like that, typically they are not as recoverable because they are excessive.
Question, Mr. Mauer?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the fine structure that we have for code compliance on other ordinances in the county? I mean, we've heard...
It's $50 a day.
$50 a day?
$50 per violation. $50 per violation.
That's set by statute.
$10,000 administrative fines on some of the issues we've heard here is different. $50 a day.
That's ours. That's ours.
Oh.
Our under 8.06.
8.06.
Is $50.
Well, these rules are pretty easy to follow, though, also, and if you're doing what you're supposed to do,
Yeah. Well, yeah.
you're not going to pay anything.
But if you're going to have somebody pay, you want to be able to pay.
I don't think the fines is going to be the issue. I think that, if we can differentiate between those who are registered and those who aren't, and then we have the ability to shut those people down, the fine's not going to make the difference. It's their ability to operate that makes the difference. I think that's... So I think my recommendation would leave the fine language the way it is, and then we go after code enforcement abatement processes for the violators. That's going to be what's going to satisfy the neighbors and help, bring this into control. My editorial comments.
I would agree.
The last, and then fees, there's a suggestion that the fee be increased.
Take a poll on that.
What, the fine or the fee?
Fine.
I agree with what Peter said. $1,000 a day.
For this ordinance, I agree.
Okay.
For the urgency ordinance, I would agree, I would concede.
And then the fee amount.
Well, it says right there that this, the very first line underneath that fee amount says this probably will not cover the cost.
Well, we don't know. We don't want to charge more or significantly more than what we think will cost the program. I think that what we have figured out based on our estimate of the numbers of applicants, that it will cover the costs of law enforcement, code enforcement, my staff, council, environmental health, ag department, staffing needs to cover this program.
What's your estimate of the number of applicants? No.
2 to 250?
350?
2 to 250?
2 to 250?
Mm-hmm. I think that's a very conservative estimate. If we get more than that, then we have that much more, but we'll need that much more personnel. But the more that we get into compliance, the fewer we have to go after who are not in compliance. And I think that's where the biggest issue is. So I think there's a win-win there by getting more and more people involved. And I think at some point there's a threshold where someone's going to say, I'm going underground, I can't afford that fee. So 200 people at 5,000 is $1 million.
And that can be adjusted up to Nexus.
And then we'll look at the actual numbers and figure out what it's going to cost us.
If it's not enough, then it goes up.
Now,
It says in there if it's too much, it goes down.
for the urgency ordinance, I would agree with you on that.
And then the last question I had was whether or not you wanted to require the background check for the personal cultivators. And that was suggested by the sheriff. I didn't hear any real discussion or conclusion to the discussion on that issue.
No. Well, they are growing for themselves with a medical recommendation. They're not allowed to sell it or to give it to anybody else. It's based on their own need, and the canopy is limited to 100 square feet. So we don't, as long as we have them identified, it's probably a waste of time and money to do a background check on that level.
They do have to register, and they do got to present their cards and identification, all that, so.
That was kind of our thought
And
process.
then, but I wanted to make sure that caregiver got a background check, because they're not growing for themselves, they're growing for somebody else.
I agree with the caregiver, but personal.
I agree with caregiver.
Can I interject on that? And again, it's not that I'm looking for the personal growers, I'm looking for the information on the person that the caregiver is growing for, so that I know that that is a real person.
And that's something that I think we added in the edits, that's sort of a different situation, so that when the caregiver registration comes in, they will have to provide us who they're caring for. Okay, good.
Question. Do we have the ability, maybe council could answer this, do we have the ability to confirm 215 cards with patients?
It is a voluntary registration at the state level. A lot of patients do have their medical marijuana cards that are verifiable through the state, but that is a voluntary program.
We are, though, requesting the recommendation. So if they don't have a 215 card, they still have to provide a recommendation from a physician showing that they have a valid prescription. So there's still a document they have to provide.
I'd have to ask for advice from the sheriff.
I'm good on that, and I know that most 215 cards that we get contacted with, they actually have a phone number that we can call to verify. And for the planning, if they have a caregiver and they're supplying cannabis to somebody, they're going to have to register that, correct?
Right.
With that Prop 215, the recommendation. And again, they'll end up following up with that, so I'm good with that.
Okay, I'm good.
Oh, by the way, that information has to be posted at the site as well.
That was my
Anything
next.
else?
That was it.
You have anything, Peggy?
Oh.
I do. Can I ask for a clarification on one item? Let me see if I can find it. Page 14 of my document.
No, it turns off at 6, we're 4 county.
It is on a timer, and it comes on, it goes off at 6 at night and comes on at 6 o'clock in the morning.
We're here till 6.
So under 17.95165, it's on page 13, item M as in Mary, A with 2 little i's. So there was some discussion on there. The sheriff finds that the applicant has felony convictions for the illegal possession, for sale, manufacture, transportation, or cultivation of a controlled substance other than cannabis. We're leaving that alone, correct? Because that is really under the MRSA program.
MRSA, we don't have to follow MRSA for this because that's MRSA's program for issuing a license. We're allowed to be stricter or we're allowed to be more lenient. So that is an unanswered question. Are we going to eliminate and actually MRSA doesn't have the exception for cannabis there. It just says that, and again, it's always a may, it doesn't say shall, but that's a policy call the board can make.
Well, I would just as soon leave it alone or leave it as written. And I think, isn't that because there's, it's page 14? Whoops, you may not have that same page with me.
It's the discussion of the disqualifying background check issues, the Roman numeral 3, 6A3.
It's because, it's my understanding, a lot of the cannabis felony types of things are now misdemeanors. Okay.
I mean, we could, at this point, eliminate all of that and just give the sheriff, since the sheriff's going to have discretion to look at felonies or misdemeanors, we could just get rid of all the rest of it and just say the sheriff has discretion to determine felony or misdemeanor convictions that would disqualify, and just leave it at that.
I would say that way if he makes a mistake, we can be mad at him.
There you go. I got things over. I don't want to be mad. We'll see.
So are we taking it out? Is that what I'm hearing?
We'll just word it that, that the sheriff, if the sheriff finds that the applicant has any felony or misdemeanor that that would disqualify or somehow not recommend having a registration, then that he'd have a veto on it. So I would just, take out the MRSA language since we're not required to follow it. And because it's just superfluous. If we have felony or misdemeanor at his discretion, then we have a whole bunch of other felonies or misdemeanors under MRSA saying that those can also be considered. We don't need to say it twice. So.
Sounds good. I do have a process question. Are you guys, can we vote on these changes, or do you need to go back and write them up and then you need to vote on the final?
We really feel like we need to we want to make sure that what we've put in there reflects the vote, reflects the board's intent. So I was going to go back, go as fast as I can to redline it, come back, read the changes that we've made, including fixing some clerical errors. If we get thumbs up on all of that, the permanent or the cleaned up version can be submitted for signature tomorrow because there won't be any additional changes. It'll just be an accept accept all. So, but we do feel there's enough changes here that we really want to make sure that that's the board's intent.
And that we didn't miss anything that the board was under the impression was going to be made, and it was just an oversight. So I want to make sure that it's clear what the board is ultimately going to be making a motion on and potentially adopting.
Chair, I need one issue clarified. I know we've discussed this. I want to ensure that there's provisions made for enforcement as soon as we possibly can, within 2 weeks, if we adopt this ordinance.
Okay, so here's my suggestion on that. This is where Shirley gets to chime in. She's been sitting here quiet all day. And I know she's going to be really upset with me right after I speak here. So I would like to make sure that the enforcement part of this gets funded immediately, that when we adopt it. Now, I know that we're going to be collecting fees or registration, and then whatever we use to for enforcement right now can be replenished by that. So the sheriff needs 2 detectives. Sheriff needs, from what I understand, a background checker, right? And 2 code enforcement officers and a couple of vehicles. And I feel like if we pass this thing without the ability to enforce, then to me there's no sense. There's no sense in it. So that's how I feel about it.
If I can chime in, putting the that will require changes to the position control list, which will requires a resolution, approval of capital assets, which also require a resolution. That cannot be done because it is not on today's agenda. I would recommend, because we're not going to be able to fill them immediately or get the cars here immediately, I would recommend that we come back on the meeting of the 24th with those with the required changes to the position control list and the capital assets for the vehicles, and with the budget adjustment, which would require a 4/5 vote to move money out of contingencies to cover those costs for the remainder of the fiscal year. Or we can wait until the first board meeting in June, and it will be included as part of the recommended budget. It's up to the board, but because it's not on tonight's agenda and it does require those actions by the board, we can do it on the 24th or as part of the budget hearings, the first meeting in June.
So my question, and I guess this is process, are we able to do enforcement kinds of items between now and June 30th?
Well, we still have staff, yes. I mean, they have to submit the application. If there is, there will likely not be, considering somebody that is on a grow could arguably say they are in compliance because they're in the process of getting registered and that they will meet all of the requirements by June 30th. There is going to be a time to get everything up and running. And I'm sorry it's late. So yes, we will have to get personnel in place, and we could arguably do some enforcement if it's clear that there is no compliance. I mean, obviously, if there is a grow site that is on a property zone that is not allowed under the urgency ordinance, that's something that we could enforce. There are things, for instance, if it's a grow that far exceeds the 22,000 square feet, those are things that we can certainly start to enforce if they are by default not going to be in compliance. We can start enforcement then.
And just for the other understanding, even once as soon as you put the positions, make the changes to the allocated position control list through resolution. It is though, you're still going to have a recruitment period, and we know for the Sheriff's Department that is a little lengthy in its process. For the Code Enforcement Office, maybe not quite so lengthy, but it is going to take a little bit of time to get those positions into place. So again, it does require passage of a resolution with those changes, and as I mentioned, I would recommend that we either bring that back on the 24th or as part of recommended budget.
When are you bringing this back to us, Julie?
As soon as I can write it.
Tonight.
Take it in a break.
I would ask that
We're
we
back in
take a
half.
break, allow Julie to make the changes. I will go and get dinner for her.
Where?
I don't know. Everything is probably And then as soon as we can get some food, we will. The three of us will work together to make the changes.
Well, I'll start now.
Yeah, Julie can start now while I go get the food. I don't know, gas station. I don't care at this point.
What if
Subway
you
sold?
come back for our meeting Friday morning? You're talking 3 days, and you don't have to keep staff here any later.
Don't we have a,
We have a meeting Friday, closed door.
We're going to have a special closed session meeting on Friday, the 13th.
Do you think,
after our closed session?
do you think in 30 minutes you can have some of this done?
30 minutes might be a little optimistic. I think I can do it, hopefully 45 to 60 minutes.
45. I'll push it. As people are beginning to leave, I'd like to make one announcement. Please don't go rushing to the planning department for the application form tomorrow at 8. Since we now know what is we're likely to be in it. We haven't made a decision yet. If the board votes for it, we'll need to change we have a draft form Thursday morning.
Certainly, the board could direct us to, we have a special meeting scheduled on Friday. It would be in the discretion of the board if you would like to wait
What if we
until.
did that first?
You know, we have people here now, and there's been a lot of time expended throughout the day. I would rather give it the 45 minutes. I'm willing to stay. I'm not doing anything else past this point. So. Granted, we have a meeting on Friday tentatively. We don't even know if we have that yet.
We're not sure yet.
And I would just hate to, have everybody come back.
What do you think? Friday. We're all tired. We're fuzzy.
The special meeting closed session on Friday hasn't been confirmed yet because we need to make sure that everybody that's going to participate is able to participate.
wait for me.
Are you ready? Okay. All right, so I'm just going to, I just want to read the changes if everybody can, if the board can follow along on its copy. I had to do a cut and paste from something else. The page numbers are off. I'm going to refer to sections. So under 17-95-110, the purpose and intent section, in A4, I got rid of the word encourage and put the word required. So it says designed to require medical cannabis cultivators to comply quickly with local land use regulations.
Could I just interrupt for a second? Can we close these doors? We're getting echo feedback from the TV out in the lobby. Thank you.
Okay, in 17-95-110A5, I struck the word minimize and added the word eliminate, so it says designed to eliminate the potential for significant additional impacts on the environment. And then under 17-95-120, I got rid of letter S, the entire paragraph. S. Under 17, and then V of the of 17-95-120, the findings again. In V, I eliminated the word distribution in the second line, so it reads, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to allow the use of marijuana for non-medical purposes or allow any activity relating to the cultivation or consumption. I got rid of distribution in there. 17-95-130, under D, I added the word federal, so it says nothing in this chapter is intended nor shall be construed to exempt the cultivation of marijuana from any and all applicable local, state, or federal construction, etc. standards. And then in 17-95-130, I eliminated that in its entirety. That's about the interstate commerce and having the planning director inspect that. (17-95-160), the nuisance declared section. I eliminated the word marijuana, so it just says all cultivation of medical cannabis in the second line. 17-95-165, A2E, I got rid of during business hours, excluding holidays, so it just reads signed written consent to reasonable compliance inspections by county staff. In 17-95-165, A2G, I have added some language, so it says for caregiver grows the number of patients, the registrant will be cultivating for up to 2 patients and their names, physical addresses, mailing addresses, and contact phone numbers. Subsection I of that same section, for personal or caregiver grows, production of an original and submission of a copy of each patient's current medical cannabis recommendation. Same section, subsection P, all registrants shall produce for inspection and provide a copy of a current, valid, verifiable government-issued photographic identification. Okay, 17-95-165, large letter F, registrant shall comply with all federal, state, and local laws, statutes, and regulations, including but not limited to the provisions of this chapter and all ordinances that apply within the county's jurisdictional boundaries. So I added language there. Large letter H, under the same section, registrant shall comply with all applicable local, state, and federal laws, statutes, and regulations. I got rid of the word requirements because we got more specific. Subsection, or large letter K under the same section, under J, if the maximum amount of cannabis cultivated exceeds the maximum total canopy area, I added a sentence at the end, all excess cannabis shall be immediately destroyed with none retained for use of the registrant landowner or for transfer to any other person or entity. Large letter K underneath that, there shall be no more than one medical cannabis cultivation registration per parcel, except that there may be 2 personal cultivation registrations on a parcel, because that would still bring it to the 200 square feet. Okay. And then in L, large letter L, in the same section, there was a large section in there that really only applied to commercial. So I moved that to the correct section, which is 1795165 N14. So the way it reads now is whether or not there is, this is for what applies to everybody, and then I get to the more specific things later on. Whether or not there is a dwelling on the parcel to be registered, there shall be no camping or sheltering by the registrant landowner or any other person in a vehicle, except as described below, or in a tent, yurt, teepee, or similar portable structure beyond the period of time specified in County Code Section 1704180. One recreational vehicle is defined in 1706-1630 can be used as a temporary residence on the parcel as provided in Section 1704130. And the registrants of parcels, okay, so, I'm sorry, so I think I just left it at the camping. Is that what you have, Mr. Mayor? I think the camping was the only thing that applied to everybody, and then the one RV that can be a temporary residence, or the RV that can be 1/4 mile of the perimeter of the Butte Fire Burn area, that is all moved to commercial because that applies to temporary agricultural workers. And this is the section that was supposed to apply to everybody. So it just got moved, and we did make the change to 1/4 mile. Okay. M, subsection 5, the same section, I added at the end the name, physical, and mailing address and phone number of each patient shall be provided. M6A little I, I'm sorry, M6A little I, the registration may be denied or invalidated if the sheriff finds that the applicant of the cultivation site has been convicted of any felony or misdemeanor he deems to be reasonably related to the qualifications, functions, responsibilities, or duties expected of an applicant for the type of registration he or she is applying for. And then I eliminated all of the other sections until we get to little v, the planning director finds that the applicant has a history of local sanctions, et cetera. So those are the only 2 criteria, and then I eliminated everything else in the background check section. I don't know where you are. Oh, okay. Going back, I missed a couple of little changes that I couldn't see. Okay, so going back to M3, personal use or caregiver cultivation may only occur on property owned or leased by, I eliminated the word individual because it doesn't make sense there. It would just be the caregiver or the authorized patient because no other person can have a grow there. So I just got rid of a superfluous word. Under M4, registrant shall demonstrate that there is a lawful permanent dwelling or temporary dwelling on the cultivation site or on an adjacent parcel under common ownership, or that this dwelling is inhabited on a permanent basis by the cultivator or patient. I got rid of the word caregiver. Again, that didn't make sense. It was superfluous. by the caregiver or patient.
It should be caregiver or patient.
Oh, caregiver,
Sorry, cultivator.
right, caregiver or patient, sorry. Okay, where are we? Okay, and this one question, we were not sure what the board's intent was. We assumed that the setbacks of 75 feet and the 1,000-foot distance from a sensitive use were intended to apply to both the personal and caregiver and the commercial grows. Was that the board's intent? That's the one thing that we weren't sure of, and I had not put it in there under the personal and caregiver before.
$75-foot setback and 1,000 feet worth of a sensitive location, right?
For the caregiver too?
So we already have that in the commercial. We had not had it under the personal section, and quite honestly, I don't remember if that was just an oversight on my part or if that was the board's direction. So we've put it back in there under the assumption that you wanted it to be from any grow, but if we're wrong, we can strike that.
They have 200 square feet, right?
Maximum.
Yeah, and but it could be at a house, just like the personal caregiver, and they're just using 200 square feet. Yeah. So they may not have 75 feet to set back.
So should we just eliminate
I
it?
would say strike it out of the personal caregiver.
Okay. Everybody agree?
I would agree.
Okay. All right, and so I did add access to the cultivation area shall be controlled to reasonably prevent against access by trespassers in the personal and caregiver as well, figuring that that would make sense. Then going to N3D. I added a sentence at the bottom. This is one of the pieces of evidence that a commercial cultivation registrant can provide would be a contract with a dispensary to show that they were in business by today's date. So I added a sentence, the contract must include the name, address, and phone number of each individual or entity that executed the contract. So if they were to use a dispensary or distributor contract as evidence of their May 10th date, that they've been in business that long, then it should be verifiable so that we can find out who the signers of the contract are. And then going down to...
I need to go back to the setbacks. Sorry. On the personal caregiver. So you're saying there's no setbacks for that?
We did not have setbacks in there.
I think there needs to be a setback of some sort. Otherwise, otherwise it could be right on the property line, and that could. My goal here is to reduce possible neighborhood, conflict. So I think you should have at least a 30-foot setback there.
30 feet?
That was the original proposal in the permanent ordinance.
For the personal grow.
Just,
For
I think
30-foot setback for personal grow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And caregiver.
And caregiver grow?
I think there needs to be something there, otherwise it's.
Otherwise you can't put a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll put in the 30-foot setback. We won't worry about the sensitive use distance.
Yeah.
Okay. Then going to N4, the registrant must demonstrate compliance with Central Valley Water Quality Control Board regulations by providing documentary evidence satisfactory to the planning director of either of the following. And so instead of saying compliance or intent to comply, just that they have to demonstrate compliance by having either of the documents listed in those subsections below. N5.
So is there a change there?
There was a change because before, as Sheriff DeBasilio pointed out, it said compliance with the water board or intent to comply, and we wanted to clarify that it's not just that they wish to comply in the future, they actually had to have a document that was a formal notice of intent. So N5, lowercase c, I had originally put for a corporation, limited liability company, or limited partnership. In reality, any business is going to be able to register. It doesn't, all of the commercial cultivators are going to have to be a business. So I just changed it to active registration as a business entity with the California Secretary of State and Board of Equalization. And then going down to N9, I added so this is the indoor cultivation area has to be screened against parcels, so screen, where are we? Lawful permitted structure that is securely locked and enclosed by four walls and a roof, has window coverings or screens reasonably prevent the marijuana plants from being viewed by members of the public, present on public roads, public lands, or public properties, and parcels containing a sensitive use, as that term is defined in Calaveras County Code 1791-060B, or a bus stop designated by a school district, provided that the sensitive use or bus stop existed prior to the registration of the cultivation site.
Is this for indoor?
That was for indoor, and actually, I need to also add it above to the outdoor.
So,
basically, I think the request was that every time we say sensitive use referring to the dispensary ordinance, we should also add a bus stop designated by the school district.
I think that maybe we should probably, because we can change that. Sensitive use will be determined anyhow if there is a designated school area for that. So I'm thinking that because we don't have a, and I give it some thought, we don't have a verification of that even. So I kind of have an issue with it right now.
So I thought, so I guess it would, that's a policy issue, but I know that Sheriff DeBasilio and Captain Macedo were requesting that we add bus stops, since that's not included right now in our dispensary definition of sensitive use, that we add that. And so every time we say sensitive use, or we just refer back to the dispensary ordinance, that we would add bus stop. And I thought that the compromise was designated by a school district as opposed to just the end of a driveway. I thought there was a majority.
That's what we said.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a majority on that.
Designated by the school district.
Designated.
So I know I didn't do that in N8, but I can add that in N8. Just every place where I refer back to the dispensary ordinance for sensitive use, I will add or a bus stop designated by the school.
If I can please have the permission of the chair to approach, this is more dangerous than I think. It has more significant implications than might be realized initially. One of the goals of the program that was talked about at the working group is to be able to find enough people compliant to get the funding base to have a program. So that has been a huge goal for this. Now, if there's 1,000-foot setback from these things, and hypothetically, and I don't know this, but say that's about 1,000 feet from either side of this bus stop, that's approximately close to a half mile. And if they're about half mile apart, these bus stops, then any road that a school bus drives across has a 1,000-foot ban around it. And in District 2, there's a number of roads for which that is true. So depending on the spacing of these bus stops, with the current setback of the proposed of 1,000 feet, it could actually be a de facto ban for huge strips all throughout the county. So it's not perhaps as benign as it might sound at first. Now, I don't know how far apart these bus stops are. I don't know how many of them there are, but it is possible that this could be a massive disqualifier for a sizable portion of what's out there, simply because of the language. So I understand the concept. I think from where I'm sitting, I would like to see how far apart they are. Think about if 1,000 feet distance back from those is something that could be workable, because if it's taking out entire roads, it's taking out a massive portion of people that are out there. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I guess where I'm coming from is that, we have this definition of sensitive use, and with school districts, or schools, I should say, and when we start talking about bus stops and stuff, they change so often. I would like to look at that in the near future and work with the school districts on that, because I don't know if they truly have, this year they have a designated stop here, because it's a cluster of families, children, whatever, and next year they may not. So there's such a moving target when you start talking about bus stops. And my experience with bus stops is that the parent is there with the child picking up and dropping off, but that may not be other people's experience.
I agree. I think we should probably leave it out for now and explore it later.
Is that 3?
My concern is the fire changed it already. And so I'm not sure if they know where it is up there right now. And they could be stopping anywhere right now. And so how do we even verify that?
Okay, so we'll leave out the bus stop piece for now and just keep it as sensitive uses across the board?
I'd like to at least have a chance to go to the schools and see what they have designated.
If that's the direction of the board, we can certainly reach out to the school district and consider that in the permanent ordinance if the board doesn't want to include it in the urgency ordinance at this point.
Well, we've also talked, too, about really defining sensitive use. So when we look at bus stops, there's other things I know with sensitive use that we need to clarify on. So I think that part of the ordinance needs work overall, and with some input from the school district would be helpful. So we're really looking at the bigger picture of sensitive use.
Okay, so we'll leave that out for now, since it looks like we've got 3. Okay, so we'll then go to N14. As I said before, the portion of the housing requirement that I had put in the general section, the portion that only belonged in commercial, I added it in the right place. So that part says one recreational vehicle as defined by the code may be used as a temporary residence in conformance with county code for RVs, and the registrants of parcels within 1/4 mile of the perimeter of the Butte Fire burn area as depicted on a map provided by the county may apply for a temporary use permit for their agricultural workers. So I put that in the commercial section, took it out of the general section. And then below that, in what will now be numbered as 15, it's the same language for the criminal background checks. It's identical to what I changed it to for the for the caregiver, except that here I got rid of that typographical error. So it says all applicants for a commercial cultivation site rather than caregiver. Everything else is the same. Going to 1795170, the invalidation of a medical cannabis cultivation site registration. In A2, it now reads, other violations of federal, state, or local law other than cannabis-related activities recognized as legal by the state of California are occurring on any parcel within the county. So that's the adding the federal law as requested by Captain Macedo. And then 1795170B, I added, this is if the registration's invalidated, in addition to the planning director notifying the state, I put as well as the Calaveras County Sheriff. Under 1795220, summary abatement, B says now the enforcement official shall make reasonable efforts to notify the owner and or the alleged violator. And I got rid of the portion that talked about having to consult with county council first. And that's it.
Okay. So that addresses all the concerns? You have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So we have 4-1. Approved. We have one more little thing to finish. Comments, supervisor comments. Report out.
Don't forget about the third closed session report out on.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so we had a third closed session that we just before we left a couple of times ago. So we have to report that out. Public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, D1, Director of Health and Human Services Agency, and there was no board action taken. And so now we have our supervisor announcements. And so, who wants to go first?
I'll pass.
Okay.
I think we should probably go.
Mike?
I'll make this short and sweet. We attended yesterday the Governor's Task Force Tree Mortality Program. Supervisor Wright and I were up in Sacramento. A couple of things to report. They are, once again, actively looking at the private sector for help in the tree mortality program. But as of yesterday, there was no leeway other than the fact that the utilities right-of-way, the county right-of-way is extended to where possible damage from a falling tree extends beyond the 100-foot right-of-way from the center of the roadway. That program is actively going. I did attend the Firewise Council in Arnold, held on by CAL FIRE and homeowner associations. Basically, we addressed the tree mortality problem and also our disposal of pine needles, disposal of our downed trees right now. And that's a constant ongoing project. There has been some peaks and valleys with that, but so far we're able to hold our own to the extent we're not getting into a jammed up area where we can't get ourselves out of. That's about it. Thank you.
A couple things. I'm going to attend next Monday the LAFCO meeting on behalf of Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you very much.
And just want to, again, welcome and look forward to working with Sheriff DeSpilio as we move into this next year and budget season and all that good stuff, so looking forward to working with the sheriff and his department. Earlier today, I couldn't say much because it was a little emotional, but I'd just like to thank the fair and the board for recognizing me today. Years of service to the fair, years of going to the fair. I think I started when I was 9 years old as a 4-H'er, and fair means a great deal to me and my family, and this was quite an honor. So I'll see you guys all at the fair next week. I do want to just follow up. We talked earlier about being able to bring the items of the positions that we talked about and those sorts of things. So I'd just like to see that brought forward in our next meetings and as we deal with the budget.
So I only have one thing. On September 3rd, they're going to have San Andreas Rumble right out here. It's a car show. And then that goes until 1 o'clock. And then after that, downtown San Andreas, they're having a Founders Day. They used to have Black Bart Days here. They're having a Founders Day here. And one of the things we discussed was it would be right next to or right on the anniversary for the Butte Fire. And so we'd like to figure our way into doing some kind of a recognition for that there, and having that as, I know Steve and I talked about it a little bit, recognizing all the great people of our county that helped with that, this terrible disaster. And I think that would be a fitting place to do it.